olgu. Tegelikult. Okei, aga räägime...
Dear foreign guests, please take the translation devices at the door. Kas oli kuulda või? Good morning. Please take a seat. Palun istuge. Hakkame pihta. Tere hommikust, head külalised! Mina olen Henri Ormus, Fermi Energia kaasasutaja ja juhatuse liige, taustalt tuumaenergeetik.
Ja mina olen Eliise Poom, Fermi Energia aasta 2022 stipendiaat ja hetkel töötan tuumainsenerina Westinghouses. On suur rõõm tervitada teid Fermi Energia 2026. aasta aastakonverentsil. Täname, et olete täna siin. Nii Eestist ja Taanist ja mujalt Euroopast, aga ka Ameerika Ühendriikidest, Kanadast, Koreast, Jaapanist ja mujaltki. Täna räägime väga konkreetselt tuumaenergia arendamise reaalsusest, otsustest, riskidest, rahastusest ja ehitusest.
Maailm on muutunud ebakindlamaks. Energiast on saanud julgeoleku küsimus. Ja kui rääkida kindlast tootmisest, siis tuumaenergia roll on täna tugevam kui kunagi varem. Seda nii Euroopa Liidu strateegiates, poliitikates kui ka laiemalt maailmas. Isegi Saksamaa kantsler Merz on hiljuti tunnistanud, et tuumajaamade sulgemine oli suur strateegiline viga. Ning ka Austria võrguoperaator hiljuti ütles, et ilma tuumaenergiata Euroopa talve üle ei elaks. Ja eks ta nii ka on. Oleme tänulikud, et meil on soomlased, rootslased, kellel on tuumajaamad ja kes hoiavad meie piirkonna energeetilist selgroogu. Head külalised, soovin teile energilist konverentsi ja palju huvitavaid arutelusid.
Alustame avakõnega. Mul on hea meel kutsuda lavale Eesti Vabariigi majandus- ja tööstusminister Erkki Keldo.
Aitäh! Head konverentsil osalejad, head ülekande jälgijad. Pean tunnistama, et konverentsi toimumisaeg on vägagi strateegiliselt valitud. Meil on 25 aasta üks külmemaid talvesi ja energeetika on vastupidigi väga kuum teema. On objektiivselt külm, aga õnneks saame nentida, et sammastuled põlevad. Aga olgem ausad, soodsat elektrit ja energiat on juurde vaja. Valem iseenesest on ju lihtne. Soodsama ja stabiilsema energia saamiseks tuleb tulevikus ehitada rohkem tootmisvõimsust. Ja olgem ausad, praegune talv võiks olla piisav raputus, et Eestis hakkaksid asjad selles valdkonnas julgemalt juhtuma. Lähituleviku vaatest, mis me teame, osad gaasijaamad on juba tellitud, päikest on laias laastus piisavalt, kõige kiiremini, olgem ausad, ja odavamalt saab ehitada juurde tuulikuid. Pikemas vaates aga oleks tuumajaam kindlasti väga vajalik ja toeks. Ma ei ole varjanud mitte kuidagi ka oma seisukohta, et tuumajaam sobiks Eesti energiasüsteemi ilusti koos tuuleenergia, päikseenergia, salvestuse ja välisühenduste kõrvale. Juhitav võimsus ja taastuvenergia, nagu me teame, täiendavad teineteist, kuid on ühtlasi ka Eesti julgeoleku üks alustest. Tuumaenergia pakub stabiilset baasvõimsust, mis on taastuvenergia kõrge osakaalu juures hädavajalik. Muidugi peame olema endaga ka ausad ja ei tohi anda lootust, et mõte tuumajaamast saaks kiiresti reaalsuseks. See on pikk protsess, aga mis hästi oluline, mida ma saan öelda ja lubada, riigi poolt juba ettevalmistustööd käivad. Konkreetselt tuumaenergia ja tuumaohutuse seaduse eelnõu on juba Riigikogus. See on baasiks, aluseks, et oleks tulevikus võimalik siia rajada tuumajaama. Samuti oleme valitsuses Fermi Energia taotlusel algatanud tuumaelektrijaama riigi eriplaneeringu. Planeeringu koostamisega hakkame esmalt analüüsima, millistel tingimustel ja kuhu täpsemalt on võimalik Eestis tuumajaam rajada. Ehk teeme ära vajalikud ettevalmistused selleks, et kui investor soovib tuumajaama ehitamisse investeerida ning see otsustatakse rajada, siis oleks riigil eelnevalt selleks põhjalikult läbi kaalutud protsess ja oleks olemas ka hinnatud planeering. Kava kohaselt peaks tuumajaama eriplaneering täielikult valmima aastaks 2029. Seejärel, kui kõik reastub, nagu öeldakse, saaks alustada tuumajaama rajamisega. Selleks ajaks on kindlasti välja töötatud ka tuumaenergia õiguslik raamistik. Tuumaenergia plussid ja miinused nõuavad Eesti ühiskonnas ausat, läbipaistvat, aga mis mulle väga oluline ja südamelähedane, fakti- ja teaduspõhist arutelu. Erinevad vestlused nii minul kui ka teistel asjasse puutuvatel, saan öelda, on seni olnud sisulised, mõistlikud ja konstruktiivsed. Ka Eesti inimesed üldiselt on tuumapositiivsed. See muidugi ei tähenda, et debatt jääb kindlasti aegade lõpuni selliseks. Kindlasti pakub teema arenedes see ka palju emotsioone, Aga ühiskondlikud debatid igal juhul jätkuvad. Just nii üks suur ja kaalukas otsus peabki sündima. Kaalutletult, mitte kiirustades. Otsus ju puudutab ja mõjutab kõiki eestlaste elu. Tuumajaama rajamisel, mida mul on ka majandusministrina väga hea öelda, on just väga selge mõju meie majandusele. Esiteks on investeeringu majanduslik mõju märkimisväärne. Ilmselt oleks sellisel juhul tegu Eesti ajaloo suurima tööstusinvesteeringuga. Suuremahuline infrastruktuuriprojekt loob aastateks nõudlust ehitus, inseneri ja tehnoloogiatööde järele. Hinnanguliselt räägitakse üle 1000 töökoha ehitusperioodil ja pärast mitusada püsivat kõrgepalgalist töökohta jaama opereerimisel. Suur osa töötajatest sealjuures oleksid just oskustöötajad, mis tähendab panust meie teadmuspõhise majanduse kasvu. Lisaks tekkiv tarnijate ja teenusepakkujate võrgustik kasvatab ka kohalike ettevõtete käivet ja investeerimisjulgust. Teiseks on tuumajaam oluline meie majanduse konkurentsivõime seisukohalt. Majanduskasv ei sünni iseenesest. Kasvuks on vaja investeeringuid. Ja vägagi sageli vajavad need investeeringud omakorda ühte asja rohkem kui midagi muud. Taskukohast, stabiilset ja puhast energiat. Veel enam, andmekeskuste ja tehisintellekti kiire levik on muutnud energiatootmise strateegiliseks küsimuseks. Energiavajadus kasvab tänu sellele trendile samuti kiiremini kui varasemalt prognoositi. Lõpetuseks. Tuumaelektrijaam ise ei ole imerohi ega kiire lahendus, kuid, nagu ma rõhutasin, see saab olla oluline osa Eesti tuleviku energiaportfellist. Ka maailma mastaabis väike 300–600 megavatine tuumajaam on Eesti mõistes väga oluline täiendav tootmisvõimsus. Me peame olema enda suhtes ausad. On ka täiesti võimalik, et tuumajaama ei ehitata. On selleks poliitiline meelemuutus, investeerimisjulguse kadumine või ei ehitada seda vähemalt mitte kohe või sellisel juhul. Aga samas, nagu mulle meeldib olla optimist, positiivne, kui vaatame arenguid üle maailma, nii nagu ka avajad rääkisid, siis fakt on see, et energiat igal juhul on meil vaja. Taskukohast energiat on selgelt puudu kogu regioonis. Kuid väga oluline, et otsuste tegemiseks, nagu ma ka mainisin, me kindlasti vajame toimivat õigusraamistikku, ausat arutelu, mitte hirme ega illusioone. Seega on mul väga hea meel, et täna siin selline sisukas, konstruktiivne arutelu ja mõttevahetus aset leiab. Aitäh teile ja jõudu jaksu!
Suur aitäh, härra minister, selle sissejuhatuse eest. Riigi vaade ja selge suund on tuumaenergia arendamisel määrava tähtsusega, sest see annab raami nii investoritele arendajatele, aga ka kohalikele kogukondadele. Aga nüüd kuuleme Fermi Energia nõukogu esimehe tervitust. Palun lavale, Sandor.
Tere hommikust ka minu poolt ja loomulikult majandus- ja tööstusminister Erkki Keldo, suur tänu nende julgustavate ja väga ausate sõnadest. Eriti lõpuosas, et võib juhtuda, et ka ei tule. Oleme optimistid. Aga head konverentsil osalejad ja loomulikult kõik eestimaalased, kes meid jälgivad ka online'is. Tere tulemast siis Fermi Energia juba seitsmendale konverentsile. No paljud teist, kes on spordisõbrad, on märganud, et on käimas olümpiamängud, taliolümpiamängud. Ja kunagi oli Eestis rahvussport oli suusatamine, ammu enam seda pole. See otsing alles käib, et mis uus rahvussport on, aga vähemalt viimasel kuul ajal mul tundub, et see rahvussport on meil suurte elektriarvete võrdlemine. Ja diskussioon selle üle, et kas olla siis fiksi peal või börsipaketi peal. Et Kalev just läks eile fiksi peale, ma kuulsin. Väike hint. Aga tõsi, nii nagu minister juba ütles, et viimase 20 aasta külmem jaanuar on olnud ja see on loomulikult mõjutanud ka elektrihindasid Ja selle kuu 5. veebruaril oli siis kell 10.25 sündis uus Eesti elektritarbimise rekord, 1723 megavatti. Ja rekordtarbimise ajal me tootsime ise 845 megavatti. Ehk siis 878 megavatti importisime. Üle poole importisime. Kõige külmemal ajal, kõige suurema tarbimise ajal, kus hinnad olid ka väga kõrged. Aga rekordi tegi ka eestimaalaste toetus tuumaenergia rajamisele jaanuaris 26 ja see oli pigem vist alguse poole või keskel me viisime läbi, et kui see oleks jaanuari lõpus või praegult, võib oleks numbrid veel kõrgemad. Aga nende läbiviidud küsitluste järgi jaanuaris 26 siis toetas tuumajaama rajamisega edasiminekut 71% eestimaalasi. Ka see on kõikide aegade kõrgem, lihtsalt 69 oli varasem number. Ja mis on oluline, on ka see, et tuumaenergia on selgelt kõige siis enim soositud elektritootmisviis. Kuid eelmise aasta ja siis tänase konverentsi vahele jääb ka palju rohkem kui need 2 rekordit. Et see on juba nagu kujunenud mul siin traditsiooniks, et ma räägin ka siin alati, mis kahe konverentsi vahel on sündinud ja nii ka seekord. Et aasta tagasi ja 2 päeva tagasi, täpselt siis 9. veebruaril 25. aastal me liitusime kogu Eesti, kogu Baltimaad, Kesk- ja Lääne-Euroopa elektrivõrguga. Sõna otseses mõttes ühendasime lahti, lõikasime läbi elektriliinid Venemaaga. See tähendab loomulikult ka seda, et elektrisageduse hoidmine 50 hertsi, et meil on hoopis suurem vastutus, me peame seda ise tegema, nii nagu UCTs, nagu seda elektrisüsteemi nimetatakse, on igal riigil väga suur oma roll. Ja võib öelda täna, et Elering on seda teinud väga hästi. Isegi 200 megavatise akupargi testimine, mis lõi rivist välja 2, ehk mõlemad Estlink kaablid 1000 megavatti kokku, ei suutnud meil blackouti tekitada. Sest päästis ära meid Poola, see ainukene ühendus, vahelduvooluühendus Poola, mis suutis meil tegelikult selle võrgu hoida stabiilse, selle esimesel kõige kriitilisemal millisekunditel. Aga kui see vahelduvooluühendus oleks sel ajal olnud import, kui oleks olnud elektrivool Poolast siiapoole maksimaalselt ja nii nagu Estlingist import, elektrimehed teavad, mis oleks juhtunud. Inglise keeles asja nimi on blackout. Kuid Eestist edasi me väga jälgime, mis on Kanadas. Mitte sellepärast, et USA-d praegult keegi väga liiga palju jälgida ei taha, aga sellepärast jälgime Kanadat loomulikult juba pikka aega, eriti mis toimub Ontarios, kuna 4. aprillil 25. aastal väljastas Kanada tuumaregulaator ametliku ehitusloa PVRX 300 reaktorile. Siin ruumis ilmselt pole vaja öelda, miks me räägime sellest PVRX 300-st, sest see on täpselt sama tehnoloogia, mida siis Fermi Energia on valinud reaktoriks, mida me tahame Eestis ehitada. Selle ametliku ehitusloa väljaandmine tähendab seda ikkagi, et see tuumareaktor, see tehnoloogia on ohutusalaselt kontrollitud ja valmis reaalseks ehituseks. Mais eelmine aasta siis Ontario provintsivalitsus, kellele kuulub OPG ehk siis Ontario Power Company, andis lõpliku heakskiidu ehituse alustamiseks ja seega OPG sai alustada juba varem valmis siis ettevalmistatud platsil tuumareaktori reaalse ehitusega. Aga tagasi Eestisse. Mais algatas 25. aastal Vabariigi Valitsus Fermi Energia taotluse alusel siis riikliku eriplaneeringu tuumaenergia asukoha valikuks. Seal on siis Lüganuse ja Viru-Nigula valla vahel on põhimõtteliselt need valikukohad ja spetsiifilised asukohad nendes valdades. Ja sellega projekt muutus sisuliselt ikkagi niisuguseks Fermi Energia erainitsiatiivist riiklikuks protsessiks, millel muideks on mõlema valla volikogude heakskiit. Et enne kui eriplaneering algatati Vabariigi Valitsuse poolt, olid juba mõlemad vallad siis volikogu tasemel teinud otsuse, et nad tahavad selles protsessis osaleda. Juunis Vabariigi Valitsus diskuteeris siis seda
energiamajanduse arengukava ja andis ka väga selged suunised, kus siis tuumaenergia on esimest korda sisse kirjutatud kui riiklikult strateegiline valik baaskoormuse tagamiseks. Ja see tähendab ka seda, et palju diskussioonides, kui räägitakse, et kuidas tulevikuenergia on, siis tavaliselt sõltub inimesest, aga ütleme, lõpus öeldakse, no ja pikas perspektiivis ka võib-olla tuumaenergia, eks ju. Aga kuna ta ikka energiamajanduse arengukavas juba on sees, siis põhimõtteliselt me näeme seda ikkagi Fermi Energia poolt väga selgelt, et see on riiklikult juba tunnustatud selleks, et see on mitte ainult üks väike võimalus, aga ikkagi vajalik komponent süsinikuneutraalse elektritootmise portfellis. Ja selle aasta jaanuaris Vabariigi Valitsus juba selle energiamajanduse arengukava kinnitas, siis ta läheb ilmselt Riigikogusse ka, vaatame, käib vist Riigikogusse ka. Käinud juba, käis ära juba, näed see. Käis väga ruttu. Septembris eelmine aasta sõlmisime kokkuleppe Kanada ehituspartneri Eikoniga. Eikon on Ontarios siis Darlingtoni jaama väga suure osa ehitaja ja ka reaalselt toodab reaktori hoone terasmooduleid. Kreek, kus oled, kuskil oled, et Eikoni esindaja on ka siin olemas, et saate küsida, kuidas neil läheb. Aga mis veel ikkagi väga oluline, ühtegi tuumajaama ei saa ehitada ilma vastava regulatsioonita ja detsembris saatis Kliimaministeerium kooskõlastusringile siis tuumaenergia ja ohutuse seaduse eelnõu, mis loob ka raamistiku tuumaregulaatori loomiseks ja kõik muud vajalikud reeglid, et üldse tuumajaam oleks võimalik rajada. Elering teeb, korra juba mainis Elering, aga Elering teeb ka varustuskindluse raporteid ja Eleringi juht Kalle Kilk tõi detsembris varustuskindluse siis raportit tutvustaval seminaril välja, et aastaks 2035 vajab Eestis 2100 megavatti siis juhitavat võimsusi, millest 1700 peavad olema ilmastikust sõltumatud elektrijaamad. Samsung CT-st me oleme rääkinud korduvalt eelmine aastaga siin samal laval, ma oma kõnes mainisin ja Samsungi esindajad ka tegid ettekande. Meie koostöö tegelikult Samsungiga on viimase aasta jooksul ka ainult tihenenud, nii nagu on ka tihenenud Samsungi siis koostöö General Electric Hitachi ka, peab ütlema, et General GE Vernova Hitachiga, eks ju, jah. Ja detsembris liitus siis selle protsessiga ka Lõuna-Korea valitsus, kes eraldas rahalist toetust Eesti spetsiifilise tehnilise teostavuse uuringu jaoks. See kinnitas ka, et Samsungi huvi ei ole ainult äriline, vaid sellel on ka siis Korea riigi poliitiline ja finantsiline seljataga. Jaanuaris sel aastal jaanuararvet saime kätte nüüd veebruari alguses, et kõik panid tähele, et on lisandunud ka arvetele 2 uut tasu. Et varustuskindlustasu 7,58 eurot megavatt-tunni kohta ja siis tasakaalustusvõimsuse tasu 3,58 eurot megavatt-tunni kohta ja see viimane tasu kusjuures mõlemale, nii tarbijatele kui tootjatele. Kui me need uued tasud ja varem kehtinud taastuvenergia tasu ja elektriaktsiisi kokku lööme kõik need koos uute tasudega, siis me saame pea 22 eurot megavatt-tunni kohta. 2020 ja vist, kui ma peast õigesti mäletan, 2015 oli üks väga odav aasta elektribörsil, aasta keskmine hind oli napilt üle 30. 2020 pole hea näide, oli COVID aasta ja edasi, aga lihtsalt nagu suurusjärk, et täna need erinevad tasud elektriarvel on juba varsti nii sellises kohas, kus kunagi oli börsielekter, eks ju. Ja võrgutasud, need jätkavad ka. Miks ma räägin sellest siin, on loomulikult sellepärast, et kui me räägime elektri hinnast ja selle tuleviku kujundavatest tootmisviisidest, siis me ei saa ainult vaadata, et mis hinnaga konkreetne tootmisviis annab hetkel nagu börsile teeb pakkumisi ja kuidas ta saab seal, mis ta keskmine tootmishind on, et me peame võtma arvesse kõiki neid lisanduvaid kulusid, mis tegelikult läheb võrguarendusse, mis tuleb võrguarvetega, mis on sama selle sagedusreservide hoidmiseks ja see on tegelikult oluline. Miks ta oluline on sellepärast, et taastuvenergia tootjad ise ütlevad täna juba, et ka Eestis on juba käes see aeg,
kus päikesepargi omanik niisugusel suvisel päikesepaistelisel päeval teenib kõige rohkem raha siis, kui ta lülitab selle päikesepargi välja, ehk ta ei tooda elektrit. Kas ta pakub seda siis sagedusreservi turule kuskilt, et on vaja tootmist vähendada, eks ju, kui liiga palju on juba tootmist. Ja sama käib tegelikult väga tuulistel päevadel ka tegelikult tuulikutega. Keeravad labad risti, siis teenid raha. Aga see raha, mis ju neile makstakse selle eest, see tuleb meie taskust. See on sama, nimetame seda siis sagedusreservide või tasakaalustamisvõimluse tasuks, lõppkokkuvõttes see akumuleerub ja korrigeeritakse seda lisarida meil siis arvetel. Nii, aitab ajaloost, aga ennustame, mis siis aasta pärast, millest ma aasta pärast tahaks rääkida. On mõned asjad, millest kindlasti tahaks rääkida, et järgmisel aastal tahaks kindlasti öelda, et Riigikogu on vastu võtnud tuumaenergia ja ohutuse seaduse, loodame, et tuleb juba selle aastal ära, eks ole. Samuti käib siis juba selle seaduse alusel tuumaenergia regulaatori moodustamine. Samuti tahaks siis järgmisel konverentsil teada anda, et eriplaneeringu käigus on selgunud see asukoht, et täpne asukoht juba, kuhu saab tuumajaama Eestis rajada, kus on parim koht. Kuid oleme realistid, järgmisel aastal on ka suured valimised, et parlamendivalimised Eestis ja ilmselt kuu aega ennem valimisi on valimiskampaania tipphetk ja kindlasti on sellekordse valimiste teemaks ka energiapoliitika ja ma väga loodan, et valimised võidab realistlik energiapoliitika, mis julgeb teha otsuseid, et tuumajaam saaks Eestis rajatud. Ilmselge on see, et energiapoliitika saabki olla ainult realistlik, vastasel juhul on tegu kogu riigi konkurentsivõimet ja inimeste hakkama saamist raskelt kahjustava teoga, mida ilmselt valijad ka ei andesta kellegile. Mida ma võin öelda, et Fermi Energia teeb endast kõik oleneva, et Eesti saaks endale kindla, soodsa ja juhitava kohaliku elektritootmise, puhta, mis garanteeriks elektri igal ajahetkel ilmastikuoludest sõltumata. Ja Fermi Energia teeb ka kindlasti kõik selleks, et Eesti rahvussport oleks tulevikus mõni spordiala. Aitäh teile, head konverentsi ja teeme selle tuumajaama ära. Aitäh!
Aasta jooksul on tõesti palju olulisi asju tehtud ja hea on näha, et Eesti liigub edasi kindlal sammul oma eesmärkide poole. Järgmiste ettekannete ajal on võimalik Slido kaudu küsimusi küsida. Skännige see kood, saate sisse logida. Ja peale ettekandeid käib ka ringi mikrofon, kui keegi tahab siit saalist otse küsimusi küsida. Nii et mõelge oma küsimuste peale. Aga vaatame nüüd ka laiemalt, mis maailmas toimub. Järgmine ettekanne keskendub arengutele Saksamaal. Kas tõesti võib Saksa tuumaenergeetika tõusta föönixina tuhast? Kohe kuuleme. Please welcome on stage Ulrich Graber, joined a little bit later by Kalev Kallemets. Welcome.
Microphone, so I can walk? Okay, yeah. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. In Germany, it's rare to find an audience with so many people interested in nuclear energy. Thank you for the invitation, Kalev. So today, I will give you some insights into German nuclear phase-out and the status of the so-called Energiewende. There are some German words that are tough to translate, like German Angst. Energiewende is another one. Best translation is perhaps energy transition. To understand what is going on, we need the help of the great German poet Goethe. To understand what is going on in the Energiewende. So that was the crux of the matter, exclaims Goethe's Faust in amazement as the poodle transforms into Mephisto. The crux of the matter of the Energiewende is revealed in Germany's supposed pioneering role, which turns out to be less a technological advance than a cultural war, a struggle in which climate protection is defined primarily by moral superiority. The result is the German delusion, fundamental delusion. First one, prosperity without electrical growth, mainly caused by green degrowth fantasies. Germany, a pioneer in climate protection by moral superiority. Demolition of its own nuclear power plants, but nuclear power from the neighbors. 20 new gas-fired power plants, but no gas exploration in Germany. However, Germany had a very promising start of nuclear energy. I was a part of it. I worked in nuclear energy in Germany since '74. In 1955, joint efforts by politics, science, industry, like now in Estland, enabled the peaceful use of nuclear energy in a period of only 5 years. By the end of the '70s, 10 nuclear power plants with a total capacity of 9,000 megawatts were connected to the grid. 6 nuclear power plants with a total capacity of 8,000 megawatts were under construction. At the beginning of the '80s, the construction of the 3 Convoy nuclear power plants with a total capacity of 4,000 megawatts, and it was the most advanced nuclear technology, and it was the base of the EPR. I was a member of the project management of the last nuclear power plant in Germany, which is Neckar-Westheim 2, and it was a total success. After 70 months, we commissioned the plant, and it was in budget. So, here you see the map on the left side with the power plants. But more important is also to have a view on the distribution on the grid. So you see the grid developed along the big sites with the power plants and the coal-fired power plants. So, what happened? In 2011, the German government, led by Merkel, decided to phase out of nuclear for a second time, after Fukushima. The crosses, the gray crosses are the BBRs that phased out immediately after Fukushima, only because they were BBRs. This was the only reason. And then, until 2023, another 15,000 megawatt of installed nuclear power plant had been taken from the grid. So, altogether, 21,000 megawatts since 2000. Let's go back 1 year. In 2010, 1 year before Fukushima, we had capacities of 21,000 megawatt nuclear power, 79,000 megawatt fossil power, lignite, coal, gas, and they produced 86% of the electricity. Then we also had a capacity of 48,400 megawatt renewable energy, mostly onshore wind, solar, but they only produced 14% of the electricity. In total, we had 615 terawatt hours produced by 148 installed capacity. In 2010, Germany had a net export of 17 terawatt hours, so the total electricity consumption in Germany was 598 terawatt. And important, at this time, the GDP was 4.1. So let's have a look in the last year. The last year, the installed capacity of the renewable energy quadrupled to 184 gigawatt. But the contribution to the production was only 250 terawatt hours. The total installed capacity was 260 gigawatt, 75% more than 2010, a waste of money. The total production was 437 terawatt hours, lower than in 2010. And to cover the electricity demand, Germany had to import electricity, mainly nuclear power, from its neighbors. Germany has become an import country with 22 terawatt hours. And the GDP last year was 0.2. Oops. Yeah. Come on. Yeah, here. Here we are. This is the beautiful picture of Andres. Thank you. The phase-out of nuclear energy was emotional, ideological, driven decision, but with tangible physical and technical consequences. In fact, it's a turn away from reliable central generation to large power plants units, in large power plant units towards decentralized regenerative generation, depending on the whims of nature. And by the way, it was also a turn away from reliable CO2-free baseload supply. In contrast to nuclear power plants, with more than 8,000 full load hours, the full load hours in Germany of offshore are about 3,200 to 3,500 full load hours. Onshore, 1,600 to 1,900 full load hours, and photovoltaics 900 to 1,000 full load hours. The energy turnaround poses considerable problems, especially for the south of Germany. As you see, the wind parks are up in the north, where the wind blows. So there are currently not enough high voltage lines, because the high voltage lines were erected along the nuclear power plants and the coal-fired power plants, and they are no longer on the grid. So we need lines to transport the electricity from the northern wind farms to the southern regions. And the southern regions were dominated by nuclear power. You see here the impact on the nuclear phase-out on the distribution. Since 2009, only 3,350 kilometers are completed, approved about 4,500, under construction 780 kilometers, so we are 6,000 kilometers behind schedule. So, these are the costs of the Energiewende. Today, about 600 billion euros. And the estimated costs are more than 1,000 billion euros. There are some consultants who are talking about 3,000 to 4,000 billion euros. So, here you see the impact. Here you see the generation of renewables in the year 2024. The blue ones are wind, offshore and onshore. The yellow ones is photovoltaic. And the upper curve in orange is the electricity consumption. You see, there was not one day in the year where the renewable could meet the demand of electricity. But the German government still insists to build more windmills. Okay. More peaks, but no help to the valleys. Okay. So, and this is even worse, the electricity prices in the European Union, you see, sometimes we are really good, we have the highest prices, we are first in line. I don't know if this is a good message, not for the industry and not for the consumers. So let's go back to Germany's fundamental delusions. So Germany is a pioneer in climate protection? Not at all. Since the nuclear phase-out in 2023, monthly 10 million tons more CO2 emissions. And here is a comparison with our neighbor France, who has more than 70–80% of nuclear electricity. Our CO2 content is 350 grams per kilowatt hours, and France is 35 grams per kilowatt hour. The next fundamental delusion, demolition of its own nuclear power plants, but nuclear power from the neighbors. Here you see the blasting of the cooling towers of the nuclear power plant Philipsburg. I was a member of the project management of both units. The morning they blasted the cooling towers, I was sitting with my wife by the breakfast, and as we listened to the radio, because my wife was also working for KWU then, especially for the cooling towers, we compared this act with the destruction of the Buddha statues by the Taliban in Afghanistan. Terrible. So, this is the result. In 24, Germany imported 19,000 gigawatt hours from its neighbors, mainly France, mainly nuclear power. Okay. Now the question, nuclear in Germany. Let's look ahead. The so-called Atomgesetz, the new bill, paragraph 7, was modified 6 times. It could be modified again. What you have modified 6 times, you can modify it a 7th time. And what is interesting, they forgot something. Actually not forbidden the new build of nuclear power plants for heat production. And non-commercial electricity production. So if we would build a SMR close to a chemical site, it would be a part of the chemical site, and we wouldn't be a producer of electricity for the commercial grid. Yeah. And here you see our chances in district heating with the LDR solution of steady energy. We have a heat capacity in Germany of 71 gigawatt, so 6 million homes. And the cost you see on the other side, comparison with the northern Swiss, which is also where the district heating is produced by nuclear. So they have to decarbonize. How could you do this? Can you produce heat with windmill? I don't think so. Hey, Carl, I'm too long?
No, we are coming to the point what we are going to do about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, what we going to do about it? Come on.
Yes, yes. So Ulrich is like a really well-known figure in the nuclear energy circles in Germany, but there is no nuclear company in Germany. There's no company who wants to build new nuclear, except for there were some Estonians who have German roots, and well, that's me. And so after many months of visits to Germany and understanding the situation and finding some wonderful friends in Germany, Herr Markus Wolf and dank Axel Jacobs, we have founded a company in Germany, co-founded 50-50, called Fermi Industriekraft, to actually make new nuclear possible.
Yes.
In Deutschland. And can I be assisted with the signing thing, please? So we're gonna, Tommy, please come on stage, and Markus, please, as well. We're gonna, after some months of cooperation with Finnish Steady Energy, which is developing this wonderful technology that will enable district heating costs to be reduced, and understanding that really it is possible to develop district heating reactors in Germany. Yeah, we're gonna do our serious effort to make it possible. We will talk to the people who are actually operating the Stadtwerke or the utilities in different cities. We're not going to be specific publicly about where or who, but we're going to try quite seriously. And we understand there are possibilities. We're not going to be specific where and how, but we're going to make quite a serious try. And believe really that this technology that is going to be as a demo unit in construction and very likely be developed in Finland is a wonderful technology. So Tommy Nyman, the CEO of Steady Energy, a couple of words about Steady Energy, and then we'll sign the cooperation agreement, right?
Yeah, thank you, Kalv. Yes, Tommy Nyman, CEO of Steady Energy. So we are developing its Finnish technology, only heat producing reactor. And we have on purpose selected heat for our market because we believe this is the way how we build nuclear competitive and market-driven option. And we have started up the company 2.5 years ago, and now we are in a development phase. We are going to have a groundbreaking ceremony tomorrow, actually, in Finland, where we are going to start building our pilot facility. It's going to be full-size reactor module constructed in a retired coal-fired plant here in Helsinki. So I welcome you all to visit us. We can tell you more about our adventure. And we are about to commission the first plant in our schedules early 2030s. So it's a simple straightforward technology to be built underground, very close to the existing heating plants, and that makes this economical solution. So I'm pleased to tell you more during this seminar as well. So.
And a quick comment is also that we got to learn each other like more than a year ago, and we were considering the LDR for the Baltic states, but like fortunately or unfortunately we have so much forest like in Finland, and we still love to burn it, like not like Finland where they want to deploy nuclear for district heating, but so in the Baltic states the mechanism, the incentive mechanism is not so straightforward. But in Germany, they don't have, they have more people than forest, and so they burn gas, and that's why the heating prices are 2 times, 3 times the price level of Tallinn, and so this makes an ideal market. And Markus, few words about where you come from, Mannheim, and...
Yeah, I'm from Mannheim, from Germany. We are a real estate developer. We're investing in large-scale real estate, and we met together, and I thought it's a good idea to start again with nuclear energy in Germany. Germany is the industrial heart of Europe, but to be honest, it's close to a heart attack. So I think it's time to change, and I think it's time to start it. And I think this contract is a good point to start.
Yeah. Okay, we'll do the quick signing. Yep. Give one more pencil here, or we'll use the same. Yeah. And do the second one right away. Yes. Yeah. Yep. Yes, yes, yes. Quickly.
So I just want to finish my presentation. That's really amazing. You know, last year in October, Kalev, was it in October?
Yeah.
I'm a member of the so-called economy advisory in Germany, and one of our members invited Kalev to make a presentation on SMR. And maybe during his presentation, I raised so many questions that he was interested to work with me. So the French ambassador, because I was also in the ExCom of Areva in Paris, he called me always the Dino of nuclear in Germany. So the Dino met this young guy from Estland, and we decided to do something in Germany, and we are on the way, and we are on a good track. Why we are on a good track? Amazing. Now we have Fermi establishing the SMR technology in Germany, and there is a young generation pro-nuclear in Germany. And this is a great news. The managing director of KernD, which is the, let's say, the assembly of all the companies that are working in the nuclear field, she's 40 years old, and there's a new generation coming. So I'm still positive that we can manage it, and we will see a SMR in the 30s in Germany. Thank you so much.
Could you stay on stage for a moment? We have a few questions for you, if you would mind staying.
Okay, ready for questions.
Yes, thank you so much for the nice presentation. And the audience has asked that in Germany, there are plans to build hydrogen-ready gas plants, or CCGT. Wouldn't it be smarter to build nuclear power plants instead?
You know, if it comes to hydro, I go back to the physics. If you want to produce Wasserstoff, hydrogen. If you want to produce hydrogen, you need 53 kilowatt hours. And then you have 1 kilo of hydrogen, which has a content of 33 kilowatt hours. So why do you waste energy? If you want to operate a gas turbine with hydrogen, you need 3 times the volume of normal gas. You need other pipes, everything. So hydrogen has its role in chemistry, but not in energy, not at all.
Thank you. One more, a bit future-looking one. If Germany were to build back its nuclear power plants, would the nuclear waste still be held in storage facilities, or would it consider other options?
You know, if you look at the nuclear waste, first of all, you have to realize that nearly 96% of the so-called nuclear waste is uranium-238. Only 4% is really high active waste. And if you look at the development of the SMRs, you see SMRs that are able to burn this so-called waste, the molten salt, the dual fluid. So in the future, I see that the volume of the waste will be reduced with the new technologies. And Germany, with this complicated political process, will never find a final storage, not if they continue like this, because in 2014, there was a contract about the phase-out, and in the contract, the nuclear power plant operators gave the responsibility of the final storage to the government. And since 2014, nothing at all happened, because the Greens really want to keep this question alive. There is no possibility to store nuclear waste. But if you look at Finland, there is a final storage. If you look at Sweden, there will be a final storage. And from my point of view, I see not one of these castor casks in Germany under earth. Maybe in 10 years or in 15 years, the Chinese, the Koreans will give us an offer and buy the casks and burn the uranium that is still in the fields.
Yes, thank you. And a final one. You made a lot of excellent points in your presentation, but just to re-summarize, from your perspective, what would be the most important thing we should learn about Germany's nuclear experience today?
The most important thing is that if it comes to energy, it's not a question of ideology. It's a question of physics and economy. And another lesson to learn is that the industry never should follow the so-called primate of the policy. You know, they should do what is good for the company, what is good for the country. And from my point of view, next month there will be my book on the market. It's called Kniefall vor der Unvernunft, which is what could be the translation, kneeling before the rationality. Yeah. Okay, irrationality, yeah. And I don't blame the Greens. You can live with a parliament with 15% Greens, that's not a problem. But you can't live with a parliament where all the other parties follow the Green ideology. And this happens in Germany. And especially Merkel, she was the worst. Yeah, she did everything wrong, you know. The contract with gas with Russia, the phase out of nuclear, terrible. And the turmoil we see today, very close to your country. From my point of view, it's also caused by Merkel. Okay.
All right. Thank you very much. That was the final question. Saksamaa on olnud paljudele ühtaegu keeruline ja samas ka väga õpetlik näide. Aga nüüd jätkame kohe praktilise vaatega Hollandist, kus Fermi Energiaga tihedalt seotud ettevõte Orange Hills Energy on samuti võtnud eesmärgiks PVRX 300 tehnoloogia kasutuselevõttu. Welcome to the stage, Aldrik Haier.
Whoa, that's an old picture where I still have hair. Let me just go to the next one, yeah. So, well, everybody, last year was here as well. And I'm going to talk about some differences between last year and this year. Some good and some bad, unfortunately. So can I go to the next slide? Where's the... Do I have it? Yes. So what's new? We've made quite some progress in the Netherlands. As you know, from last year, we aim to build multiple SMRs at 3 locations in the Netherlands. And this year, we're going to announce our first location. So that's going to be great. We also just had a new government, which, contrary to the past government, who wanted to build 2 or 4 big nuclear power plants, now also says it could also be SMRs. I'm not going to go into the reasoning why they said that, but let's say it's just, that's good for us, right? There are also some things that are maybe not so good, and I want to explain them to you because everybody who wants to build SMRs will need to deal with them. So the first one is one I showed last year as well. If you look at our energy prices, so the top graph over there, the darker part is the energy price and the less dark part is the transportation cost. And you see the transportation cost over the years in the Netherlands going up. Then the bottom graph, and that's this one over here, is expected to go up quite substantially. You see between 40 and 60 euros per megawatt hour. And why is this transportation cost going up so much, especially in the Netherlands, is because we focus on wind farms in the sea. And when you do that, you need to connect them, so it's long cables. Energy density is low, so it's a lot of long cables, and prices go up. So right now, if you look at our national grid operator, about 50% of the cost we pay to the national grid operator is due to grids at sea. That raises the cost. It also raises another problem because inland, people try to build solar parks, wind farms, and people try to electrify. So we have a lot of grid congestions. So the red area is where there's a shortage and there's a queue to get connected. This is the supply side. So that means if you want to build an energy project supplying energy to the grid, you have to be in the queue. And because we don't want that people know where they are in the queue, because then it is the same like putting your towel down at a swimming pool, right? Everybody tries to put their towel down. You also don't know when you will get a connection. So for us, that means I go to the grid operator and maybe I want a grid connection for my SMR. They cannot promise us that the grid connection will be ready in time. And if you have a connection, it will be sufficient. That means I cannot finance SMRs when I go to the national grid. And I really want people to listen to this because we're in the Netherlands one of the first, but this is not just a Dutch problem, this is going to be the rest as well. And this is the supply side, this is the demand side. So you try to get it to the grid, but then you need to reach your customers, and this is what our customers are facing. So this is quite the problem that we have. So the prices are going up and the quality is going down. And you see this even more if you look at the electricity itself, right? You have the frequency, you have other aspects of quality of power. And what we're seeing is that the prices are going up substantially and the quality of the power delivered is going down and the reliability is going down. So this is what we're seeing right now. This is not future predictions. This is what we're seeing right now. Other stuff that's a consequence of what we're seeing right now is this. So over the last years, and this is a report, you can see it in the source, 2022-2025, announced closures of industry. There's a lot. And because in the Netherlands we are located at the North Sea, with Germany in the backland, and we also have one of the largest natural gas bubbles in Europe, there's a lot of industry already in the Netherlands. And when energy prices go up, a lot of industry also goes away. So you see here, my country, the Netherlands, is quite well represented in the announcements of industry closing. Now, why is this industry closing? You can read the report, but energy cost is the main factor here. And then low demand, and then you go to the customers and you ask, why is the low demand? Energy prices. It's not funny. It is the reality. It's really not funny. And then if you look at the future and you talk to these companies, this is the picture. So they're shutting down. And sometimes I hear the narrative, well, maybe the old industry should shut down and we need to go to something new. Well, maybe, yeah. But the new isn't coming. Nobody's investing. Because what has happened in Europe is that the fossil gray is a lot more expensive. But the green is also more expensive. And even if you subsidize the green for a while, let's say I have a factory and I run on fossil fuels, and I can be, like with a couple projects, 50% green, then I will still have 50% not green, which costs more than anywhere else. And that means raising the prices of CO2 emission and raising the taxes on gray might feel nice. But what you're actually doing is also making the green investments not possible anymore. So what has happened over the last year for our SMR locations is, when Kalev and I started doing this, for me at least, it was like, we need to do something to keep our industry here. We need to do something to get the prices down. We need to build production of energy and consumption of energy next to each other, not with a large grid in between, right, to keep the cost down. And what we saw last year was that the potential customers we were talking to the years before that, the industrial ones, they all said, we're just going to focus on this year and next year. We're not going to focus on 2030 anymore. We're just going to see, can we survive the next couple of years? And if you come to us and you say, well, you're going to go for this location, then you need your licensing, you need construction and so on. So it's going to take us 7 years. We don't know if we're here in 7 years. And even if we would know that we're here in 7 or 10 years, you're going to ask us, because you're going to do an investment, to buy energy from you for 10 or 20 or 30 years. We're not going to do that. So that means our whole business case for our current industry is not there anymore. And really listen, because this is going to happen in the other countries as well. You're going to hear nice stories, but when you go down to the companies and ask for a signature on a deal, nice story will not get you a signature. So the only way now what we can do is build SMRs and focus on the areas where we can have new industry. So build the SMR and have a new factory. Why? Because anyone building a new factory, they're not going to build it for 5 years or 10 years. When you build a new factory, you're going to build it for 20, 30, 40 years. And when you have security of supply at a low cost, you can actually do that. And for me, I really had to come to the realization and also come to terms with the fact that I cannot do anything for current industry anymore. We need to build new. And I hope that in 7 or 10 years there will still be some industry left, because when we have like 70% finance based on maybe data centers, maybe new industry, we have maybe 30% where we can also help some other factories in the area. You can save these factories, but that's the job of the government. And you can do that in 2 ways. You can do it with subsidies. In the Netherlands, they're called fossil subsidies. So those are tax reductions or subsidies to companies who do innovative stuff, but still in the fossil industry. But the main thing to do is just lower the taxes. Lower the taxes so these companies can survive and actually can invest in a future without CO2 emissions. Of course, we're gonna do that, and we're gonna work as hard as possible, make it so that as soon as possible that we have these SMRs here. And not just one, we're gonna start with 12 units. So we're gonna really roll it out. But to finance this, again, we need the new factories, and maybe then also some of the old can join us. And that's going to be here, and especially in Germany as well, whenever you're going to have maybe an opening to build new nuclear, you're going to have the same problems. So I would like to close on a positive note, because this is not, maybe you view this as really negative, but it's the reality, right? And don't deny the reality. That's not a strategy. We need to have a real strategy, and the real strategy is build a lot of these to get the cost down, to supply the heat, to supply the electricity. And fortunately, now we have a couple of locations, and the first will be announced this year, where we can actually build, where we have a good location, where new industry can also join, and where we can supply data centers with the electricity we need. Right? And that's what we're going to do also with the Fermi team this year. So we're going to really make it happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Aldrich. Few questions to you. If there's questions on the floor, please raise your hand. The microphone will come to you. We have few questions in Slido. So let's start. You said you are starting with 12 units. How many sites these needs?
At least 3.
3 sites. And what is the anticipated schedule for deployment?
So we're going to have the first unit operational in 2033, the second one 2035, and then after that, 1 every year.
Okay. There's 2 questions regarding data centers and e-fuels. Could these be customers for nuclear power plants?
Yes. So of course the data centers, because they need a lot of electricity, and they're going to need more and more. And then for the e-fuels, well, you know, my background is chemical engineering. I also own an engineering firm, so I know how these e-fuels plants work, and they work. It's conventional technology. That's not the issue. The point is, you need CO2 and hydrogen. CO2 is really expensive. Hydrogen is really expensive. The plant is really expensive. It takes a lot of energy, so the fuel is really expensive. It's like thermodynamics, it's equipment. And so the only way you have a business case for that is that you have a customer that says, I really want you to produce this kind of fuel here. So that means if our Department of Defense says, well, maybe for a certain amount of fuel for our boats or whatever, we don't want to be reliant on tankers sailing from the Middle East or the United States. We want to make a part here ourselves. Then you have, okay, it's expensive fuel, but then you have a reason to do it. And then, of course, with an SMR, you're going to have a couple of years of fuel in the SMR, but you can also store like 10 years if you want to. It's not a problem. So then, you know, the current situation in my country is that we have like emergency storage of natural gas and oil. Natural gas is a little bit more for heating, but oil storage is like 3 months. With the SMR and the e-fuels plants, we can have 10 years, no problem. So that's a strategic advantage. And now the question is, who's willing to pay for that?
Thank you. One more question. Why not to consider a large plant?
I don't, I don't have the money. What I always say is it's like, let's say you could build 100 of these SMRs, and you could also build 100 of AP1000 big power plants. If you look at the 100 units of each, the big one's going to be cheaper per megawatt. The problem is the lessons learned, because I build one a year, and these big ones take like 6 to 8 years to build. So my whole team learning the lesson, getting the cost down, will take a lot longer. And it's not just a lot longer. When the first project goes over budget, it's a lot of money. It's hard to finance that as a private company. It's hard to finance the project as a private company, 20 million, right? So if you scale up both, I think the big ones will be cheaper. But the problem is, can you scale up both? And I don't see, my country, the Netherlands, is not big enough for that. Maybe Germany, but the United States maybe could scale up the big ones to get the cost down. But even then, and I don't want to take too much of your time, there are some more advantages just to SMRs. So if you look at a certain location, right? So for instance, you're a data center and you want electricity. And it's really important that you get electricity every day, 24 hours a day. So you have a grid connection. So now I come along and I say, I can build you an SMR. And you say, great, what's the uptime of the SMR? And I said, well, it's really high. Yeah, but is it 100%? Well, no. Okay, then we still need the grid connection. And because we don't know when we need the grid connection, we need the availability of the grid connection all the time. So the contracted amount of power stays the same, and then the cost stayed the same for the grid, and then I also have the cost for the SMR. That won't work. But when you have like an SMR that's down a couple weeks a year, and you have 4 SMRs at this location, then I can guarantee a grid-like uptime for 3 SMRs. So in our case, 900 megawatts. And then I have 300 extra megawatts where I say, well, maybe you can deal with it being down sometime, or maybe we build some other form of backup. And then you can get really rid of the grid connection, right? So that's good. So now imagine I want to do the same, because this is just statistical. Now imagine I want to do the same, deliver the same security of supply with big power plants. Then I need 4 big power plants at a location behind the meter. Tell me, where is the 5, 10 gigawatt data center that can use that? And even then, we build our business case on consumers at a location, but if I build my business case on one customer and the one customer goes bad in 5 years, then I have a problem. So I need a location where I have like 10 customers, diversify the risk. So that's the big advantage of SMRs, the learning curve. Getting the cost down will go quicker. I'm not gonna pretend that I know for sure it's gonna go well, right? But if you compare it to the big ones and you say it's a similar way, it will go quicker. And you can supply behind the meter with a certain reliability where you cannot do that with the big ones. And that's why our government states the big ones have a system function in the energy grid, and the SMRs have a local function. And now the funny thing is, a couple of SMRs can then always also have a system function, of course, but the other way around not. So that's why SMRs.
Thank you very much, Aldrich. Nii, teeme nüüd väikse energiapausi. Kohv on nagu tuumkütus, mis hoiab meil tuled põlemas ja silmad säramas. Koguneme taas kell 11:20. Coffee break. Let's be back at 11:20. Thank you.
Head osalejad, konverentsiprogramm jätkub 5 minuti pärast. Palume teil liikuda tagasi saali. Head osalejad, konverentsiprogramm jätkub 1 minuti pärast. Palume teil liikuda tagasi saali.
Tere tulemast tagasi. Loodan, et paus oli kosutav. Ees ootab veel palju põnevaid ettekandeid ja järgmiseks räägime rahast. Rootsi uute tuumajaamade rahastamismudel on viimasel ajal pälvinud suurt rahvusvahelist tähelepanu ning kindlasti pakub see ka huvitavaid paralleele ning mõtlemisainet siin Eestis. Please welcome on stage Kristina Padron.
Thank you very much. Okay, my background is from the Ministry of Finance in Sweden. And I will talk about how we support new nuclear in Sweden. And then the Ministry of Finance is very interested, because it's a lot of money going into this. Alongside the Ministry for Energy and Enterprise. So my background is not nuclear, and I'm head of a secretariat in the Ministry of Finance and we are the ones working with this support program. We're only 7 people, but we work within the government office, so of course there are other people supporting us too, but we are 7 people with expertise in corporate finance, in the legal matters, the agreements we are supposed to sign, and also the state aid process that we need to go through with the European Commission. So it's like a tight team, though. And from Sweden, then, we have 6 nuclear reactors in operation. We used to have 12. And like in Germany, 6 of them have been closed down in advance, for different reasons. But these 6 reactors we have, they account for approximately 30% of the electricity production in Sweden. And they are planned to remain in operation until 2040, about. And maybe there will be lifetime extensions also. All of them are light water reactors. And since we have also, in the electricity system, we have the nuclear and we have also the water power from the waterfalls. And also we have wind and some solar. But it's 99% fossil-free, the electricity system. So why do we want to build more nuclear reactors then? There are a lot of reasons to that, but one is also that our energy system is about 70% fossil-free. So the decision from the government and all the parties really is to produce more fossil-free electricity to be able to make the industry and transport system transfer them from oil and coal and gas to fossil-free electricity. And the government in charge now, they have assessed that Sweden needs to build new nuclear reactors to safeguard future electricity needs. We also see that if we want to get new industry, new companies into Sweden, we need more electricity. We need to improve supply reliability in the electricity system. Since we closed down reactors, we have a more volatile, unstable system that makes the prices also more volatile over the year. And more problem, really. And it makes it also, since, I mean, the industry that really needs a lot of electricity, they want it 24/7 and like every second a year. They don't want it to shut down every now and then. So then the nuclear is also the most stable energy source, beside the water also. And also, of course, we want to ensure competitive electricity prices for customers. There is a goal for at least the first new nuclear reactors to be operational in the mid-2030s. It's getting close very fast here, but that goal is still up there. And that goal is for like 2,500 megawatts of nuclear, new nuclear. And the goal is also, well, because of all these goals, they have introduced this state support then to, well, to get investors really. We won't have any investors without state support. That's very clear. At least not for the first reactors built until maybe if the SMR programs are very successful, they won't need state support in the long run, but I think that's quite far away though. So what have we done now for this support model? We have an act on state aid for investments in new nuclear power that the Parliament adopted here in May 2025. I say also the support program is limited to 5,000 gigawatts, or megawatts, 5 gigawatts then. So and that's, the dimension is a bit also for that we need to build a new deposit, a new like final storage then for the new reactors. And to have that, to make it economical, the reason, well, the estimate is that we need to build, we need like new reactors of about 4 or 5 gigawatts then. Okay, and then the support model, it consists of government loans that are favorable, and contract for difference, that's a price hedging mechanism then, and then a risk and gain share mechanism that works through these loans and CFDs then. The loans are like the most important part when you build the reactors. Then you have the financing through the loans. And you can get, we had an inquiry developing this model, and they were like, okay, say 75% loan, 25% equity, but it might, that will be negotiated. It might be a bit higher maybe, loan part. But with the loans, you can keep down the construction costs, because you can have this very favorable interest rate then. And you don't have to put up any security either. And the government also take the risks during the construction phase. If this fails, the loans are like, we write them off. And so we can pay out loans then from the preparatory phase, and then through the construction phase and the test operation. But then when you get into commercial operation, there will be a contract for difference. And I mean, that consists of really that then you will have kind of secured how much you can get paid for the electricity. It doesn't secure the profit, but it secures the payment then. So much more secure than just trust for the electricity prices to be high. I will get back to some of this towards the end, the details. The project must be at least 300 megawatt to apply for support then. And and what I said now is we don't, like here in Sweden, that was unique from other countries, it builds on applications. So the project company or the owners of the project company need to find a site. They need to build up this project. They need to start a new company, because if you want the support, we want to control that support doesn't leak to any other part of a company. So it's a new started company that build new reactors with this support. They cannot have any other business case in there. But the owners then, they need to come up with do mainly everything, which is, I mean, that's hard in a way. So it's, I guess, I'm sure there is advantages for, in Estonia, for example, that the government, like, kind of, this is a site, who wants to build on this site, who can build on this site. Then you have reduced the problems a lot. But here, it's not like that in Sweden, though. So you submit an application, and that will be processed through us. Besides this act, we also have an economic framework that we set up in the budget bill for 2026. And it's for, we start now for around half of the 5,000 megawatts, so up till 2,500 megawatts. A little less we think it will count for, but. And then we set up like a frame for the lending for 12 years of lending. That counted for, we have a frame there for lending for, that is 220 billion Swedish crowns. So if you divide it by 10, it will be about the euros, 22 million euros. We expect it to take 12 years to build here, and we also have a margin for delays. Because the parliament, they always in Sweden set up like the highest cost you can, what's the highest cost you can, well, a roof for the cost and also a time frame. So they never give us mandate for forever, like. So there is a time frame and there is a cost frame. We also have a risk reserve for, we said, there is for the loan frame for the expected cost and then a risk reserve for unexpected costs, overruns. And that's 100% cost overrun. So you need to, but what many do now, as we see, is they look at what did Olkiluoto cost, but what did Hinkley cost, what did Sizewell, what do we think they will cost, what will Pay cost, what will Dukovany cost? I mean, and those are higher, they are quite high. So if you start from that baseline, had that as a baseline, we really hope that 100% overrun will cover overruns then. But there are like worries. I mean, we start from that very high point, and then we have a 200% overrun. That will be a difficult business case. But we have 100% at least here, place for overruns. And then when you are in the operation phase, we have also a frame now for the CFDs, and we have a 40-year. We think that they will be inactive in 40 years, because that's what the Commission has decided for the other cases that have been tried with the Commission. So maybe also the loans, 40 years of loans, maybe they can be paid back earlier. They are loans, so they are supposed to be paid back. But the cost for the government in the long run is the CFD, where we believe the strike price, like for the CFD, will be higher than the average electricity price. So then we have to pay the company for that. 40 years of operation and some margin for delays also here. So I just go into the components a little bit more. You know the components here, and they are common now. I mean, there are some projects now in Europe with new reactors. There used to be none, but now there are. And it looks more and more like this. It's loans, it's a contract for difference, it's a risk and gain share mechanism. So it's nothing odd about the Swedish model there. And just to repeat, I mean, it's the state lends directly to the project company. from the National Debt Office, and we assume the credit risk. The project company borrows at the subsidized rate during construction, and we also have this risk reserve that in part finance cost overruns. And in part is, I mean, like I said, we require that there are equity. We say there need to be skin in the game. There need to be a drive to be efficient and held the cost down as much as possible. And how do we achieve that? It's how we design the support model then. The contract for difference is, like I said, it's a two-way. So if you have, if the strike price is set, and if the average electricity price in the market then is higher, will be higher than the strike price, then the project company pays to the government then, to the state. But if the average market price is lower than the strike price, then we pay the company. So they know that they have the strike price. And it's calculated on reference capacity. So it's not on how you run the reactor. It's decided ex ante. So you kind of know how much you can earn, but there will still be incentives to make even better profits than from the market. You can make it better if you produce more than the reference capacity, for example. And I mean, there is a lot of, I mean, there are worries from, at least from other energy sources, and maybe from the existing nuclear plants also, that this will be a market distortion. And we just try to minimize that when we design it also. And then, this is not a clear picture here, because this is really, I think, for us, this mechanism is the hardest part in the model. The loan are pretty straightforward. You have to, I mean, there are, how do you incentivize that, and what should the loan share be, what should the rate be, and so, but it's kind of straightforward. The CFD is, of course, complicated, but it's a mechanism used, and we will not use any other mechanism than other countries there. So there are experience. The risk and gain share mechanism that was proposed from the inquiry we had made a very, it was like a nice, or it was good, but it made a 50-50 split on the risks. You just split all the risk between the government and the company. So you didn't have to define every risk and think of who caused this risk. Because what you do in other countries is you see who can control the risk. Is it the project company who can control this risk? They should bear it. Or is it, like when it comes to regulatory changes, that would be the government. One reason, you should bear those risks. But here it was more like a 50-50 share. Otherwise, so that we struggle with, and well, I was going to say that in the end also, because the Commission didn't really like that. They thought it was not incentivizing enough, and that there will be a risk for overcompensation also, when it was wasn't a very clear division of risks. So that we struggle a little bit with. But otherwise, in this mechanism, what you do, you set like a floor for invested equity and return of investment, and you set also a roof for the return of investment. And within that range, everything is fine. If you are below the floor, we can make the interest rate more favorable. We can raise the strike price to get the company to get back in a better return. And if they make a big profit, it will be above the roof, it will be the other way around, that the strike price will be lower, the interest rates less favorable, and so. For a while, it's not forever, it's a mechanism that's the most difficult thing in the model, and I think for all countries it is. Okay, I'm just going to show how does the application work. I mean, it's not a difficult application, really. The difficulty is probably what's in it still. I mean, it's not a 500-page. It's really a very short application, the one we have. But I mean, you need to set up the company. You need to provide a management from that is good and qualified for the purpose. And we want, of course, very serious owners for the company also. You need to have the location, disposal over the location. You need to, you have to explain at least how are the conditions for connections to the electricity grid. Like, do we need to build more grid? That will take time. Or are there possibilities already? You don't have to have made your vendor choice. Some have, some haven't probably, but if you haven't, you present the alternatives planned. Reactor technology, reactor model, number of reactors, capacity. And then you plan all the way from preparatory measures through commissioning until decommissioning, all the way, the waste handling, everything. And we want to know, of course, do you have capital to invest in this company? How much capital do you have? And also, have you started the process for applying for the permits? We expect not that they have handed in the permit, but that they have started the process, like with the nuclear safety authority and so. And then if everything is fine on that step, we will ask to have more details so we can calculate on the support model. Like, what are the electricity production? What is the operating period? And the costs, of course. The cost for planning, preparatory, the cost for construction, test operation, and then in the operation time, commercial operation time. So, what do we have? What are we working with now? Then we opened for application August the 1st. It was not like a rush because this is difficult, and there are potential applicants, but we see that they struggle with a lot of things to really be prepared to build new reactors. But we have one application. The company is brand new, Videberg Kraft it's called, but it's owned by Vattenfall, who is the biggest electricity producer in Sweden. They own it to 80%, and they have also a company called Industrikraft. It's also a fairly new company that is started by large Swedish corporations. There were 17 of them, but now 9 of them have decided to go into nuclear. So Industrikraft is now like more a nuclear company, and the others will maybe work with wind or other energy systems. But the corporation started it really because, I mean, they want to support Sweden to have more stable energy then. They see the need for that. And the plan from this Videberg Kraft, it's called here VKAB, is to build SMRs, 1,500 megawatts, nearby an existing reactor in Ringhals, it's called then, where they have large-scale reactors. And we anticipate maybe this will be the first SMR project tried by the European Commission. So we don't have much, maybe they will just try it like a large-scale reactor, but it will be the first though. So we don't have any precedent on that, but we have precedents on other cases. And we have started the negotiations. And I wrote here with very small letters, we have some key issues. One is state ownership. What Vattenfall says is that, well, maybe I should say also, since we are here in the GE Hitachi talk, that they haven't made the final vendor choice, Vattenfall or the VKAB here. They have had a long process with a lot of vendors, and now they have a choice of 2 left. And one is 3 Rolls-Royce SMR reactors, and the other one is 5 BWRX 300 from GE Vernova Hitachi. So, and you cannot talk to me about that because I do not make the vendor choice. But we'll see what they will choose. They will choose this year at least. And maybe it's interesting to know this about the ownership, though, because what Vattenfall has declared very early is that they cannot themselves consolidate those loans that this will end up to on their balance sheet without risking its credit rating. They will be downrated if they do that. And that will, cost, then all of their production will be affected. So they have done quite an exercise on that with rating institutes. And to avoid that, they ask for one with a bigger balance sheet. That's the government, the state, to take a majority share then in the project company. So that is something we negotiate with them. We have Industrikraft, they took 20%, as you saw. Vattenfall now has 80%, and they want to go down and be, so we must take at least 51% from the government side. And we don't want that to be part of the support. If we go in as owners, we want to do it on market terms. So the government should be an owner like the other owners and work for the companies, best on market terms then, and on equal terms. So we have to negotiate, but still, if we don't go in as owners, this project won't happen. So is it a support or not? And the Commission, European Commission, will look at it as a whole. So they will look at the support, and they will look at the ownership as well. So everything will be looked upon. And it's very interlinked. This secretariat here, we are negotiating both the ownership and the support. That's a little bit having 2 hats on, 2 different hats. But still, it's very interlinked, the shareholder agreement and the support agreements, because you cannot let any of the support leak to the owners. It needs to stay in the project company, all that money. So there cannot be any leakage. And then you have to look at the shareholder agreement. So we still, we have 2 hats on, but it's also very hard to just disconnect those 2. Yeah, and the risk-sharing model, I said, we struggle with that. And then we have, the last thing here is we have an ongoing dialogue also with other applicants, and might be a couple, maybe 2, applying for support this spring. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. A lot of interesting questions have been collected from the audience. So I'm going to take an extra few moments and minutes here. I think you briefly already mentioned it, but if the expected lending is over 12 years, at what point in the development process does that start? Before or after planning permission?
It starts planning permission. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by?
I assume they might mean the site permission that when they get
No, we decided, the inquiry suggested that we shouldn't give any support until all the permits were, they have the permits for nuclear, well, to build nuclear and the environmental permits. But we changed that. We figured that that is way too late to have the financing secured. It cost a lot of money, all the process, all the way there.
Yeah.
Because that's all the way till the FID, the final investment decision. So here, as it's when we have the state aid approval from the Commission, you get the money, and we count it from really the date you applied, in a way. So you get it also for the preparatory works. Yeah.
Right, thank you. And could the public aid be allocated to foreign companies? For example, Fortum.
Yes, as long as they will be tried with this. I mean, the companies are tried through it's the law we have, what is it called now? Well, for foreign investment, there is a law on, we have an agency just looking into all foreign investments in Sweden for security reasons. So kind of, if you can pass that and you're a foreign company, we're happy to have foreign companies also.
Right.
Yes.
Thank you. And is such a state loan to a developer acceptable from the EU legislation point of view as a state aid to a private company?
Take it from the beginning.
Is such a state loan to a developer?
Yeah. Yes. Also, there are no. I mean, state loans. That's common. They have this. The only thing the Commission is like, it's how favorable are the loans then. But I mean, they have decided on and accepted loans for 40-year loans and so. What they look on the Commission is really the rate of return. You cannot be overcompensated. You cannot distort the market, and you cannot, make too much profit on this. That's what they. So they look at it all as a package. Yeah.
Right.
But loans are fine. Yeah.
And the final question: does this support in Sweden consider also the decommissioning process?
No. Not. That's a separate area, and we don't. That's a lot of work going on with that too. But no. And it's the polluter pay principle. So that's the funding principle with. Yeah.
Right.
For many years funding.
Right.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Very interesting presentation.
Yes, thank you.
Sorry, Christina. Turns out there's
one more question. Agri South University of Latvia. When we are talking about financing the nuclear power plant via contract of differences and others, there are a lot more payments in a system than just payment for electricity, like balancing payments, power reservation payments, etc. How are they included into the future financing of nuclear power plant?
I think, I'm not the expert on this really, but I believe we look at all the project as a whole, and it will be, it will be followed for a long time after operation also, and checked how the rate of return is on the company as a whole. It is the company as a whole we look upon. Everything will be looked upon. Also when designing the CFD, I guess, and the strike price and so. I can't do any better answer, I think. But it's everything goes into the model.
It's perfect.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ja nüüd liigume tagasi Eesti konteksti. Asukoha valik on iga tuumaprojekti juures üks olulisemaid samme, sest just selles etapis selgub, kuhu ja millistel tingimustel üldse jaama rajada saaks. Nüüd järgmises ettekandes saame ülevaate Eesti tuumajaama asukoha valiku eriplaneeringu hetkeseisust. Palun, Diana, lava on sinu.
Tere! Mul paluti siis see ettekanne teha eesti keeles, et kes siis soovib tõlget, saate siis kasutada siis kõrvaklappe. Ja annan täna teile Fermi Energia poolt ülevaate planeeringu hetkeseisus, sellepärast et riiklik protsess ei ole veel hetkel nii kaugele jõudnud, aga et ma olen kindel, et järgmine aasta seisab siin teie ees juba Majandus-Kommunikatsiooniministeeriumi planeeringute eest vastutav projektijuht ja saab siis juba anda ülevaate ka riigi protsessidest, kuhu ja kui kaugele siis täpselt juba jõutud on. Natukene siis võib-olla lihtsalt ülevaadet, et kus me täna oleme. Riik algatas siis eriplaneeringu, meie tegime taotluse, riik võttis selle vastu, analüüsis, algatas. Ja täna oleme siis nii kaugel, et just lõppes hange, ehk siis Majandus-Kommunikatsiooniministeerium korraldas hanke ja hanke eesmärk on siis leida siis ekspert, kellel on siis meeskond, kes siis hakkab seda planeeringut teostama ja läbi viima. Ja eeldatav siis valik on siis kuskil siin veebruar-märts, et siis peaks juba selguma, et kes on siis see ekspert, kes hakkab siis seda planeeringut teostama. Ja selle valiku langetab siis Majandus-Kommunikatsiooniministeerium ja loomulikult siis meil on võimalus siis ka konsulteerida ja osaleda selles protsessis. Lihtsalt hästi lühidalt riigipoolsest siis hetkeseisust, et hange on läbi ja see meeskond on hästi soliidne, kes siis seda planeeringut koostama hakkab. Nõutud on siis 39 erinevat eksperti ja nagu näete väga paljudes erinevates valdkondades. Mis on võib-olla huvitav välja tuua, et ilmselt suht esimest korda on nõutud ka julgeolekueksperti seoses siis sõjategevusega Ukrainas ja loomulikult siis ka tuumapädevust, et see on siis võib-olla erinevus võrreldes siis nende eriplaneeringutega, mis siis täna on meil klassikaliselt Eestis toimub, et kõik muu on siis sama. Mis on riigi eriplaneering, et ilmselt eestlastele on see teada, mujal maailmas on niisugune tükk tööd seletamist, et mis asi see riigi eriplaneering on tuumajaama asukoha valikul, sest et mujal sellist mehhanismi väga ei ole. Et mujal on see valik ikkagi arendaja enda teha, kokkuleppel siis kohalikega ja kohalike omavalitsustega. Meil on siis, langetab valiku siis Majandus-Kommunikatsiooniministeerium ja selle kinnitab siis Vabariigi Valitsus, ehk siis arendaja ise saab teha ettepanekuid, aga lõpliku otsuse langetab siis selle asukoha osas siiski riik. Ja ta koosneb siis hetkel meil 2 etapist. Esimeses etapis, see on siis, siit ei ole väga näha, et esimene etapp on siis riigi eriplaneering asukoha eelvalik. Selles etapis valitakse siis välja mitmetest erinevatest kandidaatidest siis üks asukoht ja teine etapp on siis eriplaneeringu kinnitamine ehk detailne lahendus. See on siis, hõlmab siis seda, kus siis sellest ühest valitud asukohast, seda siis hakatakse põhjalikult uurima ja jõutakse siis ütleme niimoodi lõplikule järeldusele, et jah, see on ohutu, see sobib tuumajaama ehitamiseks. Ja mõlemad etapid siis kinnitab Vabariigi Valitsus ja kui mõlemad etapid on läbi, siis sisuliselt tunnistataksegi siis ka riigi poolt see asukoht siis kõlblikuks. Ja siis saab minna juba edasi ehitusloa taotlusesse ja regulaatoriga siis läbirääkimistesse. Siin on näha siis planeeringuala, et see on siis see, mis on nüüd ametlikult hankesse üles läinud. See on siis Ida-Eestis, Ida- ja Lääne-Virumaal asuvad siis 2 vallas. Viru-Nigula ja Lüganuse vald on siis need, kus siis täna kaalutakse, et milline võiks olla siis kõige sobivam asukoht tuumajaamale. See on ajalooliselt olnud selline tööstuslik piirkond. Ida-Virumaal eriti on siis elektrienergiat siiamaani ka toodetud fossiilkütustest, ehk siis oleks selline loomulik sobivus võib-olla tööjõu ja loodusolude poolest. Ja miks ala nii suur on tihti küsitud, et loomulikult vajab tuumajaam ka ühendusi võrguga, alajaamadega, ehk siis tuleb leida ka korralikud võrgutrassid ja seetõttu on see ala nii suur, et tuumajaama enda ala nii suur ei ole. Lihtsalt väike võib-olla siis ülevaade, et et mis on hästi huvitav planeeringu käigus, inimesed käivad erinevatel infotundidel, kuulavad ülevaateid ja tihti lähevad mingid asjad kaduma ja siis, millega me oleme hiljuti kokku puutunud, hakkavad tekkima sellised põnevad linnalegendid, et mis siis tegelikult toimub ja loomulikult mingi osa alati tuumaprojektide juures on ka niisugused väikesed võib-olla vandenõuteooriad, et kindlasti ikkagi midagi sepitsetakse rohkem. Ehk siis antud planeeringus on ikkagi 2 tuumareaktorit ja seda siis teenindav ala nagu kõrvalhooned, jahutustornid ja nii edasi, mis on vajalikud siis nende reaktorite funktsioneerimiseks, pluss siis võrguühendused. Et ei ole tegemist 4 reaktoriga, ei ole tegemist mitme asukohaga, et ikkagi tuleb üks asukoht, millele tuleb siis 2 reaktorit. Et see on siis selle planeeringu sisu, et siin olen kuulnud lihtsalt, et on selliseid erinevaid teooriaid, et ikkagi tehakse mitmesse kohta ja rohkem, et hetkel küll sellist plaani ei ole. Väike võib-olla niisugune ülevaade lihtsalt, et mis siis selle esimese etapi ajakava on. Et hetkel on siis Majandus-Kommunikatsiooniministeeriumi poolt antud siis selline eeldatav ajakava, kus siis esimeses etapis valitakse erinevate asukohtade seast ekspert teeb ettepaneku, töötab välja valikukriteeriumid ja valib välja siis, hankes on öeldud 1–5, keskmiselt 3, praktika näitab Eestis, et 2–3 on tavaliselt see, millega minnakse, mida hakatakse uurima esimeses etapis, mis on selline mõistlik valim. Peale seda, kui siis ütleme sellest suurest alast on siis valitud need 2–3, hakatakse siis juba neid alasid kaaluma, kui vaja, siis tehakse täiendavaid uuringuid, kui info on puudulik, et kaaluda. Ja mis on põhieesmärk, kaardistatakse ära ka, et mida on vaja uurida siis tulevikus teises etapis, et olla siis täiesti kindlad oma valikus. Ja loomulikult on siis erinevad avalikkusega konsultatsioonid ja on siis päris mitmed ringid, kus siis on vaja kooskõlastada ka ministeeriumitega. Ja täna siis põhimõtteliselt kõik ministeeriumid on kaasatud, kuna tuumaenergia on niisugune lai valdkond, ehk siis hästi suur selline väljakutse on tegelikult ka kõikide nende kooskõlastuste operatiivne saamine, et asjad ei kipuks venima. Et kui on väga palju ametnikke, palju ministeeriumeid koos, siis asjad kipuvad venima, et see on niisugune, ma arvan, hästi huvitav väljakutse meile, et kuidas siis sellist, nagu minister oma avasõnades ütles, suurimat tööstusinvesteeringut Eestis siis tegelikult efektiivselt ka menetleda ja seda planeerida. Et see tuleb huvitav. Ja täna on siis eelduslik esimese etapi lõpp on siis kuskil 2027 sügis. Mis on võib-olla oluline, mida me oleme siiamaani ka teinud, et loomulikult tuumajaam toob lisaks mõjudele, toob ka väga palju kasu. Et siiamaani me oleme hästi palju selgitustööd teinud mõjude osas. Eelmisel aastal tegin teile ka ülevaate, et kus me käinud oleme ja inimestel on hästi palju küsimusi, hirme, mis on täiesti loomulik, et meil Eestis ei ole tuumaenergiat, meil pole seda ajalugu ja meil on võib-olla ka natukene selline mitte kõige meeldivam ajalugu, eks ole, idanaabri tõttu, et siis oli vaja hästi palju selgitada, et mis on siis need mõjud ja mis siis tegelikult tänapäeva tuumajaam üldse endast kujutab. Ja teine pool, mis on oluline, millele me võib-olla siiamaani väga palju rõhku ei pannud, aga nüüd tuleks rohkem rõhku panna, on ka see, et mis kasu tegelikult ühiskond tuumajaamas saab. Et kui võrrelda seda ikkagi teiste objektidega, siis tuumajaam toob ka piirkonda väga palju kasu, seda näitavad ka Põhjamaade praktika, ta elavdab tunduvalt seda piirkonda ja mis on võib-olla üks uus huvitav asi, on ka see, et täna ka tuumaseaduse eelnõus on sisse pandud selline asi nagu tuumaenergia tootmise tasu, ehk siis kuna väga keeruline on aru saada, et mis on siis, või defineerida see keskkonnamõju, kuna tuumajaam on tegelikult suhteliselt puhas, tal ei tule, eks ole, mingit õhuemissioone, seal ei toimu kaevandamist, siis keskkonnamõju määratleda on väga keeruline, ehk siis aga samas inimestel on ikkagi palju hirme ja küsimusi, et mis saab, kuidas saab, mis mu kinnisvara hindades saab ja nii edasi, mis on, ma arvan, iga tuumaprojekti puhul sellised loomulikud küsimused. Siis täna on siis Kliimaministeeriumi juhtimisel välja töötatud tuumaenergia seadus ja see näeb siis ette sellist asja nagu kompensatsioon ka kohalikule elanikule, kes jääb siis tuumajaama lähedusse elama. Ehk siis 2 kilomeetri raadiuses on täna eelnõus. Ja see on selline arvestatav summa, mis siis tegelikult see inimene siis saab selle eest, et ta selle tuumajaama ka vastu võtab. Lisaks muudele hüvedele, nagu töökohad, maksud, kindlasti erinevad sotsiaalprojektid ja mis on ka meie soov, et ikkagi võimalikult palju inimesi ikkagi sellesse valda ju elama jääks. Nad peavad iga päev tööl käima, et neile tuleks luua ka selline elamisväärne keskkond. Üks väga oluline osa, mida me siiamaani oleme teinud Fermi Energia poolt siis ja kindlasti tulevikus hakkab tegema rohkem ka siis planeeringut läbi viiv ekspert ja Majandus-Kommunikatsiooniministeerium, aga kuna hetkel nad on alles hankes, eks ole, nad ei tea, kes seda tegema hakkab, siis oleme me selle rolli enda peale võtnud. Ja kindlasti jätkame ka tulevikus enda poolt. Ehk siis, mis on hästi oluline, on ka kohaliku kogukonna kaasamine. Et mulle väga meeldib, Sandor ütles kunagi, et tuumajaama salaja ei ehita, et minu meelest on selline hästi hea filosoofia, et mida me oleme ka hoidnud siin aastaid. Ja oleme siis tegelikult inimestega kooskõlastanud erinevaid uuringuid, erinevaid otsuseid, neile need lahti seletanud etapiviisiliselt, miks midagi on valitud, miks midagi on välistatud, kuhu me oleme jõudnud. Ja hästi põnev mul endal oli jälgida see, et ühe külje pealt inimesed ootavad, et kõik otsused oleks nagu tehtud, ole konkreetne, tule ütle mulle, kuidas asjad on, ja teise külje pealt inimesed soovivad olla kaasatud. Ehk siis, need ei käi nagu kokku, sellepärast, et kui otsused on tehtud, siis sind ei ole kaasatud, eks ole, aruteludesse. Ja alguses oli palju segadust, et teil ju numbrid muutuvad ja arvud muutuvad ja kas te ikka saate aru, mis te teete, aga nüüd on inimesed jõudnud kuidagi sellesse etappi, kus nad saavad aru, et neid on päriselt sisuliselt kaasatud, nad näevadki, kuidas projekt on sündinud ja muutunud ja arenenud ja nad saavadki aru, et ühtegi suurt asja ei tehta ju niimoodi, et ärkad hommikul üles ja kõik on selge, eks ole, et kõik nõuab uurimist, etapiviisilist lähenemist ja neil on juba hästi konstruktiivsed mõtted, tagasisided ja nüüd ei ole enam küsimus pigem, et kas me teeme tuumajaama, vaid küsimus on, et kuidas me seda teeme. Mis on need parimad lahendused, kuhu seda võiks teha, mida veel vaja on. Ehk siis hästi põnev on jälgida nüüd, mul on siin toodud aastast 2022 kuni 2025, oleme siis läbi viinud üle 80 infotunni, kus on osalenud siis üle 700 inimese ja lisaks sellele oleme teinud siis ka kogemusreise Olkiluotosse, ehk siis Soome, väga hea lähedal minna. Olkiluoto on hästi esinduslik ja äge tuumajaam, kust on meil ka palju õppida. Ja see on aidanud jõuda sinna, kus inimesed on, kes on käinud, alati kõigile 100% loomulikult tuumaenergia ei meeldi ja ei peagi meeldima, aga väga suuri osa inimesi on tegelikult aru saanud, et mis on siis tänapäeva tuumajaam. See ei ole see, millega me oleme ajaloos harjunud, et elu on päris palju edasi liikunud, tehnoloogia on edasi liikunud ja inimesed on hakanud väga palju kaasa mõtlema ja nendest hirmudest üle saanud. Et on olnud lugusid, kus näiteks üks naistervas ütles, et ta ei saanud terve öö magada, et ta nii kartis, aga ta ikkagi tuli. Ja kui ta seal ära käis, siis tegelikult ei olnudki midagi hullu, et ütles, et ta oli isegi natuke pettunud, et ta kujutas endale seda hoopis mustemana ja hullemana ette, kui see tuumajaam tegelikult on. Et lõpuks ta ütles, et see on nagu haigla, et see on nii puhas ja särav, et ta oli isegi nagu pettunud, et oli igav. Et hirmul on suured silmad ja kui inimene ei tea, on selle asja mõte, siis me kipume neid tühimikke täitma siis kõige hullemate versioonidega. See on meie loomulik kaitsemehhanism, kaitsereaktsioon, mida me kõik teeme selle jaoks, et ellu jääda, et seda ei saa ka pahaks panna. Ja võib-olla siis eelmise aasta kokkuvõte, et mida me oleme siis siiamaani teinud. Eelmine aasta oli meil siis kokku 23 kohtumist, kus oli siis kuskil 277 osalejat ja 19 erinevas asukohas. Et me ise peame järge, me palume inimestel ka oma nimed kirja panna, kes käivad ja mida me veel teeme, me paneme alati kirja nende mured. Ehk siis kuna täna riik ise veel infopäevasid korraldada ei saa, kuna nad ei ole veel ametlikult protsessis, siis meie eesmärk on see, et me võimalikult palju inimesi harime ja valmistame ette, sest tuumajaam on võib-olla keeruline teema. Praktika näitab, et inimesed ei saa kohe aru, mis see on. Ja kui nüüd kujutate ette, et neile tulevad sellised lademetes uuringud, eks ole, et nüüd on sul 30 päeva aega otsustada ja mõtle nüüd, kas sa tahad ei taha, siis nad ei suuda seda teha. Neil on vaja tegelikult enne aru saada, võib-olla oma hirmudest rääkida, uurida, veenduda ja siis nad on valmis sulle alles konstruktiivselt kaasa mõtlema. Ehk see on siis see töö, mida me täna oleme teinud, et siis võimalikult palju ikkagi inimesi informeerida ja ette valmistada, et kui me ametlikus protsessis oleme, siis nad on konstruktiivsed ja nad on võimelised kaasa mõtlema. Ja mis iganes nende otsus on, see on täiesti okei. Oluline on, et see on teadmiste põhjal siis langetatud. Ja tegime ka väikese sellise sõnapilve, et küsisime siis inimestelt, et mis on siis sellised nagu murekohad, millest nad tahaksid rohkem teada, mis on siis nende hirmud ja iga kord, kui meil need avalikud arutelud on, siis mul on selline hästi tore kolleeg Liis, kes on siis koha peal, kohalik inimene, väga tihedalt ka kohaliku kogukonnaga suhtleb, siis me alati kaardistame need ära, need märksõnad ja teemad, et me ise ka teame, millest me räägime, et ei ole niimoodi, et me lihtsalt tuleme ja peame siin teile ettekannet, vaid me päriselt ka hoolime, tahame aru saada, et mis need mured siis tegelikult inimestel on ja hirmud. Et väga halb on ju hirmuga elada, et see on paha tunne. Ja siin on siis sõnapilvel, mida suurem see on, seda rohkem on seda mainitud, mis on siis inimeste ootused, millest nad tahaksid rohkem teada nüüd sellel aastal. Et nad tahaksid kuulda ohutusest, ehk siis nad on juba tuumajaama omaks võtnud, nüüd on neil küsimus, kuidas tuumajaama kõrval siis elu käib, eks ole, kuidas see mind mõjutab, kas see on ohutu. Nad tahaksid teada rohkem planeeringust, kohalikust kasust, ehk mis kasu ma sellest saan. Usaldus on väga oluline teema ja jällegi usalduse sa saad võita ainult siis, kui sa oled kohal, kui sa oled avatud ja sa räägid ja suhtled nende inimestega, et usaldust ei saa võita, kui inimene sind ei näe, eks ole, mingisuguseid ettekandeid saates või tekste saates, et usaldus on see, kui ta on su kõrval ja ta näeb, milline inimene sa oled. Et see on see, millega tuleb tegeleda, millega me tegelenud. Jäätmed on loomulikult teema, kinnisvara hind on teema, mis on täiesti elementaarne loomulik inimese hirm, kui ta seal juures elab, et mis ma teen, kuidas see mind mõjutab, ehk siis sellised hästi praktilised teemad. Ja kui me vaatasime algusaja teemasid, siis oligi küsimus, et kas üldse tuumajaam, mis on mõjud, miks seda üldse vaja on, hästi palju energiat läks sellele, siis nüüd on see läinudki hästi selliseks praktiliseks. Ja lõpetuseks, mis ma tahakski öelda, et see on hästi suur projekt, see on Eesti suurim tööstusinvesteering, see on tõsine teema, see ei ole mingisugune ulme, eks ole, see ei ole mingi kosmoserakett, kosmoserakett on ka ilmselt ei ole nii keeruline, aga see ei ole mingi ulme asi, see on tehtav asi ka Eestis, aga see on suur projekt, mis tähendab seda, et see nõuab väga tihedat koostööd, see nõuab koostööd kogukonnaga, see nõuab koostööd ministeeriumitega, koostööd poliitikutega, koostööd arendajatega, ehk tegelikult me peame kõik koos mõtlema ja koostööd tegema. Ja selle jaoks, et tõesti siis need riigi ootused täita, et ka meie arendajana tahame ju täita kogukonna ja ühiskonna ja riigi ootuseid ja tõesti jõuda siis sinna, et meil on võimalik see tuumaenergia siis inimesteni tuua 2035. aasta lõpuks. Peame me siis ehituses olema hiljemalt aasta 2031, mis tähendab seda, et tegelikult asukoha valik on ajakriitiline poliitiline otsus. Sest me ise seda juhtida ei saa, see on Majandus-Kommunikatsiooniministeeriumi protsess, kus meie osaleme, mis tähendab seda, et me peame väga tihedalt omavahel koostööd tegema ja uurima täpselt nii palju, kui on vaja iga etapi jaoks, et see oleks ohutu, et see oleks kvaliteetne, aga mitte ka üle pingutada, eks ole, et iga etapp on oma eesmärgiga ja tänu sellele, ma arvan, me suudame olla ka ajatõhusad. Ehk siis väga korralik väljakutse on meil ees, see on niisugune esimene tõsine samm, aga ma arvan ka, et kuna Eesti on väike riik, mis on tegelikult positiivne, siis me tunneme siin põhimõtteliselt, võib öelda kõiki, eks ole, me oleme teineteist näinud vähemalt, siis ma arvan, see muudab oluliselt lihtsamaks ka selle koostöö tegemise ja teineteise mõistmise võrreldes siis suuremate riikidega. Nii et mina olen optimistlik ja ma arvan, et siiamaani on see koostöö olnud meil väga hea ja ma ei näe, miks ta ei peaks olema väga hea ka tulevikus. See on kõik.
Nii, suur aitäh, siin on jälle paar küsimust kogunenud ja kui tuleb saali pealt, siis tõstke julgelt käsi. Esimene on, et kas Fermi Energia plaanib PVR1 300 reaktorit ka soojuse tootmiseks kasutada või on see lähedal olevatest asutustest liiga kaugel?
Me oleme seda teemat arutanud, et see võimekus või võimalus on olemas, aga see nüüd sõltubki sellest, et mis on selle kogukonna soov, mis on see majanduslik mõttekus ja nii edasi, et kuna me täna ei tea, kuhu me täpselt siis satume, eks ole, meie ei saa valida seda asukohta, seda valib Majandus-Kommunikatsiooniministeerium ja kinnitab riik, siis täna on veel vara spekuleerida, et enne tuleb see asukoht välja valida ja siis me saame juba vaadata, mis see tegelik vajadus on.
Aitäh! Mis profiiliga inimesed neid infotunde tavaliselt külastavad ja kas me teame, mis mõju nendel infotundil on olnud ning kas on tulnud mingisugust sisendit neil külastajatelt, mis on päriselt siis hiljem plaani võetud?
Jaa, et tegelikult väga erinevad inimesed on, alates siis täiesti, öeldakse kohalikust tädimaalist kuni siis ka ikkagi kohalike poliitikuteni, on olnud organisatsioone erinevaid, et väga erineva profiiliga inimesed on külastanud, on väga praktilised asjad, mida me oleme kirja pannud ja edastame ka eksperdile. No näiteks, et valgustus teema, et ma ei tahaks, et õhtul see tuumajaama valgustus mind segab. Siuke lihtne asi meile lahendada, eks ole. On olnud inimesi, kes elavad, ütlevad, ma tahaks, et see metsatukk jääks alles. Jälle väga lihtne arvestada. Ja neid asju saabki teada ainult siis, kui sa räägid kohalikega, sest et ise sa võib-olla selle peale ju ei tule, sa ju ei tea, mis kellegi teise peas on. Ehk siis väga palju selliseid praktilisi ettepanekuid, mida planeeringu käigus saab arvesse võtta. Inimestel ei ole absoluutselt mingeid ulmelisi soove, et siuksed täiesti enesest mõistetavad asjad.
Just, aitäh! Ning veel üks küsimus, kuidas plaanite kindlustada seda, et tuumajaama ehitus tuleks õigeaegselt, aga samas ei jäta vahele ohutusnõudeid lihtsalt selleks, et jaam saaks 2035. aastaks valmis?
Et see ongi see, millest ma ka eelnevalt rääkisin, et riigi eriplaneeringus on 2 etappi. Üks on võib-olla asukoha valikuks selline üldisem ja teine on siis juba põhjalikum uurimine. Ehk siis tuleb tagada ohutust, tulebki uurida täpselt nii palju, kui on vaja, sest ohutus on kõige olulisem tuumaenergia puhul. Aga seda tulebki teha etapiviisiliselt täpselt nii palju, kui hetkel otsustamiseks on vaja ja kaardistada ära ka seda, mida me hetkel ei tea ja mida on vaja siis järgnevates etappides veel uurida. Et ma arvan, et sedasi on võimalik olla optimaalne, aga samal ajal ohutust mitte siis tagaplaanile jätta. Ja ma jäin vist vastuse võlgu, et oli ka küsimus, kuidas me saame aru, et kui efektiivsed on need infopäevad, siis me ise ennast ka alati mõõdame. Me ise tahame ka kasvada ja aru saada. Ehk siis meil on ka eraldi küsitlus, mis on ukselt uksele just NIMBi mõttes kohalikelt elanikelt. Et üks on üleriigiline, et kuidas sulle meeldib tuumajaam, aga teine on siis ka kohalike elanike küsitlus, et kas sa tahaksid tuumajaama enda koduvalda. Ja värsked numbrid tulid eile, ma ei ole jõudnud veel väga põhjalik ülevaadet tuua, aga kui ma niimoodi peale vaatasin, siis mõlemas vallas ikkagi julgelt üle poole ütlevad, et jah, ma soovin tuumajaama enda koduvalda. Ehk siis minu arvates väga head numbrid, arvestades sellega, et üldjuhul inimene ikkagi enda aia taha midagi ei taha, eks ole.
Jaa, väga tore tõesti. Ja millal oleks plaanis alustada keskkonnamõju hindamisega?
Keskkonnamõju hindamine, ehk siis antud juhul selle nimi on keskkonnamõju strateegiline hindamine, ongi siis selle planeerimise protsessi osa. Ehk siis selle väljundina tulebki siis planeerimisdokument ja keskkonnamõju strateegiline hindamine, mis siis tegelikult annab ülevaade nendest keskkonnamõjudest, sotsiaalsetest mõjudest ja nii edasi, et nende asjade siis koosmõjuna siis ka see asukoht välja valitakse.
Aitäh. Ja kas on veel saalis küsimusi? Is there maybe a question from the audience here? No? Siis ma ütlen suur aitäh ja... Keskkonnamõjud ja nende teaduspõhine hindamine on teema, mis huvitab nii avalikust ja ka otsustajaid. Kuidas tagada see, et tuumajaama kasutusega kaasnevad mõjud oleksid objektiivselt ja professionaalselt hinnatud ning kuidas toimub selle järelevalve? Sellest räägib meile kohe Niki Bergroht Fortumist. Please welcome to the stage, Niki.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Niki Bergroth, working as an engineering director in Fortum in our new nuclear business unit. Today, I, however, will not talk about new nuclear. I was asked to come here and tell a little bit about the impacts on the nuclear power plant cooling waters on the Baltic Sea. I would want you to keep this title in your mind. I will come back to it at the end of the presentation. So, Loviisa, 100 kilometers east of Helsinki, 2 pressurized water reactors, Loviisa 1 and Loviisa 2, based on the Russian VVER technology. The commercial production began in 1977 for Loviisa 1 and 1980 for Loviisa 2. The plant's total thermal output is 3,000 megawatts, and the net electrical output roughly 1,014 megawatts, leading to our 34% net efficiency. In 2024, the load factor was 88.3%, 7.9 terawatt hours of electricity was produced, which is roughly 10% of Finland's total electricity production. We have currently operating license until 2050. This was issued in 2023, meaning that the original design life of the plants from 40 years will be extended to 70 years. Regarding the cooling waters, we have a valid environmental permit for water management, and it was granted in 2009. And the power plant continuously employs around 570 employees and 100 subcontractors. For the Loviisa, we are using direct seawater cooling, and it's underlined here because we are taking the water from the sea, running it through the process, and then discharging it outside, or back to the sea. And after the intake, the water is in Loviisa led through a series of rock tunnels to the pumping stations of the power plants. And within or during the process, there are 3 stages for screening or filtering the water with coarse screens, fine screens, and chain baskets. And the main interesting issue is here the turbine condensers. So the water, cooling water used for condensing the steam in the condensers is during the process warmed up by 8 to 12 degrees in the process. The cooling water in Loviisa is taken from the west side. You can see it on the picture on the left side. And it's actually an intake structure, so the water is taken from roughly 10 meters of depth. We have an average flow rate of 44 cubic meters per second, and this is of course lower in the winter time and higher in the summertime. The environmental permit limit is 55 cubic meters per second. And we are using roughly 1,300 millions of cubic meters per year, whereas the environmental permit limit is 1,800. The temperature of the intake varies between 0 to 22 degrees, depending on the season. We have the largest variations in the temperature during May and June and in October. And maybe a little bit surprisingly that the highest temperatures appears to be in August, not in July, but in August. July, August, the surface water temperature can reach up to 30 degrees. And I put also some information about the phosphor and nitrogen contents of the water, because pretty much we are moving water from one place, and the water is a little bit eutrophic and also mesotrophic, and it's moved to another location, and we are adding heat to it. The discharge is on the east side of the island, and the water is discharged over an underwater wire, and it's a surface discharge. Regarding the discharge, this is what the environmental permit limit states. So the same as for the intake, the max discharge 55 cubic meters per second, 1,800 million cubic meters per year. We cannot exceed 60,000 terajoules per year, and the cooling water delta temperature cannot be more than 14 degrees as a daily average, and 13 degrees as a monthly average. There is also a hourly limit, which is 34 degrees. And in case we are above 32 degrees for at least 24 hours, we actually need, according to the permit, send in a report to the authorities to explain what was the impact of the excess that was discharged to the sea. As I mentioned, 2023, the Loviisa power plant obtained new operating license. As part of that process, we did an environmental impact assessment that included the option of extending the plant's operation for additional 20 years and also the decommissioning of the plant. And among all other assessments, during this process, the impact of the cooling water discharge to surface waters, fish, fishing, and other aquatic species were assessed. And there is actually a link to down at the presentation for the environmental impact report in English if you want to have a look on the details. This is a rather complex and wide topic, so I'm trying to compress this in 20-25 minutes. And I am not a biologist, by the way, I'm an engineer, so I need to express my gratitude to our environmental specialists that have helped me with the presentation. So, about the impacts. It's clear that Loviisa power plant, the thermal load, has contributed to the water body's temperature. It has changed. The stratification conditions, which means that warmer waters and also depending on the salinity of the water, when you discharge it into the sea, it might dive underneath the water, and we would of course not want to have the water diving. We want it to stay on the surface because then we have the best efficiency for the heat to go to the air. With the higher temperatures, also the growing season in the water body is longer, and all this together, it's clear that the heat load to the sea, that it intensifies the eutrophication on a local scale. But having said that, the marine environment is complex. It includes biological and physiochemical interactions, and the heat load from the power plant is only one item that is affecting the state of the water body. There are also nutrient loads coming from rivers. There are discharges from other facilities, and in the Loviisa case, we have the municipality's wastewater treatment plant, and then there are also some fish farms that are contributing to the state of the sea area. Then on top of that, the global warming, and also in general, the Baltic inflows in the Baltic Sea impact. And this is now a picture from the third water resource management period. The Hestholmen Island is the gray next to the red one. And if you remember, the water is taken from the left-hand side and discharged on the east side. So the thermal load effects, based on this classification, they are limited to the Klobbfjärden water body. That includes the Hestholmsfjärden Bay and the Klobbfjärden Bay where the discharge is being, or the water is being discharged. And the general development of the Gulf of Finland, that impacts, of course, the water bodies. And we have a river called Tesjoki that is actually bringing a lot of nutrients into this water body. If we are looking at for a future point of view, how this status of this water body will change or how it will develop, it's a sum of many different factors. In the long term, it depends highly on how the climate change scenarios are realized in the future. And we know that warmer summers combined with the thermal effect increases the thermal effect, or the thermal load may increase the thermal effect. But most importantly, what are the measures that will be taken to reduce this, the inflow of nutrition from agriculture and then the other sources? In the environmental impact assessment, this was modeled. Here you can see on the left-hand side without the power plant in operation, and on the right-hand side, the power plant in operation. And this is pretty much the maximum showing the maximum temperature differences that is existing in the area. The other one is not that red, and the other one is red. So there are clear impact on the temperature. And the same goes for winter. It's a little bit nicer color because the water is cold. On the left-hand side, the average impact or average increase in temperature, and then on the right-hand side, the maximum temperature differences. And this is a good bridge to the next slide. During winter and ice, this winter has been a winter in Finland at least. The sea was frozen outside of Helsinki when I yesterday came with the ferry. That's not always the case. But around the Hestholmen Island, the warm cooling water, it has a negative impact on the ice cover. In front of the power plant and also in the straits leading out from Hestholmsfjärden. Permanent ice covers forms later, but it also breaks out earlier than in areas that are not impacted by the heat load. And immediately in front of the power plant in the discharge site, the water is permanently, or it will not freeze during the winter. Of course, this varies significantly from year to year and depends heavily on how the winter is. And due to the weakening ice conditions, this is issued warnings boards in the environment and also in the local newspapers. And on the right-hand side, you can see a satellite image from 2024, February, showing clearly the area that is ice-free. Then what about the fish and fishery? Based on fish stock studies, the sea around the power plant is a fry production area for many fish species: herring, goby, perch, pike perch. The warm water that is changing, it benefits the fish that are adapted to warm water. So pike perch and cyprinids are overrepresented, whereas fish that like cold water, they are not anymore there. Interesting topic is also that because of the thermal effect, this might also give competitive advantage to some invasive alien species. So we have this black-spotted goby, and I will not even try to do the Latin name, but it's there for reference, so you can see. I don't maybe even know how it looks, this fish, but it's an invasive alien species that has set foot there, and due to the warm waters, it's apparently staying there. In general, about 25 to 30 tons of biomass, fish and algae, flows to the cooling water intake per year. And in the screens and in the traveling band screens, they are removed. And about 10 to 20 ton is fish out of this biomass. And mainly smelt, herring, pike perch, ruff, roach, and bream. But this also varies very, very much. So, for example, in December 2020, we had a herring loft that entered the plant, and in total 20 tons of fish, 12 tons of fish came in 8 hours. And of course, if you like ice fishing, due to the weakened ice conditions, it's an impact, it's a negative impact. Then on the other hand, the warm cooling water keeps the Hestholmsfjärden unfrozen, and this has been a significant factor in the formation of a regionally important bird area in the Hestholmsfjärden Bay. And for example, this tuft duck, which is classified as endangered in Finland since 2015, is wintering in these areas. But it's not just the impact on the environment, it's also an impact for the power plant. So from the efficiency point of view, we don't like the warm waters. We would want to have as cool water as possible in order to get the efficiency of the plant up and produce as much electricity as possible. But unfortunately, the warm surface waters during summer, even if the intake for Loviisa is, as I mentioned, 10, 11 meters, there is some circulation and it draws water also from the surface, so we can clearly see it in the efficiency that when the waters are warm, the efficiency goes down. And also due to the island and how the discharges, how the water is taken in and discharged, we have some recirculation of the warm water to the other side of the plant, to the intake. And due to this, in connection with the environmental permit, we have had some issues related to high intake water temperatures, and these have led to power restrictions and loss of production during summers. And here are some examples that in last year, for example, 70 gigawatt hours was lost in Loviisa 1, 218 hours with reduced power output, and then some other examples. And my assumption is that the global warming might increase also and extend these periods for both reduced plant efficiency and loss of production in the future. And about the impacts in general, since 1970s, the area has been very well documented and monitored, and especially regarding the wastewaters and the cooling water discharges. And the impacts on the sea areas in general have been studied, and also the fish and fishery. In the recent years, we have actually focused more and more now on the impact on these alien species, and it's maybe from 2 points of view. It's from the environmental point of view, but also from the power plant point of view. Last year also an paleolimnological sediment study was done, and as far as I understood from those studies, the, let's say, degradation of the seawater or the area was started in 1950, much before the power plant was there, just by natural reasons. And then a little bit about the invasive alien species. As I mentioned, the goby or black-spotted goby that has established in the sea area, the warm cooling waters actually provides favorable conditions for invasive species, and they are actually normally coming from warmer origin, and they might reproduce and establish themselves in the sea area. They are often, if not always, maritime traffic stowaways, coming from the ballast waters, fixed on vessel hulls, etc. And what makes these interesting is that some of them are fouling, and they form harmful growth on power plant structures, and they might clog heat exchangers and pipelines. And this increases cleaning needs and costs, and also directly decreases the plant efficiency, and impacts also the plant availability if we need to shut down the plant in order to clean up the fouling. And of course, large detached colonies of mussels, etc., they may actually cause problems and severe blockages. In Loviisa, the most significant invasive alien species that is causing harm is the Conrad's false mussel. Then we have also this freshwater hydro and bay barnacle. And in 2022, the Atlantic rangia was first observed. That has not yet caused any harm. But we have, it looks like it would be algae or something, but it's actually a simple aquatic invertebrate animal, a bryozoan, and it's the most recent finding. And it's a brackish water species originating from North America. And it was actually observed first time 2023 in our Olkiluoto power plant on the west coast of Finland, in the cooling water channels. In 2024, it was observed in Loviisa. And during 25 annual outage, the species was observed to have spread more widely and actually overtaking most of the species in the previous slide. So we need more information on this guy and also on the potential control methods. And for this year, a master's thesis is planned in order to see what can be done but it's, so to say, we are following the situation. And then coming to the end, I hope you still have the title of the presentation in your mind. It's clear that the largest environmental impacts from a nuclear power plant, underlined with direct seawater cooling, they are caused by the discharge or the warm cooling waters in the water body. That's no doubt about it. However, the impacts are manifold. It's very difficult to say what is good, what is bad. But what can be said is that the natural state of the water body, that is changed in many ways, and it's changed permanently. Some of these impacts, they can be reduced by technical or design solutions or then technical solutions. But of course, it requires some kind of cost-benefit deliberation. Even with the heat load from the nuclear power plant, it's only one factor affecting the status. It is the water marine environment is complex biologically and physico-chemically. There are the runoff of the nutrients from agriculture and other activities that are having a significant impact on the overall state of the water body. And then not to forget the climate change. And having said all of this, I want to end the presentation in that still the impacts are only local. The whole Baltic Sea is not affected. They are local, and it is a choice, and they will be there, and the environment will change. How that depends on how the intake and discharge is being done, but still they are local. So the whole Baltic Sea is not affected. And with this, thank you for your attention, and in case there are any questions, I can try to answer them.
Thank you, Niki. Always good to see you here in Estonia.
Thanks.
We have few questions in Slido.
Hope they are not very hard. My biologists are not, I didn't take them with me.
Yeah, and raise hands if you have questions there. Yeah, microphone is coming. Meanwhile, let's ask one question from here. Will the freezing of the sea and therefore the lowering of the sea level affect nuclear power plant, its safety and environment?
Freezing. We have, if we're talking about nuclear safety, of course, loss of cooling water, it's something that we don't want. Related to freezing and winter, let's say the biggest risk is fragile ice. So when the temperature of the water is getting subcooled, and if there is no wind, then its possibilities that the sea water temperature is actually below 0 degrees. And then if there is something that is crystallizing or making the water to freeze, it can actually block the full intake. In order to prevent this, when the temperatures are getting close to 0, there is some of the warm water that is being discharged is routed actually to the intake so that this particular hazard or risk is being mitigated. And the underwater wire on the discharge side, that's the reason why it's there. So even if there is changes in the elevation of the seawater, it's stabilizing. So the process in itself doesn't notice if the water is going up and down. But yes, high water levels, low water levels, they are environmental risks that are being considered in the design of the plant.
I have a question. Is fishing allowed close to the wastewater or cooling water discharge site?
I was actually, or I would say my spontaneous answer was unfortunately not. I love fishing and it would be an excellent place to fish, but no, due to security reasons, you cannot fish. But actually, I don't know exactly where the lines are, where you can fish and where you cannot, but not immediately at the, so to say, discharge of the power plant, no.
Okay, another question. The Estonian power plant would be probably just on the other side of the Baltic Sea. Will that have a cumulative effect on the sea, or are the effects local? Well, actually, you answered that question.
I tried to answer it as best as I could, that they are local and they are there, but they are really local when we are considering the thermal output from the power plant. So unless you would put a new power plant just next to the existing power plant, then we could talk about cumulative effects. So no.
Another question. There is microphone. Yeah, please. Please.
Yes, Oleks Linkage from Latnergo. I mean, about this cumulative effect. In your case, in Loviisa, you have one through cooling system. Take water from the sea. I understand in Fermi project, you might use cooling towers, where the water inflow which will be substantially less than I know it's maybe not decided yet, but how these two different cooling system, what kind of, how you can compare the environmental impact of two different cooling systems, which I mentioned.
I put there that some design and technical solutions that the environmental impacts can be mitigated by some design and technical solutions, but it requires a cost-benefit considerations. If you have as good cooling water conditions as we have in the Nordics or in the Baltic Sea, cold water during winter, there is a huge impact on the efficiency of the plant. If you want to do it with cooling towers, it's possible, but you will be penalized in the efficiency of the plant.
Yeah, and from Fermi's side, we can say that, yeah, the primary target is to use direct cooling if possible, but it's not finally decided.
And then in the brackish waters in the Gulf of Finland, the salinity is maybe not that nice when talking about cooling towers. It's possible, but not that nice. Typically, it's river fresh water or non-salinity, not seawater that is being used.
Yeah, another question here is, will the problem of the invasive species remain a local problem around the plant, or could it be spread elsewhere?
Short answer is that, as I mentioned, the thermal load with the higher temperatures, that is actually giving the conditions for these invasive species that require warm water. So they will be limited as long as the temperatures are not due to other reasons like the global warming increasing. So if they have now established locally around the power plant, if the seawater elsewhere will start to be warmer, of course, then there is the possibility that they can spread.
There's another question, I guess it's how impact compares with other sources. I guess it's meant other sources of energy.
For a power plant, whether it's nuclear, coal, whatever is used, if it's utilizing direct sea cooling, it is exactly the same. So if you take the water and just run it through the process and generate electricity, it doesn't matter what the production source is. Condensing power plants will have thermal loads.
Good. Thank you very much, Niki.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tuumaenergia kasutusele võtuks on vaja selget ja läbimõeldud seadusraamistikku. Pärast lõunapausi keskendume sellele, kuidas Eesti tuumaenergia valdkonna reegleid kujundatakse ja kuidas ja millist rolli mängib rahvusvaheline koostöö.
Ja lõunabufee on kaetud siinsamas saalis teie selja taga ning soovitan kindlasti läbi käia ka Alara esitlusalalt, kes tegeleb dekomisjoneerimisega, ning seal taga on näitamiseks pandud ka Tartu Ülikooli tudengite tuumateemalised tööd. Ning ootame teid tagasi oma kohtadele täpselt tunni aja pärast kell 13.50. But Team Fermi, Orange Hills Energy, and Fermi Energia Craft representatives, please come to the stage for a quick group photo. Kõik Fermikad, palun lavale.
Nii, tere tulemast tagasi. Kui keegi tunneb kerget väsimust, siis ärge muretsege, see on normaalne. Aga järgmised ettekanded ei lase teil magama jääda. Nüüd on mul hea meel paluda lavale tuumaenergia juhtrühma koordinaator Kliimaministeeriumist Indrek Annepaju. Palun.
Aitäh! Aitäh Fermile selle ürituse korraldamise eest. Seda läbi aastate teemat pinna peal hoida on olnud väljakutse. See, et viimane aasta on see kõlab väga positiivselt, on suure töö tulemus. Tänasel üritusel mul on olla au, ainus riigi esindaja siin laval. Ja ma räägin töörühma, juhtrühma kolleegide nimel, kes on viimased aastad teinud muljetavaldavat tööd ja võiks öelda, et nad on selle valdkonna fännid. Täna räägin seadusloomisest, regulaatorist ja rahvusvahelisest koostööst. Enmak, nii nagu ministri härra Andres Sutt on öelnud, et selle mahuka dokumendi lühike kokkuvõte on, meil on vaja toota elektrit palju rohkem, kui täna seda teeme. Et see ei ole lihtsalt selline hea plaan, vaid see on meie vältimatu vajadus meie majanduse konkurentsivõime kas hoidmiseks või taastamiseks ja kestma jäämiseks. Kui 2024 aastal importisime elektrit 32%, siis eelmisel aastal juba 46%. Ja selle probleemi lahendamiseks on meil vaja nii taastuvenergia allikaid, salvestuslahendusi, juhitavaid allikaid ja baaskoormuse allikaid. Ja markeerin ka omalt poolt ära, et kui tänane kõnealune 600 megavatine tuumajaam hakkaks tööle 2035. aastal pluss ja tänase Enmaki järgi siis konservatiivsete ennustuste alusel oleks see 12 teravatt-tundi aastas, siis see on suurusjärk 40% kataks Eesti elektrivajadusest, ehk et 60% peab ikkagi tulema ka taastuvatest, et võtaks maha selle kumu, et taastuvatele ja muudele allikatele enam tähelepanu ei pöörata. Riigi poolt pööratakse küll. Aga tuumajaama vajame selleks, et see baaskoormus tagada. Tuumaprogrammi vedamisega me ei leiuta jalgratast. Me järgime piinliku täpsusega rahvusvahelise aatomienergia agentuuri teekaarti. Me alustasime sellega 2020. aastal ja läbisime küsimuse, kas 2024. aastal Vabariigi parlament tegi otsuse, et Eesti läheb edasi tuumaenergia programmiga ja ettevalmistavate tegevustega, ja täna, mis tähendas ka sisenemist teise etappi. Ehk et mis on ka kõige töömahukam ja aeganõudav ja väljakutsuvam. Ehk et ja see pikk protsess kulmineerub alles aastate pärast siis ehitusloa väljastamisega, ja kus on ka iga samm õigel ajal õiges kohas astuda. Ehk et meie startup rahva vaim aitab meil olla efektiivsed, aga mitte ohutuse arvelt kokku hoida. Aatomienergia agentuur on määratlenud oma programmis 19 infrastruktuuri valdkonda, millega me programmi raames ja ka arendaja programmi raames tegelevad, et see on alates õigusraamistikust, ohutusest, sidusrühmade kaasamisest, ehk et see on selline tervikpilt, mis ja sammud, millega me kõigiga tegeleme paralleelselt, ainult et erinevatel ajahetkedel on üks või teine etapp sellest fookuses, aga lihtsalt, et aru saamaks, et tööd ja valdkonnad, mida katta, on suured. Meie ajakava on ambitsioonikas, aga realistlik Eesmärk on, et esimene reaktor hakkaks elektrit tootma 2035. aasta lõpus. Me teame, et see on ideaalne stsenaarium. Me teame riske, olgu need poliitilised, majanduslikud, julgeolekualased. Me oleme nendest riskidest rääkinud, me tegeleme nende riskide katmisega, aga tänasel hetkel ehku peale neid kuskile sisse kirjutada ei ole tahtmist. Olgu ära öeldud tänane riigi seisukoht, et riigi roll on luua reeglid, tagada ohutus ja tagada järelevalve ettevalmistuse faasis. Riik ei ehita tuumajaama. Tänase hetke seisuga riik ei ole otsustanud investeerida tuumajaama. Arendaja ja operaator vastutavad rahastamise, ehituse ja ohutuse käitamise eest. Meie tuumaenergia prioriteedid käesoleval aastal on 2. Esmane on tuumaenergia ohutuse seadus, mille nimel pingutame, et see võetaks vastu käesoleva aasta jaanipäevaks. Ja teine on tuumaohutuse regulaatori loomine, mis võiks alustada tööd 2027. aasta alguses. Ja see seadus on, võiks öelda, vundament kogu sellele protsessile. Ilma seaduseta see protsess edasi minna ei saa. Kuidas me töötame? Kliimaministeeriumi juhitavasse juhtgruppi kuuluvad Eesti tippametnikud peaaegu kõigist ministeeriumidest, välja arvatudist kultuuriministeerium, kui öeldi, et seal vist kultuuriga väga midagi teha ei ole. Hollandlaste näitel, kui värvid tuumajaamasid juba, siis võib-olla ka oleks. Ja töögruppides osalevad samuti inimesed ministeeriumide üleselt, õigusloome töögrupis, regulaatori töögrupis, riikliku eriplaneeringu töögrupis ja inimressursside pädevuse arendamise töögrupis. Et see on sisuline meeskonnatöö meil, mis tegeleb tänases faasis eelduste loomisega. Siinkohal aitäh kõigile neid inimestele, kes osalevad töögruppide töös ja on sellesse panustanud. Need inimesi on palju. Tuumaenergia ja ohutuse seaduse väljatöötamine. See seadus ei ole sündinud üleöö. Õigusruumi esimene analüüs tehti juba programmi esimeses faasis ja loodi soovituslik seaduse raamistik. Tuumaenergia ohutuse seaduse kirjutamiseks on agentuuril välja töötatud väga üksikasjalik seaduse raamistik, nuclear law, mille meie inimesed võtsid aluseks. 2025. aastal alustas töögrupp seadusloome tegevusega. Eelmise aasta mai lõpp, juuni algus oli seaduse väljatööstamise kavatsus avalikul arutelul. Suvi otsa ja sügisel tegid inimesed väga palju tänuväärset tööd ja eelmise aasta detsembri alguses jõudis eelnõu avalikule arutelule. Jaanuaris kohtusime kõigi erakondade fraktsioonidega Riigikogus, kohtusime kohalike omavalitsuste esindajatega Rakveres, kohtusime keskkonnaorganisatsioonidega, saime kirjalikku tagasisidet, üle 400 kommentaari ja need olid sisulised, edasiviivad. Selle hetkel, kui praegust mina siin rambivalguses räägin juttu, siis minu head kolleegid on lõpetanud selle 400 kommentaari läbitöötamise ja tegelevad eelnõu parendamisega. Ja eesmärk on see eelnõu anda valitsusele üle vara märtsi alguses. Ehkki me liigume kiirelt, siis vastutavad osapooled on kokku leppinud, et kuskilt nurkade lihvimist ei tehta. Me ei tahaks korrata ühe hiljuti vastu võetud kõmulise seaduse saatust. Meil ei ole selleks aega ega võimalust. Eesmärk on, et see seadus saaks vastu võetud jaanipäevaks. Miks seadus? Teos annab meile selged mängureeglid. See ei reguleeri ainult jaama tööd, vaid tervet tema elukaart. Alates asukoha valikust ja ehitusest kuni jäätmete ladustamiseni aastakümnete pärast. Tugev riiklik raamistikus Tarbijakaitse ja Tehnilise Järelevalve Ametist saab pädev ohutusjärelevalve asutus ja kolmandaks arendajal, operaatoril on täielik rahaline vastutus. Seadus paneb jaama käitajale kohustuse tagada vahendid nii võimalike kahjude katmiseks kui ka jaama ohutuks sulgemiseks ja jäätmekäitluseks. Et riik ei võta siinkohal vastutust. Teos on vundament. See on nagu liikluse eeskiri. Me paneme paika, kuidas on turvaline sõita, aga me ei osta veel autot ega vali sihtkohta, kuhu sõidame. Teosega ei otsustata täna tuumajaama rajamist. Sellega ei valita tehnoloogiat. See on tehnoloogia neutraalne seadus. Ei määrata jaama võimsust ega tehta investeeringut selle raames. See on raamistik tegevustega edasi minemiseks. Seaduse loomisel oleme tuginud maailma parimatele kogemustele ja praktikale. Me ei areta midagi oma pead, me rakendame maailma tipptaset. Meil on aluseks nii rahvusvahelisele aatomienergia kui teiste riikide seadused. Eriti on kolleegid vaadanud Kanada ja Soome seadust. Me oleme seadust kirjutades konsulteerinud erinevate rahvusvaheliste osapooltega ja saanud palju väärtuslikku tagasisidet. Täna ei ole protsessi sisse disainitud sellist põhimõttelist otsustamise kohta jaama rajamiseks. Protsessis on mitmed valitsuse otsustuskohad, mis saavad kinnitada vastavate etappide ettevalmistuse tulemusi. Ehk et esimene otsus nendest oli 2024 programmiga edasi minna. Teine otsus saaks olema seaduse vastuvõtmine, sealt järgnevad regulaatori loomine, asukoha eelvaliku kinnitamine, riigi eriplaneeringu kehtestamine, dekomisjoneerimisfondi loomine ja ehitusloa väljaandmise heakskiitmine. Lisaks valitsusele peab ka regulaator loastama tehnoloogia ja eelhindama arendaja ja operaatori võimekust jaama päriselt ehitada, jaama päriselt ohutusele nõuetele vastavalt käidelda ja ka tegema taustakontrolli julgeoleku mõttes, kus pärineb tehnoloogia, kuidas on üles ehitatud tarneahelad ja kes on selle rahastaja. Kui kõik need etapid on edukalt läbitud, finantsvõime tõestatud, siis jõuame hinnanguliselt 2032. aastal teise etappi lõppu ja ehitusloa väljastamine tähendaks kolmandasse ehk ehituse etappi sisenemist. Ehk et valitsusel on veel mitu kohta ja võimalust, kas programmiga edasi minna või mitte edasi minna. Mida see tähendab inimestele? Esiteks teadmist, et ohutusnõuded selles valdkonnas on karmimad kui üheski teises valdkonnas. Teiseks, asukoha järgne vald ja kohalikud elanikud hakkavad saama seadusega sätestatud kohalikku kasu, ehk et inimesed kaasatakse ka otsustusprotsessidesse nii, nagu seda on tehtud tänaseks ja nii ka jätkatakse. Nii on kinnitanud seda riik ja nii on ka kinnitanud seda tänane arendaja Fermi Energia. Ja kolmandaks, TTTA saab õiguse peatada tegevus koheselt, kui tekib vähimgi kahtlus ohutusele või keskkonnale. Et see on tema üks ja ainus ülesanne. Mis asi see tuumaregulaator on? Kui seadus on liikluseeskiri, siis regulaator on liikluspolitsei või kohtunik, kes tagab, et reegleid täidetakse ilma igasuguste mööndusteta. Seadus üks on vaid paber, kui meil pole institutsiooni, mis suudaks seda jõustada. Rahvusvaheliselt räägitakse 3 S-i põhimõttest: safety, security, safeguard. See tähendab ohutust, turvalisust ja kontrolli tuumamaterjalide üle. See on valdkonna püha kraal ja regulaatori ülesanne on tagada, et ükski jaamaga seotud tegevus ei ohustaks inimesi ega keskkonda. Nagu varem mainitud, anname teosega selle rolli Tarbijakaitse ja Tehnilise Järelevalve Ametile, kus luuakse eraldi seisev ja spetsialiseerunud osakond regulaatori funktsiooni täitmiseks ja see luuakse Keskkonnaameti kiirgusosakonna baasilt. Regulaatori toimimise alus on sõltumatus. Sõltumatus ei ole lihtsalt ilus sõna, see on IAEA ehk rahvusvahelise aatomienergia agentuuri, Euroopa Liidu ja vastavate konventsioonide range nõue. Regulaator peab olema vaba igasugusest põhjendamatust mõjust, olgu see poliitiline surve, kiiremini edasi liikuda või arendaja majanduslik huvi kulusid kokku hoida. See tähendab ka finantsilist stabiilsust. Regulaatori rahastus ei tohi sõltuda trahvidest ega olla energiapoliitika juhtide otsese kontrolli all. Ohutusotsused peavad olema ja jääma puhtalt erialaseks. Kuivõrd Tarbijakaitse ja Tehnilise Järelevalve Amet on Majandus- ja Kommunikatsiooniministeeriumi alluvuses, siis ja energiapoliitikat kujundab Kliimaministeerium, siis ka sellega on tagatud see mõju, mida saaks Kliimaministeerium avaldada regulaatorile. Me ei loo seda asutust tühjale kohale. Töörühmas oleme koostamas põhjalikku raportit. See töö on käinud terve eelmise aasta. Raport kirjeldab regulaatori ülesehitust perioodiks 2027 kuni 2031 ehk et esimesed 5 aastat. Raporti loomiseks oleme kasutanud maailma parimaid eksperte, muuhulgas Soome Stuk, kes on Soome regulaator, mida peetakse maailma üheks parimaks, tugevamaks. Oleme kasutanud Poola regulaatori inimeste abi, oleme kasutanud USA konsultantide abi. Me teame väga täpselt, juba tänase hetkeks, milliste pädevustega ja kui palju on meil inimesi vaja, milliseid registreid, milliseid infosüsteeme vajame aastate jooksul. Regulaatori funktsioonid. Regulaatori töö on mahukas, alates õigusloome ettevalmistamisest ja loastamisest kuni pideva järelevalve ja rahvusvahelise koostööni. Regulaatori ülesanne on järgida ohutus, turvalisus, järelevalve. See on asutus, mis on töös 24/7, et tagada meie Eesti inimeste turvatunne. Meil on väga hea eeskuju Soome Stuki näol, kes juba viimased aastad avaliku arvamuse küsitlusel on olnud Soome üks usaldusväärsemaid asutusi üldse. Meil on mille poole püüelda ja meil on see abi ja see konsultatiiv võimalus olemas. Tuumaenergia valdkond vajab tulevikus inimesi ja vajab häid inimesi. Kui me 2027. aastal alustame 17 spetsialistiga, siis 2031. aastaks kasvab see arv 47-ni, mille lisandub siis kiirusvaldkonna meeskond, kes on juba praegust olemas. Et regulaatori töö ajal räägime umbes 60 kuni 65 inimesest. Kust me need inimesed saame? See on ka küsimus, mida meilt küsitakse tihti. Plaanis on järk-järguline värbamine. Neid inimesi ei ole kõiki vaja korraga ja leida homme. See värbamisplaani on ka koolitamiste plaan sisse kirjutatud. Me koolitame oma inimesi koostöös välisriikidega, värbame väliseksperte ja me hakkame järk-järgult kasvatama riigisisest kompetentsi. See on pikaajaline investeering Eesti inimkapitali. Siia juurde jääb ka meil alati võimalus osta spetsiifilisi teenuseid sisse. Ja ka kui me värbame inimesi väljastpoolt, siis ka võib-olla mõne positsioonil esialgu koolitusperiood on lühem. Ja ei taha maalida roolises pilti, et meie inimesed väga selgelt teavad, et neid väljakutseid on meil rohkem kui küll. Meie inimesed on sellest teadlikud ja ka juba täna tegeletakse erinevate lahenduste ja stsenaariumitega. Konkurents tuumaspetsialistidele on üle-euroopaline, sest paljud riigid laiendavad oma tuumaenergia programme. Kui me tahame olla edukad, peame olema moodsas keeles nutikamad, pakkuma head töökeskkonda ja näitama, et Eesti tuumaenergia programm on jätkuvalt maailma tasemel ja me teeme head asja. Meil ei ole võimalust alahinnata ettevalmistuste aega, meil on võimalus õppida parimatelt ja kasutada parimaid rahvusvahelisi praktikaid. Regulaator loomise raporti lõppversioon saab valmis märtsi algul ja selle saadame koos tuumaenergia ohutusseadusega Vabariigi Valitsusele ja Riigikogule, et see oleks ka tervikinformatsioon ja taustaks neile. Vabariigi Valitsuse seadmise muutmise eelnõu valmistame ka ette, nii et ka see oleks Riigikogul olemas ja 2026. aasta esimeses pooles alustame ka detailse värbamis- ja koolituskava väljatöötamisega. Ja paralleelselt käib ka ettevalmistus kiirgusvaldkonna üleviimises Keskkonnaametist TTÜ-sse, et koondada kogu riiklik kiirguse ja tuumaohutuspädevus ühe katuse alla. Loodav tuumaenergia ja ohutuse seadus ei luba meil kasutusele võtta tehnoloogiat, mis ei ole ennast õigustanud mõnes teises meile sõbralikus riigis. Ehkki tänaseks ei ole veel ükski meile sobilik väike moodulreaktor kuskil tööle hakanud, siis ei peaks meil olema mingeid kahtlusi, et Kanadas ja Poolas see ei hakka tööle mõned aastad enne, kui meie peaksime tegema lõplikke otsused jaama rajamiseks ja lõplikke otsuseid investeerimisotsuste tegemiseks ja ehitusloa väljastamist. Ja kui Kanada ja Poola saavad oma jaamad käima, ehk nad tõestavad tehnoloogia toimimise, siis võivad ka kas siis uus valitsus või uued valitsused, eks see poliitiline olukord näitab, teha ka uusi otsuseid, ka selle jaama investeeringuga liituda. Kuivõrd härra energeetikaminister härra Andres Sutt on välja öelnud, et kui tulevikus on aeg küps, siis võib riik otsustada investeerida tuumajaama. Meil on rahvatoetus. Viimase 4 aasta jooksul on tehtud avaliku arvamuse uuringut. See metoodika ja küsimustik on olnud praktiliselt muutumatud ja see viimasel 3 aastal on olnud pooldajate toetus üle 60%. See on olnud stabiilne, püsiv. See on suur usaldus nii riigile kui Fermile. Selle nimel on tehtud palju tööd, palju teavitust ja ma ei näe põhjust, et sellisel kujul see teavitus ja ühiskonna ja läbipaistev asjaajamine ei peaks jätkuma. Kuivõrd tänase konverentsi teema ja minu loo pealkiri viitas ka rahvusvahelisele koostööle ja tegevusele ja ma justkui ei olegi sellest veel rääkinud, siis kogu tuumaenergia valdkond ongi igapäevaselt väga rahvusvaheline. Meil on igapäevane, võib-olla igapäevane on natukene ülepaisutatult öeldes, et küll aga iganädalane on väga relevantne väljend koostöö rahvusvaheliste partneritega. Igal töögrupil on omad välispartnerid, omad kontaktid ja ma väidan, et meil on tänasel hetkel rohkem abi, kui meie inimesed suudavad seda vastu võtta. Me siin Eestis võib-olla ei näe, kui hästi me seda asja teeme, aga rahvusvaheline areenil oleme olnud väga silmapaistvad. Võrreldes teiste riikidega, kes plaanivad samuti kasutusele võtta tuumaenergiat. Teades, et selle konverentsi sisu võib levida kaugemale, kui see ruum ja see ülekanne ka üle Eesti piiride, siis siinkohal jätame kasutamata võimalust tänada kõiki meie ka rahvusvahelisi koostööpartnereid. Aitäh rahvusvahelise aatomienergia agentuurile, aitäh Ameerika kolleegidele, selle First ja Spring abi raames, aitäh Soomes Tukile, aitäh Kanada regulaatori inimestele, aitäh Jaapani esindajad, aitäh Prantsusmaa esindajatele, ma enne nägin ka saadikuärrat siin. Aitäh Poolale, et see abi on olnud tõesti vajalik ja see on see, mis aitab meid kiirelt ja efektiivselt edasi. Nii et me oleme olnud tublid, isegi kui me siin vahepeal Eestis ei taha seda endale tunnustada või avalikkusest jääb see mulje, et see päriselt nii ei ole. Et aitäh ka Fermile, kes on samamoodi hoidnud seda lippu kõrgel. Lõpetuseks. Meie programmi prioriteedid. Teos ei ole jaama rajamise otsus. See on raamistik. Seadus loob ohutu ja selge mänguvälja ning on vältimatu eeltingimus, et programmiga üldse sisuliselt edasi minna. Ilma seaduseta puudub meil riiklik kontroll. Soovin parlamendi liikmetele kindlalt meelt ja tahet see seadus vastu võtta. Regulaator peab alustama tööd 2027. aasta alguses. Ka seoses sellega soovin valitsusele ja Riigikogule kindlalt meelt leida need vahendid, et see regulaator tööle hakkaks. Meie edu aluseks on olnud inimesed ja koostöö. Meie tugevus on olnud kiire õppimisvõime ja tihe rahvusvaheline koostöö. See koostöö on meie üks nurgakivi, mis võimaldab meil liikuda efektiivselt, ehitada üles ilma ajalooliste taakadeta turvaline süsteem. Meil on võimalus vältida teiste vigu ja ka tagada maailma tasemel tulemus. Nii et vastavalt parlamendi 2024. aasta juuni otsusele me loome täna eelduseid, et Eesti saaks tulevikus teha teadlikke ja turvalisi valikuid. See oli täna selline lühike kontsentratsioon seaduse loomest ja regulaatorist. Küll aga paar nädalat tagasi oli meil ka Riigikogus tuumaenergia teemaline infopäev, kus seal käisime läbi ka täiendavalt pädevuste teema, käisime läbi eriplaneeringu, pikemalt regulaatori loomisest, seaduse loomisest. See on samuti järgi vaadatav Riigikogu YouTube'i kanalist ja Kliimaministeeriumi tuumaenergia lehe pealt, et seal me oleme välja otsinud ka ajakoodidega teemade kaupa. Nii et kasutage ka võimalust sealt järgi vaadata ja ennast rohkem infoga kurssi viia. Aitäh võimaluse eest rääkida, aitäh Fermile asja ajamast, aitäh kolleegidele, olge kaasatud, olge kaasas, nautige päeva. Aitäh!
Ja aitäh sulle, Indrek. Kiire meeldetuletus, et kui saali peal on küsimusi, siis tõstke veel käsi. Nii, aga kas on kavas pöörduda inseneride ja ehitajate liidu poole ettepanekuga töötada välja uued kvalifikatsiooniprogrammid täiendavate kompetentside omandamiseks tuumaelektrijaama ehituses osalemiseks?
Jaa. Nagu ma näitsin, siin on meil eraldi pädevuste arendamise töögrupp. Ja kuivõrd terve eelmise aasta jooksul tehti OSKA energeetika valdkonna uuring ja sealt tuli ka selle raames, need küsimused käisid läbi. Tänasel hetkel Haridus- ja Teadusministeerium juhib seda töögruppi ja meil on ka nendega ettevalmistamisel raamistik, strateegia, kuidas me selle programmid üles ehitame, nii et jõuame ka spetsiifilisemalt sellele küsimusele, mida sa küsid.
Just, aitäh. Kuidas plaanite teavitada elanikkonda tuumaenergiast või tagada, et elanikud oleksid teadlikud?
Ma ütleks, et see protsess on olnud pidev juba viimased aastad, et see küsimus kõlab väga üldistavalt, kuidas olete teavitanud elanikkonda, et see on pidev, sellega me jätkame. Kas ja mis kanaleid pidi peaks iga üheni nagu jõudma. Me tegeleme sellega, et see on pidev töö, mis praegu ka käib ja kes soovib teadlik olla, siis teest ära. Ehk sama Kliimaministeeriumi lehe peal on kogu meie tänane info avalik. Me teeme seda nii avalikult, kui vähegi võimalik. Ajame protsesse koosolekute tulemusti, uuringuid, siis ehk et kes tahab olla teavitatud, see otsib ka ise infot. Aga me tegeleme ka teavitamisega, jah.
Just, aitäh. Miks läheb kiirguskaitsebüroo just TTJA alla ja mis selle eelised on?
Selle üks eeliseid ja tagamõtteid on see, et kogu see kiirguskaitse tuumaosa, et see oleks ühe katuse all, ehk et ei oleks funktsioonide dubleerimist ja kuivõrd praegusel hetkel Keskkonnaamet on Kliimaministeeriumi alluvuses ja sõltumatuse üks kriteerium on see, ja kui Kliimaministeerium on energiapoliitika kujundaja, siis see lihtsalt ei saa vastavalt rahvusvahelistele nõuetele nii olla ja see on mõistlikum tänase lahendusega ehitada see funktsioon üles TTJA all.
Super, aitäh. Ja me oleme oma ajaga jõudnud lõppu, kui just... saali pealt tuleb veel üks küsimus.
You understand that the regulatory body will start to work starting from 2027. Do you have already a budget financing for the independent regulator for 2027 and the upcoming all this period?
We have calculations. We have very specific calculations. I showed the numbers of employees. We have the budget as well, and this is part of the report that we will give over to government. But if it's not yet so finalized that I wasn't able to show the numbers right now here. But yes, we have a very specific budget, and negotiations are waiting us ahead.
Maybe differently. Is there any decision by the government or parliament to finance this regulator, or you still need to get approval?
Yes, we need to get approval because today we even don't have the law, and the first step is the law, but the parallel way we are developing the regulator, and these negotiations are waiting ahead of us during next month.
And maybe the last question, this nuclear act, I understand it's also the draft will be in the summer this year, and you want to adopt it also this year. How it will be voted in Parliament on this Nuclear Energy Act?
We are quite positively, because in January we had, I'd like to say, that nuclear law roadshow, and we visit in Parliament at every party, and based on this feedback, we're quite positively, and expectations are high.
Thank you very much.
Aitäh sulle! Hiljem saab veel küsida, nad jõuavad siia. Ja edasi liigume me ehituspraktika juurde. Kuidas toetab rahvusvaheline kogemus tuumaprojekti elluviimist? Welcome on the stage, Dagmara Peret from GE Vernova Hitachi Nuclear Energy, and later followed by Robert Rudi from SGE. And the questions will be asked from them both at the end of the second presentation. Welcome, Dagmara.
Welcome. So, good afternoon, and thank you very much for inviting me, Fermi Energia. Before I will start my presentation, I would like to share some similarities which I found during our today's discussions between Poland and Estonia. So the first one is that we have similar public approach for the nuclear power plant, because in Poland now we have the public approach on the 92%. In Estonia we have, I know, 75 what's today, but if we are talking in Poland about the building nuclear power plant close to your home, we have also similar, 72. So similarity in this percentage. The second one, similarity which I see is Estonia and Poland doesn't have any nuclear power plant. And we discussed with Fermi Energia yesterday that we need to start build not only the nuclear power plant, but we need to start also the ecosystem. This is more than only nuclear power plant, and this is really ambition plan, ambition for our partners, also for GVH. This is what we are doing in Poland also. And the third one, which I see is Poland and Estonia choosing the best one technology for SMRs, so PWRX 300. So thank you for that also for Fermi Energia. Yes, going to presentation about GE Vernova. So my name is Ilma. I'm running the business in Poland. I'm responsible for the GE Vernova Hitachi Nuclear Energy branch office in Poland. If we're talking about GE Vernova is the biggest one energy technology company focused on accelerating electrification and decarbonization around the world. We help generate 25% of energy with our technology around the world. In numbers, 75,000 of employees. Important that 25 is in Poland, in Europe. You see also that we are running our business and we support our customers and partners. We offer to our customers and partners the solutions for hydro, for gas, for nuclear, also for steam, because we doesn't want to lose our partners which are still with coal. We support them with our service. We are also really focused on electrification and acceleration sector. We like to say that we are really the startup with the long history, more than 100 years history, but startup because in 2024 the GE Vernova was split from General Electric company, the biggest company, and we focus now only on the electricity. One slide about Poland, because it's really important for Estonia. Why? We can support with our staff, with our hub, with our suppliers. We have really significant presence in Poland. 2,000 employees, all businesses. We have 6 offices, headquartered in Warsaw, of course. And what is important, we have 2 factories. One is in north of Poland, Elbląg, where I started my job in Elbląg. We produced turbines, and in Wrocław, where we produced the generators for the power plants. Maybe interesting for you that in Wrocław was produced the generator for OPG project for the CANDU solution, which is now under operation in Darlington. We are running the businesses in gas, steam, onshore. We support our partners now in gas projects, but we started development in nuclear. On the map, you can see also the possible site for the future nuclear power plants. You see 6 potential sites, which was announced by our partner, Olen Synthos Green Energy. About our nuclear business, headquartered in US, in Wilmington, where we have also the factory, the fuel factory and also the components factory. We are taking care about our customers from the beginning till the commissioning, so we serve not only the delivery of the technology, but also the service we support with outages or with refurbishments, and we deliver the proven and licensed fuel, which is really also important for our partners and for the project. I would like to point it out that on the picture you have also our office in Warsaw. We are not new in nuclear. Maybe SMRs are new, but if we are talking about SMRs, most of the people are thinking that this is something new. Our story is more than 18 years. We started, as you see on this picture, 1939 with our story, but the biggest milestone, the more important milestone was in 1957, when we have received the license for our first BWR. And then the second one milestone, which is also important for us, was in 1996, when we built the first nuclear power plant on time and on budget in Japan. For Poland, most important milestone was 2019, which is not on the map, but why? Because 2019, our partner, Synthos Green Energy, the private company, decided to choose the technology BWRX-300, and we started our cooperation from that time on exclusivity agreement for some regions. As Orlen Synthos Green Energy was established in 2023 to deploy the fleet of reactors only in Poland. Of course, absolutely the biggest milestone and most important for the technology, 2025, when we received from the regulator the license to construct, and also our partner, Ontario Power Generation, received the final investment decision, and we started building the plant. BWRX-300, as I said, this is nothing new. This is only the simpler and smaller and smarter technology, I would like to say. Less steel, less concrete, and less work on site. So modularization is the priority for this solution because we are focused on the cost competitiveness. So to be more competitive, we reduce the cost on site also. To reduce the cost, we also, together with the partners from Canada, from US and from Poland, we signed a contract for preparation of standard design, which brings us also to have faster the project, but also reduce the cost, because the cost could be split to many projects, not only to one. So under this contract signed between the partners, we prepare the standard design for BWRX-300. What does it mean, BWRX? Boiler water reactor, but X means 10th generation of this reactor. 300 means 300 megawatt electricity. Our reactor could support with electricity only, but also we are working on the solution for district heating. Congratulations for signing today the MOU with Study Energy, because I think it's absolutely amazing solution for small district heating, but our BWRX can deliver also the heating for the biggest one, cities, and not only like Study Energy produce only the heating. In our strategy, we are focused not only on the cost competitiveness, but also on sourcing and supply chain is a key aspect for building on time, on budget, and without risk. Having the great partners and the proven and good partners is the key for the technology and for this solution. So in April 2024, we launched a group of qualified supply chain companies to advance the global deployment of the BWRX-300. So the BWXT Canada is the first company to join this group, and for sure we will have the next one companies which would like to join this group, and we would like to focus on global sourcing. But coming back to Poland, we have also in Poland our proven supply chain. So the history with us with conventional power plants is also the supply chain, the proven partners. And we can use them for building nuclear power plants also. So on the slide, our main partners. Thank you for trusting us, and we have also Fortum, Vattenfall, our partner OSG, Synthos, and of course, Fermi Energia. We have also our important partners, which we have now on site in Canada, Aecon Atkins. You will have possibility to see the presentation from Greg. I don't see Greg, but he would like to share, of course, details about the site. Having good partners, as I said, is really important for the progressing the project. Now I would like to maybe share a few words about the status of the projects. So Canada will be more explained by Greg, but we are also, as I said, with Ontario Power Generation, we started the site. Still COD is planned for 2029 and 30, the first energy from the first energy, net zero energy. We received with OPG the final investment decision, and the site was started. In US, with TVA, Tennessee Valley Authority, TVA submitted a construction permit application to build a PWRX 300. This is also the really important milestone for TVA project, and it's the first construction permit application for PWRX in US. We also have in US Duke Energy, which announced that they would like to invest and join our project to deploy the technology. And what about Europe? I will start not from Poland, because for Poland I have a special slide dedicated only for Poland, but Sweden, really important partner for us. Vattenfall announced in August 2025 that it has shortlisted 2 SMR technologies. One of them is also, of course, our BWRX 300. Now we are advanced in the dialogue with the partner, and we are waiting for the final decision. In March 2025, Fortum announced that it had selected the BWRX 300 for potential deployment in Finland and Sweden. It's also the big step and the big progress in Finland. Of course, Estonia, as I shared before, decided to choose our technology, and now we are planning to progress together, and Poland could be a really good partner to support, especially in deployment and then at execution stage, because in Poland we are building our excellence center to support licensing work or engineering work. Coming to Canada, the picture from the site, nothing more to say. The site is progressing. And the last one slide, and then I will switch to Rob Rudish, who will share more details about the region, how we are progressing in the region, but about Poland. As I shared, we cooperate with our partner, Orlen Synthos Green Energy. Orlen Synthos Green Energy was established in 2023 to deploy only in Poland the fleet of SMRs. This is the private and state-owned company, because the Synthos company is a private and Orlen is 49% state-owned company, which is really important for the project, that this is not only private initiative, but also including government. In 2022, I started my career with GVH, and we established the office in Warsaw, our branch in Warsaw, and we started to hire the people. Now we have really impressive team, close to 50 people, including around 14 engineers. We also started to prepare separate, this is the name, Engineering Innovation Center, where we have only engineers, 200 engineers, but we started to create the Excellence Center only dedicated to BWRX 300 to support this technology around the world. So they're engaging to other projects, not only in Polish project, but also they support Canadian or US project in this area. Still, our plan is ambition. We would like to deliver with our customer 24 units. The first site was announced last year. This will be Włocławek. You can see on the screen. The Włocławek site could be till 6 units. So the plan was to have 2 till 4 units, but now, last days, the investor announced that they would like to build maybe 6 units, so they would like to ask our government for new decision in principle because they need to have the new decision in principle. We receive from our government the decisions in principle for all these sites. We also apply for the environmental studies, and we also under the dialogue with PAA about the PISA preparation. From PAA, we have obtained the general opinion, which is some kind of green light for our project in Poland from regulator to deploy this project. Now I will switch to Rob, and then after the presentation, we can answer the questions. Yeah?
Okay, hi. I want to just start off by saying thank you, Khalif. Not only thank you for inviting us, but thank you for organizing this event. I think this is, 7th year? And just a fantastic success. You put me on the spot last night, so I'll put you on the spot now. But you know, one of the things that I love so much about this event is looking out and seeing all the young faces in this room. So often we talk to a certain demographic at these events, but to see a lot more diversity in this room is really a great accomplishment. And it's really important because we're talking about reactors that are going to be in commercial operation in the next decade and that will last into the next century, hopefully. So what we're really talking about is energy security, climate security, economic prosperity, not for you and me as much, but for some of the young faces in the room. So I really commend you on diversifying the participation. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about SGE. We have a number of companies working together. We're very much a sibling project, if I can, to Fermi, building the same technology in the same region. But so we have GE Vernova Hitachi Nuclear Energy. I'm practicing saying that still. And they're, of course, the technology vendor and really the key vendor of the project. And then we have 2 companies in Poland, SGE and OSGE, and it gets a little confusing, so I'll explain it a little bit. We're SGE, and what we are is a regional developer platform for BWRX 300. And then our model is to help stand up local companies in different countries that will deliver the actual reactor projects in their respective countries. And so that is OSGE. It's our joint venture between SGE and Orlen in Poland to build reactors in Poland. And we're also looking beyond Poland a little bit, and I'll talk about that a little more in a minute. What does that mean that we do as a regional developer? And what we do is we really help bring fleet efficiency to deliver projects across Europe. So as a technology vendor, GE plays a central and essential role in the project, but they don't bring the whole project. It's not turnkey. It's not the way American technologies work. So there's a lot of the project that needs to come into play beyond that. And that's where we partner with them and step in to deliver those other portions of the project. And so some of that is site selection and siting process, actually filing and implementing the regulatory and licensing process for the sites, managing the development and the construction phase and selection of the operator. We're also working on the financial side. We're an investor in our projects directly, and we're also helping to structure financing beyond our own investment, both on the government side and the private sector side. We're working with GE and others on supply chain, on workforce development, on procurement, and all those things that really make an individual reactor project feel like part of a fleet, function like part of a fleet, and economically perform like part of a fleet, even if they're a little bit smaller. So we're doing that, like I said, already in Poland with OSGE, with our joint venture there, is going incredibly well. So we're now expanding our development platform throughout the region. We're a little different than some other developers that are out there, because I think we bring a little bit more robust platform to the table. Specifically in two areas. One is technology. We are not technology agnostic. We are building GE Vernova Hitachi nuclear energy, BWRX 300. That's where we're focusing, because we thought it was the most commercially advanced technology, and GE was the most robust partner to work with. So we have selected that technology, and we're selecting one technology only because we want to get really good and efficient at building one technology. We're also invested in that technology. So along with our fantastic partners from OPG that are from Origin somewhere in the room, there, and our American partners from TVA, and of course, GE Hitachi, we've come together to finish the standard design. So we've invested directly into rights to that design. So we bring a technology with us, so to speak. The other thing that we bring with us is a little bit different financial position than most developers. So, you know, Dagmara mentioned a minute ago, they're a startup with a 100-year history, and it's very true. We're a startup with a multi-billion-dollar owner. So while SGE itself is a relatively small startup, we're part of a $14 billion ownership group that brings a robust set of companies, a robust set of experience to the table to help us invest not only in our projects in Poland, not only in the development of the BWRX 300, but in projects really across Europe. So our first projects in Poland, we're in a very fortunate position that between Synthos, one of our parent companies, and Orlen, our partner, is that they're really not only the developers, but they're also the off-takers and the owners. And so that's a really essential part of our model. Also, we bring a team with us, of course. So we have been building a good set of expertise in Poland. We're going to continue to do that. And then what we do is we help our partner countries also build that expertise while still being able to kind of draw on the home office in Warsaw, so to speak. So we have nuclear expertise, we have people from across the energy sector, we have a company called ATEC, which is within our ownership group. It's kind of our in-house energy engineering firm that we use for a lot of our internal work. We have some regulatory expertise, project management, offtake, et cetera, that we can kind of leverage across our platform. Where are we doing this? Most of Central and Eastern Europe is our primary focus. We're GE's kind of exclusive strategic partner, if you will, for a bulk of the region, and then also looking a little bit outside the dark blue region as well. You see UK and Germany, but we also have rights to kind of use our access to the technology worldwide. So we're keeping an open and broad perspective, I would say, to projects around the world. We've had a tremendous amount of success in Poland, like I said, but not only in Poland. In the UK, things are moving forward. Along with GE, we sponsored GDA Step 2, the regulatory licensing process for the UK, and we're the first SMR to have completed the two-step process there. making BWRX 300 much more ready to build in the UK. Turning to Poland, we continue to hit milestones. I think a number of you have heard about our projects in the past, so I'll focus on some of the newer updates. Most recently, the national grid operator, PSE, released their new strategy, which has a defined requirement for a minimum of 4 BWRX 300s in Poland by 2036. That is important because it also links us to access to grid connection. We were talking about this with some of our Dutch colleagues earlier, because that power is now essential for Poland to be able to maintain adequate capacity. We are starting site-level development work at our first site in Włocławek. That's very exciting. So getting ready to actually move our first site into reality out of the planning phase. We're also finalizing our contract for difference application, which will be for 12 reactors in Poland to support the offtake for that project. We are, as Dagmara mentioned, we have decision in principle, which is initial government approval for 24 units in Poland already. We will be expanding that hopefully very soon to 26 units. And then finally, it was recently announced from the regulator in Poland that the regulatory regime has been assessed to be complete and suitable, meaning that with the recent changes, no new regulatory changes are needed to bring an SMR all the way into commercial operation. They may still do some small enhancements, but the current regime is sufficient for full regulatory approval. So moving beyond Poland, we've started new partnerships in the last 9 months or so with Bluebird in Bulgaria. We're in the process of forming a joint venture there. And then similarly with Hunatom in Hungary, which is the state-owned nuclear constructor in Hungary, who has requested 10 units of BWRX 300. Finally, looking at Slovakia, we recently signed an MOU with the national operator there. And the State Department jointly published a study with them 2 weeks ago with a roadmap to SMR deployment in Slovakia by 2035. Finally, I just want to highlight our cooperation with the US State Department's FIRST program that has launched the Regional Spring Initiative, which is a really long acronym. But basically, it's a facilitated approach to coordinate BWRX 300 deployments in Central and Eastern Europe with support and resources from the US government. Of course, Fermi is also a strong participant. It's good to have a good sibling partner in that project together, and we're both very excited about that initiative. Looking a little more at Poland, similar map that you saw just a moment ago, but these are the 6 locations where the government has already granted decision in principle. We don't intend to move forward equally on all 6 sites. We have 3 sites, 2 in the south, Staromanowska, and one other one. Krakow, that we're moving forward with in kind of our initial phase, along with Włocławek, which right now is on track to be our first site. This is this one in kind of the middle of Poland, where we're starting site-level development work already. Just a little look at the regulatory process. We've surpassed a couple of milestones already in the last 2 years, with the next major regulatory milestone for those 3 sites, all of them, will be the environmental decision. And then here's a look at our timeline for these 3 most advanced sites, where we're kind of planning to move forward with a waterfall strategy, if you will. So again, capitalizing on this experience, taking it and bringing it out to the rest of Central and Eastern Europe so that all the projects in the region can kind of benefit from the same fleet level efficiency is our primary goal here. And with that, I think we'll ask Dagmara to come back up for some questions, or do we have a few minutes?
Yes, thank you. Applause.
see if I can get a more GE picture. Okay.
Yeah, and Dagmar will please join also for a quick few questions.
Proszę.
So also raise your hands in the room if you have any questions. A microphone will come to you. So, question from Slido. Is the program first still going on despite current geopolitical context and the announcement of reducing American involvement in European Union?
So short answer, yes. I would like to push back on this concept of reducing American involvement. I think it's evolving. So there are certainly some areas where some changes have been noticed. We're not going to pretend that there aren't. But energy security is one area where we see consistent growth in U.S. involvement supporting European allies. And I say this as somebody who worked for the U.S. government for a long time on energy security, so I'm very passionate about it, but I don't want to let that go. Do you want to?
Okay, good. Thank you. We are confident that things go forward with nuclear support. Dagmar, how do you see GE Vernova-Hitachi Nuclear Energy Poland to support the regional fleet deployment of PVRX 300 reactors? What are your plans?
So absolutely, my dream will be to build hub in Warsaw, in Poland, to support our main customers around Poland and Warsaw. So as I said, we started building our engineering innovation center. Now we have 50 experts dedicated only to BWRX technology. We also have a really impressive team dedicated for licensing process, which is really, really important, especially at the beginning. And the experts are really important, and we will all have the same problem in the same moment. We will have a look into the experienced staff, and this will be the big area to manage by not only by us, not only by GVH, but also by Westinghouse and other technologies. So if we will have our excellence center in Warsaw, we can support all our customers.
Very good. Yeah, I see also that there's
Not so far, I would say, 1.5 hour flights, and without the changing time zone, it's really...
Nuclear is a good field because everybody likes to do cooperation, and there is a big win if you actually cooperate. You tackle the same problems, you share the resources, you reduce the cost.
We're very central in Warsaw. We're not far from Tallinn, and at the same time, we're not far from Sofia either. So.
Thank you. There is a question.
Thank you for a nice presentation. My name is Paula Keto, and I come from Finland, VTT. I would like to ask, what is the status of the waste management and the regulations in Poland concerning nuclear waste?
So under Polish regulation, of course, technology provider is responsible for waste. And this is under PISA documentation, so we are obliged to prepare this plan and to share with our regulator. This will be in the next step. So now we are under the preparation of the PISA revision A, and this will be in the revision B. But also it's important that our government, Polish government, is looking for the new, I would say, waste storage.
Long-term permanent disposition.
Long-term waste storage, and soon should be announced the tender for that. So this will be also supportive for our program.
And we do have, an existing waste storage site in Poland, which is suitable for our current needs. But as we look at between BWRX 300 and also an AP1000 program, Poland is looking somewhere in the range of 15 to 19 gigawatts of new nuclear energy in the next 2 decades. And that's where some expanded capacity is certainly going to be needed at some point.
Thank you. Another question from Slido. How Polish industry will be involved into Polish SMRs? here is meant the amount of localization. Do you require, or is there some plans? I don't know who wants to answer.
So one thing is a private project. We don't have a specific requirement for localization. We are very excited to take advantage of Polish industry and everything that it provides. But as a regional fleet developer, we're looking for maximum efficiency in the region. And what that means in practice is that in several countries that are working together, the individual share of local content in a specific reactor may be smaller. But the opportunity for those same companies to provide support not only to their national reactor, but to the fleet that is going from Tallinn probably all the way down to Sofia is fantastic. So it creates more specialization at the individual level, which creates a lower cost project, but also more economic opportunity for all those countries and all those suppliers.
And last question, will the spring program apply to GE Vernova Hitachi and or SGE? I think it's...
Yes, I guess.
Yes, simply saying yes. So the program is under our sponsoring support, or I would say is dedicated only to our technology, but all from the market can change.
Yeah. The requirement is for BWRX 300 in 13 different countries, almost all in Central and Eastern Europe. So it includes specifically GE's technology, but is open to any company, including Fermi, including SGE, OSGE, etc., that is working on this technology within the region.
Thank you very much. Applause.
Thank you.
Nii, mul on tunne, et siin tegelikult janutab kohvi järele ja koogi järele, et me tõstame selle kohvipausi praegusesse hetke, teeme 20 minutit kiire pausi ja tuleme tagasi paari minuti pärast siis. 20-minute coffee break. And there is a cake. Yeah. nii. Palun tulge tagasi istuma. Nüüd jätkame konkreetse ehituskogemusega. Järgmine ettekanne viib meid Kanadasse, kus valmib esimene PVRX 300 reaktor. Esmalt annab tuumajaama omanik OPG Ontario Power Generation ülevaate sellest, kuidas projekt edeneb ning kuidas nende kogemus toetab sama tehnoloogia kasutusele võttu siin Euroopas. Seejärel räägib jaama ehitaja ja reaktorihoone komponentide valmistaja Aekon lähemalt ehitusprotsessist. Welcome on stage, Josh Diening from OPG, and then after later, Greg Tede from Aekon. Please.
So thank you very much, and I just want to thank Kalev and the Fermi Group for inviting me here. This is my first time in Estonia, and hopefully first of many trips to come here to talk about nuclear collaboration. So a little bit about myself. I've been in the nuclear industry for my whole career, about 20 years, all of that with Ontario Power Generation. I spent about 15 years of that in mega projects, and I'll talk a little bit more of that once I get to that in the presentation. And the last 5 years, I've been lucky to work in our nuclear growth organization and look at different organizations and places where we can support and collaborate on new growth. So if we look on the left here, we got a new picture here. I know everyone has seen the fancy GE renderings, but I always make a joke when I take people on tours of the Darlington site. And so you go on a bus, and there's a bunch of buildings, and our whole entire facilities are kind of square gray buildings. And so the new SMR, DNMP, is now going to be also another square gray building. So yeah, this is what it's actually going to look like, and yeah, we'll get going. So a little bit about OPG. We are a provincially owned regulator. We've got about 18,000 megawatts worth of capacity. It's a diverse mix, so we have a fair amount of hydroelectric, we've got thermal, we've got gas, we've got a solar plant, and then, of course, our flagship nuclear plants. And so we've got 2 plants. We've got our existing CANDUs at Darlington, as well as our plant in Pickering. The one thing that OPG has that we're really lucky is we've been a nuclear operator for many, many decades. And so we've spent the time to build out the supporting infrastructure, to build out the supply chain, support potential vendors. And as we looked at the future demand growth of energy, in Ontario, in Canada, like many other countries around the world, that demand is increasing, and it's increasing rapidly. And so as an entity, OPG looked at what are our options? And new nuclear was one of our major options. And based on the experience that we have, the industry that we've built, we were a good fit to go first. And the OPG team, for a long time, a lot of entities, a lot of countries, or a lot of utilities don't want to be first. But the OPG leadership back in 2018, 2019 said, well, if no one else is going to do it, why not us? So we took the risk, and we went first. So I'm going to start with a quick update on the Darlington New Nuclear Project. And so some of this info you heard in some earlier presentations, but we picked the BWRX. We had a licensed site that we licensed in 2008, and it was licensed based on technology agnostic. And so we decided not to build back in 2008 for a bunch of reasons, but the one thing that we did is we kept that licensed site active. And so when we chose the BWRX in 2018, 2019, we already had our license prepare site, we already had our site picked, so we could get right to the next steps. And so in Canada, the next step is a license to construct. We submitted that in 2022, we started site prep, we got our license to construct in 2024 in April, we got our FID in May from our government, and yeah, now we are well on our way in construction. So I'll show you a couple of pictures, and I think Greg's going to go into a little bit more detail after me. So the next steps in our licensing process is our license to operate, and so we are issuing that in the coming months. That's about a 2-year time frame, and then we'll get our license to operate in 2028 before fuel load, finish construction, get the commissioning done, and have a plant, our first BWRX in commercial operation by 2030. So here's a picture of the site. And so we take these pictures every week, so you'll kind of see different evolutions between the three presentations today. But if we look on the top left, there's the forebay shaft. So we've done all the pilings, we've done excavations on our three major holes. So the forebay shaft, the reactor building shaft, and the launch shaft. You can see lots of cranes, lots of activity. There's hundreds of workers coming on and off site every day. The launch shaft at the bottom of the picture here, that's where our tunnel boring machine will go in. So the machine has already been ordered, it's on site, and it'll be lowered into the hole in the spring. So that's for our deep water intake. It's a 1.8 kilometer loop that it'll do under Lake Ontario, which is our cooling water source. The reactor building shaft in the middle there, so it's been excavated. If you look on the right, pre-assembly structure, so the modules, the pieces of the plant that we need to assemble on site, they're done inside that tent. The tent opens up, we crane it into the actual facility. And if we look up at the top, we've got other admin buildings, other storage buildings, and then on the far right, or my right here, you'll see a bit of a field, and that's where units 2, 3, and 4 are gonna go next. So the one thing that I love about the nuclear industry, and you've heard it a few times today, is the collaborative nature. And so, you know, if we have an issue or if we have a problem in the nuclear industry, it affects us all, whether we're in North America or we're in Europe. And so what I want to do is talk a little bit about what we've learned by going first with the BWRX, and how do we build out BWRXs across Europe, across North America at scale. So I'll talk a little bit about lessons learned. I'll talk about why focus on project execution is so critical. And then I wanted to end off with a little bit about a fleet approach. So back in 2008, when I first started OPG, we look at the project organization, and we executed a couple $100 million worth of projects, capital investments a year. So back then, we were looking at the future. We noticed our nuclear plants were aging and needed significant amount of work. Our hydroelectric plants were also aging and needed a significant amount of work. So we need to figure out, how do we execute these large capital projects on time and on schedule? So back in 2008, 2009, we started to build out that project execution function. And that started by going to universities to make sure we have the right skill sets of the employees that we're going to hire. It was building internal project controls and structures and governance. And that organization has grown as OPG's projects organization grown. When we look at now we execute multiple billions of dollars of work every single year. And because we spent that time and we spent that decade building that capacity and that capability, we're actually getting pretty good at executing these projects. And so we have this concept, walk before you run. So back in 2010, we knew we had to refurb our flagship site. We planned for 6 years. We spent billions of dollars before we even started the project, making sure that we were ready. We built mock-ups so we could practice the very difficult, skilled work that you need to do on the reactor in a plastic suit. We built up the supply chains. We ensured that we had everything in place before we started. So back in 2016, we shut down the first unit. We executed the first one on budget, on time. And you fast forward 10 years, and recently announced last week, we are now through the Darlington refurbishment mega project, $12.8 billion, and we're actually under budget and ahead of schedule. Back when we were planning that in 2010, that was an unheard of. The industry of nuclear mega projects did not have a track record of executing projects on budget or on schedule. So we were able to do that, and we did that through all of that capability and capacity building. What that's done is that's unlocked our ability to go after bigger, bolder things. So by successfully refurbing our Darlington plant, we now have a Pickering plant that was slated to be shut down this year. We got approval last year that we're actually going to shut down refurbish that plant and extend that life by another 30 years. It gives us the ability to do new build. Like I'd mentioned earlier, not a lot of utilities want to go first when it comes to first-of-a-kind nuclear risk. We're taking that because we've got the experience, we've got the capacity. Walk before you run. So why SMRs? OPG hasn't done greenfield construction since the 70s and 80s. That's when our existing plants were built. So we thought, why not start small on greenfield? Let's figure it out on a single-digit billion project instead of a large scale when you're in the tens of billions of dollars. When we successfully build DNNP, that unlocks the next phase of our build out, and that'll be large nuclear projects to support, or large nuclear plants to support our grid growth. And from that, then we look into Gen 4s, we look into other BWRXs, and really there's a lot of opportunities for us to continue to grow. One of the key things that we did in Darlington refurbishment and we're doing in our new nuclear program is lessons learned. We were very strategic and we were very specific on how we did this. We pulled out an independent organization. Their sole focus was to extract lessons learned from the execution organizations. We would categorize them, we would rank them, we would look at their impact, we would figure out where they would impact future projects, both within Nuke and across our organization. And then we ensured that the execution teams, the next execution teams, understood the impact of these lessons learned and used them. So when we look at our refurbishment project from Unit 1 to Unit 2 was $1 billion cheaper and significantly faster. And we saw that after every single unit. And like I said, we completed that $12.8 billion project on budget, or under budget and ahead of schedule. So project execution. And so this was a lesson learned from our refurbishment project, and I'm going to talk a little bit about that first. Our first commercial strategy for our Darlington refurbishment project was engineer, procure, construct. So we had some qualified vendors. We actually had a ceremony, in front of a big group like this, where we handed the keys to the reactor from OPG over to our vendors. And we thought, hands off, we'll come back in 3 years, everything will be great, we'll start the reactor up and start generating electricity. And we were wrong. That was not the right model. We quickly learned that in the nuclear industry, things are different. The operator needs to be heavily involved. And we pivoted the culture of the project to what we called was a one team. And what that means is that each individual company that's part of a consortium, we don't care what color hard hat you have, you are doing what is best for the project. And so fast forward to DNNP, we talk about, we have our execution team here on the bottom left. We instead of going EPC, we did something called an IPD, Integrated Project Delivery Model. And that encompasses this one team culture right into the contract. So like I said, when we rebranded this team, we call it SMRX, and this was before the whole Elon Musk thing. So we call it SMRX. And in the SMRX team, they don't have Atkins emails, they don't have ACON emails, they don't have GDH emails, they have SMRX team emails. And like I said, doesn't matter what color your hard hat is, doesn't matter who's paying the bills or your salary, you do what is right for the project. The incentive, disincentive, and risk pool, it's joint between all members of this. And so it's a really good way to drive the right culture and the right behaviors within the project. When you look at our schedule too, we're staggered. I'll go back to refurbishment. We completed our very first unit before we even thought of starting the second. That gave us time to understand the lessons learned, adjust the team, rebuild the team in the right way to ensure that we're successful. So for DNNP, you'll see, we're going to get substantially complete on that first unit before we start the second. And at that point, we can get into that year-over-year overlap on execution. And so it allows us to really take that knowledge that we learned on that first unit and ensure that we don't make the same mistakes. And then lastly, just a little bit about a fleet approach. SMRs, small modular reactors, the real advantage of these is if we can build out a fleet across North America and Europe, and we operate this as a fleet and we collaborate as a fleet, we can actually, our analysis shows that we can actually drastically lower the OM&A cost of each individual plant. And so that saves all of our companies, our partners' money, as well as the ratepayers or the actual citizens paying for the power. And how do we do that? Centralized engineering, centralized procurement. I love the example of when you're buying a valve for 3 units. A vendor's not necessarily going to use automation or invest in CapEx to build out a manufacturing facility when you get 1 or 2 units worth of orders. If we have a fleet and we're talking 24, 12, 6, 8, 10, we pull that all together, then we can start driving the prices down for the components to build out these plants. Training, supply chain, warehouses, working together to ensure that we can lower the overall costs. So just in closing, so part of my job is around international business development, looking at how we can support organizations outside of Ontario. So we work in Western Canada, in Saskatchewan, and then in Europe, we're working very closely with our friends at OSGE. Orange Hills Energy, Aldrich was here earlier. We spend a lot of time we're collaborating with him, and we're really excited to be working here with Fermi. I think there's a lot we can do to help. And the lessons that we learned on DNMP, if we don't find a way to share them and ensure that other organizations aren't making the same mistakes we did by going first, we're leaving money on the table. So thank you very much, and I'll turn it over to Greg.
I think Jos took a lot of my slides, but it's fine. It's fine. We're partners, so it's actually a pleasure to follow OPG as a partner in some of the work that we do. So a lot of what Jos just talked about is Aecon is a nuclear constructor. But maybe I'll just do a little bit of a level set and just thank Caleb and the Fermi team for inviting me back to talk a little bit about some of the work that we're doing in Canada. And I'll touch a little bit I'll go a little bit more in detail in terms of what we're doing and the status of the project, because everybody's watching and everybody's interested about the first of a kind. So my name is Greg Tatey. I have the responsibility of nuclear strategy, business development, and services for our nuclear group. In that function, I've also got procurement and supply chain, engineering, as well as a fairly busy estimating team that's trying to figure out different technologies, how much does it cost, how much maturity do we have in the design, and how do we put some numbers and some confidence around some of these decisions that others have talked about, like Robert and Dagmara and Jos, about how much is it going to cost to build in different regions. It's an honor to join again here in Estonia. It's probably my 7th time here and speak again at the conference. During a time when energy security and decarbonization continues to reshape national priorities across Europe. Fermi Energia's leadership in exploring and advancing nuclear power reflects a clear understanding of what a future Estonia demands. Reliable, low-cost infrastructure at a competitive cost, built on strong governance, regulation, law, with a long-term vision. Aecon's experience in delivering major nuclear projects in Canada and the United States has shown success, and that requires more than just technical capability. It depends on disciplined execution, collaboration, transparent partnerships, which Jos just talked a little bit about, which I'll go into more detail, and an unwavering commitment to safety in terms of the plant, the people, the communities, and how do we manage the full life cycle of nuclear power. These strengths are what our team brings to every project, and they align closely with Estonia's ambitions for a resilient, independent electricity system. By advancing next-generation nuclear infrastructure, Estonia is positioning itself for economic competitiveness and strategic ability. Aecon stands ready to support that journey, share improving expertise, building local capabilities and capacity, and working collaboratively to turn this national opportunity into a sustainable world-class asset. In terms of the theme of the conference, Building Beyond Borders, being Canadian and being here today, it's an honor to talk a little bit about the art of possibility. So in terms of Aecon, just a little bit of an understanding of who we are. We've got over 150 years in terms of what we do. We're known as a Canadian North American infrastructure company. We've got away from doing the simple stuff. We typically take on very challenging projects. And in the nuclear space specifically, even the early days of the last 5 decades, we've done the more easy work in terms of supporting operations and maintenance. Now we are getting into these large, more complex, and as a partner, one of many partners to OPG in these large tasks is as an extension of their business. We work collaboratively with them to put together solutions on being able to take not only doing a project once, but we take a look at this, for example, with a fleet approach, both to refurbishments and life extensions. And we talked about just the success of the Darlington project being handed back ahead of schedule and under cost on a 4-unit refurbishment. What's also going on in the province is also a 6-unit refurbishment about 4 hours from the OPG Darlington site. It's a company called Bruce Power. I worked there for a number of years. And that refurbishment is going on, and there's lots of collaboration between the utilities, but there's also a lot of collaboration between the supply chain partners in terms of making sure that we're able to support and commit to the complex execution. In terms of our nuclear group, though, we're roughly about 5 billion Canadian in terms of annual turnover, which is growing. We've got a very strong backlog of about 10.5 billion. But today we stand, nuclear is our largest sector. When I joined Aecon 6 years ago, we were about 16%. We're currently at 28% as of the end of last year. This is predominantly a reflection of where we're located in North America. We've been acquiring companies over the last 5 to 7 years in targeted markets and in targeted segments. We now have our nuclear head office in US in Charlotte. But in red here is one of our most recent entities that we've just stood up. We've just signed the agreements to have a Polish entity to support the work that we're doing for OSGE and just collaborating and understanding how do we support and bring, as Jos said, knowledge from Canada from a construction viewpoint to understand how do we bring value to that project, whether it's just early days or whether it's actually in pre-planning and execution of not only the first but a fleet. And that's a very similar model that we've been talking to Henry and the team about for Estonia and maybe more regionally the Baltics. Okay, so Jos has already killed this one. This is the image that everybody shows, and I think even Dagmara had. What's funny is you see these come up all the time, but this is actually a Canadian post vehicle. And you'll see it in different regions, and you can always tell if it's the Canadian version or if it's the Polish version or Estonian. But this particular one, we kind of pick up the little themes. So we in nuclear kind of categorize 6 different markets. We do refurbishment programs, large complex life extension programs. We do operations and maintenance, which is kind of at the base level in terms of supporting nuclear facilities. We have a growing federal program work in the US. There's a lot of money with regards to nuclear. There's a lot of rehabilitation of the federal sites. And then I think what's most interesting and topical is our experience in both large and small modular reactor new build, as well as very complementary nuclear fabrication under our QA program, which I'll talk more about today. Some projects of reference, which I think are topical. So between the Bruce Power and Darlington project, which Jos talked about, between those 2 projects, the province has invested $26 billion into the 10 units. That program's gone so well with OPG taking the lead and the supply chain partnerships to respond to that and deliver, is that confidence is there, and now they've extended that 10 unit to 14 unit with the additional 4 units at Pickering. We have experience at Vogtle for the AP1000s. We've supplied mechanical modules, nuclear modules from our Canadian facilities, both to VC Summer and to Vogtle. As well as at the peak, we had about 300 specialized welders that were on site trying to do the containment fabrications, which we learned a lot. And we talk a lot about lessons learned and trying to figure out what not to replicate and do that again. We'll talk about the Darlington BWRX 300, of course, in more detail. And then more recently, we were selected with partners for the XE100 in Washington for the advanced Generation 4 small modular reactor, which is hopefully going to be a 12-unit site, but we'll start with 4. We talked about the integrated project delivery model. Really, we've got the 4 entities, and I just recognize that Hitachi is wrong, so apologies. It should say GE Vernova Hitachi. But we have generally 4 roles within the actual project team. I'll play a short video and then continue on.
I got into trades because I wanted to make a difference.
It's exciting to think that you're going to be part of history.
We're going to be powering 1.2 million homes.
OPG is proud to lead the way in deploying the G7's first grid-scale small modular reactor in Darlington, where the future of clean energy is being built by Ontarians. This is more than a project. It's a global first, with the potential to power 1.2 million homes with clean energy by the mid-2030s, and proving that the power to change the world is in our hands.
The people around you want you to succeed. They want to see you do well.
We look out for each other, and you have to. It's the only way that you keep each other safe.
This project reflects who we are at OPG: innovative, skilled, diverse, and proud to help create a cleaner tomorrow, right here at home.
I am building retaining walls for a nuclear power plant that's going to help change the future of Canada and power itself.
You're seeing something that's new, and where it's going to lead and what it's going to evolve into, it's going to be for generations to come.
It's really cool being on quite literally the largest project in the continent right now. I hope that this project brings cleaner energy, helping the planet, reducing costs for my community and my children's future.
Together, we're building more than a reactor. We're building careers, communities, and a healthy future for all Ontarians by shaping the future of clean energy in Ontario and beyond.
Okay, and you've seen this. This is the real-life version of what the BWRX 300 is going to look like, at least at the Darlington site. That might change a little bit, but we're excited to be one of the leading partners in supporting OPG's role and building the first BWRX 300. This particular image is an image that I used in one of the previous conferences here. And so this was originally, we talked about the site, we talked about all the work that was coming up, and we're all excited, and we had a couple cranes there, and we started to do, some earth prep. Which was mainly done by OPG and a number of other partners. But you've already seen the image of what it looks like today. And so I think in Yoss's photo, there wasn't as much snow. I think there's more snow at the site today. And it's not so much different than the weather outside. We typically deal with cold weather and lots of snow, and we've got to figure out, how do we continue work, especially a lot of it's civil and site preparation. But I'm not going to go through this in detail because Yoss has already gone through that. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a bit of a snapshot in terms of what's going on inside that white tent and inside the actual shaft, because that's kind of the center of the project and the actual reactor building. Yoss did mention it wasn't actually on his photo, but up on the top right-hand corner, number 5. That's basically the laydown area for the tunnel boring machine. You'll see almost kind of a soccer field full of, I think there's a laser here. I'm not sure if that works, not very well, right there. Those are all liners that will actually line the tunnel for the cooling water after the TBM runs through to actually reinforce the tunnel. And I'll point out, I guess, the storage facilities or the warehouses at the top, the 2 white buildings. But to the right of it is actually a staging area for the sub-assembled nuclear fabrications that are coming from off-site to on-site and then into the modules, which is relevant for the conversation. This is the conceptual view of the 4-unit layout, obviously the first one being here, and then unit 2, 3, and 4. And this is a very simplified slide of the actual reactor building. And the reason that I show this is just to give you a general concept of what we call the nuclear island. But the design basis for the BWRX 300 is a steel concrete composite. Some of you know this. It's a very complex structure, but it's also a safety structure in terms of housing the reactor pressure vessel or the reactor itself. And so you can tell, generally you have a primary containment, and then you have a kind of a secondary containment, but there's a lot of steel fabrications that are going on, and I shared some of that update last time I was here. So to give some folks a bit of an understanding of the size and scale of this, is about 36, 37 meters in diameter. It's to scale with regards to a human that's about 6 feet tall. And you can see in that 3D printed scheme that's on a number of our conference tables, the complexity of the different modules that need to be fit together. So they need to be welded, they need to be pre-assembled, they need to be shipped to site, they need to be welded into larger modules. And there you have the M in SMR, at least as its initial phase. So when we think about generally, we've got 3 macro processes. You've got a fabrication facility, you've got an on-site modularization capacity for the really big modules that you have to lift, and then you actually have the in-pit construction and fitting those modules together. Very basic, very simple, but also very complex, and we're learning a lot about the design as it evolves, but also how do we actually plan ourselves for both fabrication, advanced manufacturing and production, as well as the in-pit construction. So this is a couple shots of our fabrication shop taken probably a few weeks ago. These are some of the base mat. We call them the base. It's the bottom of the reactor, the base mat of the reactor building. It's about 4 feet in height, but this is just one of many of the sections that I shown on the black disc. We've got custom jigs and fixtures, which are very, very, very well designed. They're also meant to make sure that when there's a lot of welding that's going on to these sub-assemblies, we're taking into consideration the weld sequence, what welds, making sure that we've got control of heat distortion and making sure that the components, when they come out of those fixtures, they have dimensional control and quality. Because when we ship these to site, we need to make sure that quality is assured so that when we fit them up, We don't have deviations or gaps that we need to disposition because it's a nuclear reactor. It has to be done very accurately, and we want to make sure that we don't have any issues in the field, which would then draw to schedule delays or quality delays or cost increases. So today, the current status, if we take a look at that puck, basically that full puck has been fabricated through a couple different facilities, and that's being shipped to site, and most of it's at site, and it's being assembled into a larger module. The next level up is there's about 8 levels to the reactor building, so we're going to get into a different configuration where we get into walls and floors. And this configuration is actually really important because what we can do now is, because they're highly repeatable, if you think about all the different sections around the walls and the floors, it actually lends itself to make an investment into what Jos was saying about investing in advanced manufacturing and robotics. And so when we think about that and doing that fairly well, we have a large strain on skilled trades, nuclear class welders. When we can justify automation, not only are we doing it for 1 unit, we can do it for the 4 units at the Bruce site, or at the OPG site. And there, effectively, by pushing up the quality, we can push down the cost and try to maintain the schedules as best as possible. This is a learning process. It's first of a kind, but we're really excited to deploy some of these technologies. What I won't get into is like the actual details of some of the new jigs and fixtures and the robots. This you've seen before. We've got this probably from a year ago. This was actually a pre-qualification of what are called Nelson studs. There's about 1 million Nelson studs in the actual body of the reactor building. And historically, the industry would do that manually through welders. And so what we've done is said, let's not do that. It's highly repetitive. We have automation and technology that can do that under our nuclear QA program. So let's make that investment with OPG's approval to automate this, where what we can do is we can reduce the burden on people and then come out with a much highly repetitive process that is controlled for quality. And these studs, just to give you an idea, they actually hold the concrete when it's poured into the sub-assemblies. This is a view inside of the white building that we talked about. So this is the base mat. It's nearing completion. It's still probably got about another couple months to finalize. But you can see the vast majority, probably about 80% of the base mat is complete. There's welding that's going on underneath and above. And you can see here there's a number of sections around the outside that will get lifted, fitted up, and those will get welded to complete the full base mat, which will then be ready for the roof to be retracted. The heavy lift crane will be in place, and that heavy lift crane will then place the base mat into the shaft, which you'll see a photo of in a few seconds. It's a bit of a production process, first of a kind. We're working through this, but quite a lot of excitement by the team that's building this. This is not a photo of looking outside the window at the moment, but this is actually 2 weeks ago. I was at site, we went through the facility, and in the back of the facility, as you can imagine, the proximity is the shaft right beside the fabrication hall. And so this doesn't really give you a really good understanding of how deep this is, but it's currently at about 95 feet. We're taking it down to 110. So we're roughly about 85% complete. And then, of course, by the sequence of bringing that shaft down, the first lift of the module will be ready to go, roughly the 1st of April. And that lift is a fairly heavy one. It's about 950 tons. So in terms of ACON, who we are, generally, in terms of new nuclear development, we've got a simplified view of how can we help. And it's really on the collaboration and support of OPG and the experience that we have in terms of looking at new nuclear. But simplified, you've got any nuclear project, you're going to have to go through some early phase work to understand from a construction standpoint, how much is it going to cost? What does that supply chain look like? What's the construction risk? How much modularization could be implemented? What does the supply chain look like? In that supply chain, how much is local content or geographic content? We can take a look at supporting that from a general construction perspective. Naturally, as you move to the right in terms of a validation phase, which is support final investment decisions, project decision gates, you'd mature those initial estimates and schedules, and you'd kind of move that to be more refined once you learn more and the design is maybe further developed. And then you get into obviously the execution, which is what we do very well as a constructor. We're working across a number of different technologies. Our long history is with CANDU reactors, which we talked a lot about in terms of our domestic reactors in Canada. Of course, we have experience through our projects with the AP1000s, and we're working to understand the interest for the AP1000s both in North America and internationally. We're obviously working very closely as a partner through OPG, but GE Vernova through Dagmara's team. And then, of course, we're working with X Energy. And then there's a number of other new reactor technology companies that are interested in our expertise to help them understand, you know, how much is it going to cost to build their reactors and what are some of the things that we could provide. Partnerships has been brought up a number of times, and I can't express enough like the value of having a partner and a leader like OPG. OPG for us as AECON in terms of, you know, who we've become as a partner, as an extension of their business, is these projects are not simple. You know, you can see photos, they maybe look to be fairly straightforward. They're not. They are very challenging, and what you need to have is not necessarily a rigid relationship. You need to have some flexibility and understanding that you can control some things you can't control, and when you run into those situations, you hope that you have a partner beside you or across the table. And OPG has been that partner. That first unit and that refurbishment schedule that we just talked about delivering ahead of schedule and below budget. If we didn't have a partner and a relationship with OPG that allowed us to work together and figure out how do we actually change what we've done on the first to the second to the third to the fourth, that fleet program would not have resulted in what's considered a very big success. And so when we think about that, we think about what we're learning in Canada, and naturally our culture is to share what we're doing. We're excited to tell the story. We're excited about the technology, and we're excited about the markets that are looking at the technology and how we might be able to play. But let's be realistic from our perspective, there's no way that we could do what we do in Canada in every single market. And when I think about partnerships, I think about our partnerships back in Canada. I think our partnerships that we're establishing with developers in each country or region, and then also the supply chain partners, whether they're peers, tier 1 companies that would be here in the local regions, or potentially tier 2 or tier 3 partners that we could leverage. And so I just want to thank you for the time to give a bit of an update and add on to Jas's presentation, and thanks for listening.
Thank you, Greg. Thank you, Josh. Please stay. We have some questions. Don't run away. Any questions from Republic? I will ask from Slido. There is. Yes, microphone there, please.
Yeah, in Canada specifically, there's been in the nuclear space a bit of this talk about, you know, large reactors versus small-scale reactors, and SMRs has been criticized also about the feasibility and scalability in terms of the economics in a large country like Canada. In Estonia, obviously, it's a large reactor. It's not for the Estonian grid size, but how do you respond to that criticism, or is the future, how would I put it, is the future in small modular reactors, is it large reactors, is it both? So
both.
Yeah, I'll take a first stab. I think a couple things. All grids aren't equal, and so even grids across Canada need different solutions to meet the demand going forward. So there's that aspect that is having a 300 megawatt unit makes a lot of sense in a lot of different markets across Canada. Secondly, the risks that you take on a SMR to learn how to build, you know, greenfield construction is very different in the, you know, the single-digit billion versus the 10, 20, 30 billion dollar range that a large plant costs. So I think, as I said earlier on our slide, I think SMRs is one of the pieces for Canada, but large will be part of the solution in the longer term.
Yep. I agree.
Is the RPV, reactor pressure vessel, for Darlington already in production in GE facility? When is expected to be delivered?
I mean, answer.
Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah.
Well, the reactor pressure vessel is being supported through a Canadian company, BWXT, in actually Cambridge, Ontario. And so they're working very closely with GE Vernova on the design of the first RPV. And I understand that there is actually some pre-fabrication that's going on, which will be supplied and shipped to the site, and our construction team at site will install it and connect it. But Jos, you probably got some more details.
They're giant cylinders that all get welded together. So the pieces are there. They're starting the welding process to assembly. Exact delivery date, I don't know off the top of my head, but it'll be there when we need it.
Okay, thank you. Question there. And meanwhile, another question from here. Some 15 years ago, we heard about the new version of CANDU heavy water reactor, 700 megawatts, which is not much bigger. Well, it's double, but why OPG has selected the boiling water reactor instead of the CANDU, Canadian CANDU?
Yeah, so I think he's talking, the person asking the question is talking about EC6. So it's an enhanced CANDU 6. We've got CANDU 6 built in New Brunswick and other places across the world. We considered that in our tech select, and then really it came down to building an EC6, you're back to those first-of-a-kind risks. Where we have a BWRX, right? We talked about the X standing for the 10th evolution. Mm-hmm. So it's a simpler plant, it's a smaller plant, and I think the overall risk from our perspective is much more manageable than going after a larger first-of-a-kind risk again. The other side of that too is the design of the CANDU system was done by a company called AECL. So AECL was privatized some time ago, and so that capacity to build out that new organization needs to be built up again in Canada before we go after new CANDU plants.
Thank you. One more question. Is the tariff battle between US and Canada a problem for your supply chain?
I'll go first, and you can provide your perspective. But I'd mentioned we had spent decades building up a Canadian supply chain, and 80+% of what we need for the DNMP project is actually sourced from Canadian supply chains. And another chunk of that, 10%, is actually from Europe. So the forgings for our RPV come from Italy. Our turbine generator set comes from Europe as well. And so the actual percentage that would be impacted by tariffs coming from the States is in the single digits of our total procurement spend. Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much, Josh and Greg. It's really great to have you here, and thanks for taking the effort and the trip from Canada to here.
Can I ask a question, please?
It's nice to be back.
One more question? Yeah. Oh, okay, I didn't see, sorry.
The lights are really bright. It is hard to tell.
Yeah,
how is your experience from first of a kind construction will impact? I understand you plan up to 4 reactors on the site. Will it be now? First of all, is this project on budget and on schedule? And secondly, how the next reactors will be implemented faster?
Yeah, so I'll take a first stab at this again. So construction, we're a year, just coming up into a year of actual real construction. We are learning things. We are having those first-of-a-kind challenges. But the team that we have in place is collaborating very well to work through those. From what I understand, we're still tracking on budget and on schedule, but it's not without the challenges that come with taking the first-of-kind risk. And we understood that this was a risk. We decided to take it, and so we're working through those. And then, once we get substantially through Unit 1, that's when you get the waterfall for Unit 2, 3, 4. So we haven't made our FID decision yet for Units 2 to 4. We're in the process of doing that, and then that'll be announced in the coming months, maybe a year time frame. But we want to see substantial completion on the first unit before we continue that process.
Yeah. I would say from a construction standpoint, you saw a little bit about fabrication, and what we're trying to do is we're trying to really set ourselves up. And there's a learning process not only from the design, what needs to change in the design from the first unit to second. And we really don't want to see a lot of change unless it actually has a material impact to making sure that we can actually control that change and we're going to get the benefits of what that change is. And then, of course, the supply chain and the actual construction. And so very much as Jos went through in terms of our, we'll call it a roadmap for what we did collectively under OPG's leadership and guidance around the 4-unit refurbishment, the 13 billion, 12.8. Well, we can actually reduce $150 million from that. But it's actually very similar. And so the approach is even the staging between the first unit getting through substantial completion and moving on to second, third, and fourth. The actual real magic is in actually taking a look at what would you do differently. And you already have the teams already looking at that for the next potential 2, 3, 4. And so what we're looking at is we're making sure that when we're actually spooling up that capacity and that human capital on people that are actually doing that work, how do we actually move them around into leadership positions because they're making impactful change on the projects today? And being able to make sure that we have the supply chain learning so that what we can do is we can actually deliver with higher confidence. So, we'll be back, I'm sure, every year, and we'll give you updates, and you can ask that same question. And I'll be happy to just defer to OPG because it's their project.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Jätkame. Rahvusvaheline kogemuste jagamine ja esimestelt õppimine on loomulikult ülioluline. Üks selline koht, kuhu teadmised koonduvad, on Itaalia. Standardite, kultuuri ja regulatsiooni kokkusobitamine ja tehnoloogia ületoomine ühest regioonist teise on suur väljakutse. Welcome on stage, Marta Vázquez, who will talk about that.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so I think we've heard all the lessons learned from the Canadian and American reactors. And now I just have the title of my presentation. It's been really smooth. How to bring it to Europe, because we cannot invent the wheel every time something comes from the States to Europe. So for those that are not familiar, I'm Marta Vázquez. I'm Business Development Manager at Empresarios Agrupados, which is a Spanish engineering and consultancy company that was created in 1971 to be the architect engineer for the constructions of the nuclear power plants in Spain. In Spain, we had up to 9 nuclear reactors, but nowadays we have 7 nuclear reactors in operation. And we have, I think the beauty of Spain, well, apart from other things, but in the nuclear business, we managed to build, Empresarios built as architect engineer, a boiling water reactor from GE Vernova, Cofrentes nuclear power plant, Almaraz nuclear power plant, which is 2-unit Westinghouse reactor. And we also have Trillo nuclear power plant that was also built by us, which is Siemens KVU, and nowadays Framatome, we designed it with KTS in Spain. So I think our experience in adapting and adopting the reactor design as it comes from the reference design and the standard plan could be some lessons learned, okay? So what I'm going to, briefly, the presentation is, first we need to understand the ecosystem between the US and Europe, which briefly you know it very well. Then some key ideas on what are our recommendations to make it the successful implementation in Europe. What implies this strategy, okay? Some real case studies that we have done, some conclusions, okay? So I think, it is obvious. In the States and in Canada, there is one single nuclear regulator, the NRC, with strong legal powers, with a uniform application of regulations across all states. There is one regulator, only one interpretation of the safety requirements, and they have this philosophy of the design certification. You certify your design once, and then it can be applied to different sites. Whereas in Europe, we have multiple national nuclear regulators. Each country has their own authority, the ESN, STUC, Spanish Consejo, ONR. And although there is some coordination between the regulators through WENRA and the technical requirements or NSREC, still the regulatory decisions are made at country level. Even though in some countries nowadays some regulators have joined to start doing some preliminary design reviews unofficially, this is not the common practice. And so when it comes to each country, it needs to be certified or reviewed or validated on a case-by-case basis. So the first, I'm going to give three ideas for the successful implementation, okay? The first one, and it's pretty obvious, you need to comply with the mandatory nuclear and conventional legal requirements in each country. It's the way it is. If you want a successful project to be connected to the grid, you need to comply. Maybe I'm sure you are familiar with this, the pyramid, with the, for the hierarchy between the nuclear regulators. In most of the countries in Europe, you have your laws and acts, which are legally binding, non-negotiable, and usually define the responsibilities, licensing obligations, and safety objectives for the plant. Then there is a second block of regulations covering regulations and decrees that are issued by the government and are translated into laws, regulatory guides and safety expectations that in Europe, in general terms, describe acceptable ways to meet the regulatory requirements. And then you have the codes and standards, which define different technical standards, provide requirements for detailed design, manufacturing, inspection, verification, and so on. And then you have a third block on the lower level on conventional requirements that usually apply to plant-specific procedures and are the base of the pyramid. Of course, you need to respect the national legal framework, and you need but you need to be some creative, okay, to comply with this pyramid of the regulations. It's necessary to explore alternative compliance forms where permissible if we don't want to invent the wheel every single time in every single country, okay? The idea is, and one of the messages is, maintain the design integrity and the standard design as much as possible, compliant with the regulatory requirements. And this comes to the next recommendation, and this is one of the lessons learned that we did in Spain. Minimize unnecessary changes or modifications to the standard design, particularly modifications on the nuclear safety-related system structures and components. For that part of the design that we have seen the lessons learned and all the work previously done in Canada, try to adopt it as much as possible. So this mainly applies to the nuclear safety systems, as mentioned, to the support systems directly affecting safety functions, and the interfaces with the safety case. For those cases where there is a European law explicitly requiring it, okay, or where the standard design does not cover it, the idea is to adapt it, okay? And usually this, and then in that adaptation, of course, you will implement your local practices, your local requirements, but this will mainly apply outside the nuclear island and usually outside the nuclear safety case, and in particular in those parts that are not credited in the safety cases. And this, in the rest of the project, which is still very, very big, the local practices will be applied, the construction codes, the grid, the balance of plant, and so on. So our message is you will need to adopt all the lessons learned in the past from the end of a kind, And in those parts where the standard design is not developed, adapt it to your regulation, but try to keep what has been already licensed in another countries and good reference countries as much as possible. And the third one, without not extending too much, is do not underestimate non-nuclear regulatory requirements. These requirements apply from the start of the project, and if are not well understood at the beginning, could be hidden drivers of significant redesign activities. Usually, their impact is underestimated because they sit outside the licensing process. We've been talking here about regulatory authorities, for sure. I mean, but there are other regulators. Usually, these requirements are often prescriptive, and they focus on conventional risk and not on nuclear safety. But they are enforced in the country. So you need to identify where other requirements are applicable to your project. And these requirements may come from the local civil authorities, from environmental protection, environmental authorities, conventional industrial safety, requirements on the pressure equipment, electrical system, grid connection, security, and safety, but not nuclear safety. And these are regulations that are in practice in each of the different countries in Europe, usually different from one country to another. And they can have significant impact if you don't consider them or manage them well at the beginning of the project in building layout modification, structural redesign, changes to access and escape routes, rerouting of cables, well, many. So what can we do to achieve this, okay? So everything seems very obvious, but early engagement with a nuclear regulator and with the other regulatory bodies or regulatory authorities. With our lessons learned or our experience is that it's necessary to sit down and to talk how the licensing process is going to be done, which philosophy, before discussing what we are going to license, okay, I mean the design itself, but how we're going to approach this. We think it's necessary to identify non-negotiable requirements early. I mean, to know what are the boundaries, what are the limits, what has to be complied for sure, and which local practices will not be enforced onto the standard design. I mean, in some cases, we have seen that for instance, on ventilation practices for industrial facilities, the requirements are completely opposite to the nuclear code or the nuclear practices for designing a nuclear safety ventilation system. And there could be other requirements that are, or maybe designing with a certain code that is less, I don't want to say, whereas you have a nuclear code more strong and more appropriate for this type of facilities. So I think it's necessary to sit down and negotiate with the nuclear regulatory and with the other regulatory bodies. And then try to build on an agreement on maintaining the standard design or the reference plan, or we mentioned about this nuclear island already designed, certified in the US, in Canada, in a good reference country. Agreeing on the use of foreign codes and standards, trusting that the reliability and the strongness of this design. And it's about building regulatory confidence and trust. And it's not about speeding up the process or anything about that. It's about avoiding redesign, delay, and in particular, not not having the benefit of the standardization of having a reference plant. As you may imagine, I mean, having this type of approach involves that you will have some part of the design. You will have a combined licensing basis. Some of the plant will be designed with, in this case, with American codes and standards, applying to certain safety systems, and the rest of the plant will be in compliance with the European regulations and so on. So where to apply not these non-national codes? Well, when, as mentioned before, when the foreign codes are necessary to preserve the nuclear core design, or where you can define strategic deviations from the local standard practices by using other paths, or when you can demonstrate equivalence between the way you do things in the standard design and the similar way, different way, but achieving the same objectives through the local practices. And it's not only about technical benefits about keeping this standard design as much as possible. I mean, you will have predictable CAPEX because you can benefit from having already a plant built where usually the main drivers for the overruns are the design modifications and not having proven methodology for implementing the plant. During the operation of the plant, you can benefit from real operation feedback, that is actual equipment performance data, maintenance or aging insights, or lessons learned from other events or plant operation that can help you to have a more accurate OPEX forecasting or design optimization or so on. Not forgetting about the resource efficiency for the training programs of the operators of the plant. If you already have a reference plant, you can you can benefit from the proven operating experience of the reference plant and supports the faster training of the operators, and even you can benefit from the real simulator, maybe with some adaptations, but it also goes into the cost. And then speed to market. We are all eager to connect our plants to the grid and start producing megawatts. And then the design is more mature, but also the supply chain that we have seen. They have already implemented center measures, proven manufacturing techniques, and known of the construction sequences, as we have just seen. So, as mentioned maybe at the beginning, maybe I should have moved this. This is how we did it in Spain, and this is how we operate our nuclear power plants. Empresarios Agrupados provides support to the 7 nuclear power plants in operation in Spain, and this is how we live with a plant designed with the American codes and standards. And we are also subject to the European directives that are implemented in our countries. And we have the CE marking, and we have the Euro codes. So everything that, everything that you have here is also common for us. We have implemented this also. We have participated in the recent years in many, or we have tried to participate in as many as possible, nuclear power plants programs that have been running in Europe in the last years. And we have been assessing different utilities with different, and also reactor vendors on this regard, with the codes and standards, how to deal with them. We are currently supporting the Vernova in Poland for the adaptation of the BWX 300 and our experience. And the message is to keep it simple. I mean, we don't have to make it that complicated. It can be done if, if some dialogues and routes are maintained. just some examples, real cases where we have done this. Almaraz, as mentioned to you, is a 2-unit Westinghouse nuclear power plant built in Spain. And we consider this a large design modifications when the post-Fukushima requirements were well identified. The Spanish regulatory body are required to implement the containment venting system. That in the case of Almaraz, it was the venting system, and it was, but it was housed in a building, okay? It was an annex to the containment building. Empresarios agrupados did on an EPC basis the construction and installation of this filter containment venting system with the building. And it was built with the European regulations. We were meeting the Spanish Consejo de Seguridad Nuclear requirements while successfully integrating it into a containment design under the US regulations. Okay, so this is possible, and there are different paths to achieve this. You just need to look for those paths, okay? Also, I think it was 2018, very close to here, when in Olkiluoto 4, when there was a tendering process going out, GE Vernova, through the ESBWR, they were invited to tender, and we supported them in the licensing feasibility studies. We call it Finlandization of the American design. And we evaluated the applicability of the Finnish regulatory and industrial framework, mainly on civil and electrical, into the design and adaptation. And then we identified the necessary adaptations and regulatory constraints and paths to compliance, okay? And there are different paths, not always changing the design, but looking for justifications that have been used in other countries. And then I just added a third example, and it's maybe linked to the German case from this morning. We also have Trillo from Siemens KVU in Spain. We operate, well, we provide support to Trillo, and in this case we adapted the German licensing framework to the Spanish environment at the time. And we work with it, okay? We live with it. The plant is in operation, and it will be running until 2035, something like that. And then in this case, we have a combination of the standards, the KTAs, plus the European ones, which are. And now what we are facing is the obsolescence of the KTAs, and are looking for suppliers that qualified suppliers that can be qualified following the KTAs, and looking for some correspondence between the codes. And believe you me, this is complicated, but at the end, you even manage to do it. So the key message, if I have, well, maybe I didn't write it there, but it can be done, and it's not that difficult, okay? So the message would be keep the standard design and adopt it. Do not change it. Try to engage with your regulatory authority on the philosophy to license that part. Adapt it for the local codes and standards, in particular, I mean, mainly on the non-safety related systems and everything that is not included in the standard design. And then for the rest of the plan, apply your, which is not designed in the standard design, not in the project, European project, and it will be site-specific, and apply your local practices, and so on. And then what you do needs to be valid for the next 40, 60, 80 years, and then the more solid reference system you have, the easier it would be for you to deal in the future and to benefit from it. So I think that's the message we want to leave. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marta. There's no questions in Slida right now, but maybe there are some in the audience here. No? Then I will ask a question, and a bit from the softer side. I know that in other sectors, sometimes you have to also consider when building different places, the work culture that is there. That one place would have maybe a bit lenient, the other more hardworking. Do you have to consider this in such projects as well, or is nuclear maybe international and therefore even enough that it is not a problem? If you understand my question.
No, I didn't.
No,
I'm sorry.
Okay. Work cultures in different places?
Work cultures, yes, yes. Well, of course, I mean, I think in the nuclear industry, as mentioned before, we work quite at international level. And well, at technical level, the culture maybe is different. I mean, it's homogeneous, and you can, and the technical level is not, you don't really notice the cultural differences. But for sure, when you go to another country, you need to work with the local people, understand how they work, what is their culture, what is the way of doing things, the way of saying things, the way of writing things, the way of behaving. So I think for sure you need to, not on the technical discussions, I mean, but when doing the real work, for sure you need to consider the cultural difference and the things that are done in a certain way in the US with with a certain form or whatever in Europe, and then within Europe, in the northern countries, in the southern countries, are done in different ways. So yeah, I think you need to adapt it somehow. But I think the technical discussions at that level, we don't see that much the difference.
Nice. And if there are no more questions, then big thanks to you.
Thank you.
Jah, ja Põhjamaade eripära on see, et veebruaris on õues külm ja lumine ja läheb jube vara pimedaks, mis tähendab, et me oleme oma tööpäevaga ka peaaegu lõppu jõudnud.
Meie Liisega täname teid, et võtsite selle aja, selle päeva tulla siia kuulama ja arutama tuumaenergia tuleviku üle nii Eestis kui ka laiemalt maailmas. Palju tööd on veel ees, aga kui suudame seda piisavalt hästi teha, siis on ka põhjust järgmisel aastal koguneda Fermi Energia aastakonverentsile. Ja nagu traditsiooniks on saanud, ükskõik kui täpselt me oma ajakava plaanime, viimane sõna jääb alati Kalevile. Mis see täpselt on, seda ei tea isegi meie. Palun lavale Fermi Energia kaasasutaja, meie veduri ja tegevjuhi Kalev Kallemetsa.
Tere õhtust. Et minu kõne on pühendatud Enrico Fermile. Ja tõepoolest Enrico Fermi kõige loomulikult tuntum suurprojekt oli CP1, esimene tuumareaktor maailmas, mis saavutas järjepideva kriitilisuse. Eile ka ütlesin ja eelmise aastal ütlesin, et tõesti tal kulus 28 eksperimenti, et jõuda selle kuhjani, kus siis ka ehk et kriitilisus jõudis 1-ni. Aga teine reaktor, mille tehniline direktor oli X10. Ja see oli samuti grafiitmoderaatoriga reaktorid, mida hakati siis Fermi projekteerimisel Oak Ridge'is ehitama juba 1943. aasta veebruaris. Ehk et detsembris 42 oli Chicagos CP1, aga siis seda hakati juba veebruaris ehitama ja novembris saavutas juba kriitilisuse. Oli valmis ja selle ehituskulud olid toona siis rahases $13 miljonit, tänases rahas $160 miljonit. Aga Fermi järgi nimetati üks reaktor, mis selgelt oli ebaedukas. Et see nimi on Fermi 1, 150 megavatine kiirete neutronite reaktor naatriumjahutusega, mille ehitus valmis planeeritus 2 korda hiljem ja 4 korda üle eelarve. Kokku siis tänases rahas $1,5 miljardit USA. Ja samamoodi paraku seal tekkis avari, elektrit tootis ainult mõned loetud kuud ja ütleme üldiselt päris ebaõnnestunud reaktor. Ja kui vaadata nagu globaalselt ka metallijahutusega reaktoreid, eriti naatriumireaktoreid, väga palju avariisid. Et seega on napilt teaduslikku nagu tõenduslikku alust, et olla optimistlikud just naatriumijahutusega reaktorite osas, kuigi ühte uut ehitatakse. 2 aastat tagasi Merja Pukari tegi väga hea ettekande raamatust põhjal How Big Things Get Done. See on väga relevantne raamat ka meie jaoks, sest Eestisse väikereaktori rajamine kahtlemata on suur projekt. Kuid siiski, kui lubate, osutan ühele olulisele veale selles raamatus. See raamat paraku enda analüüsi keskne selline analüütiline tulem on mediaan keskmist arvutades, et kui palju erinevad suurprojektid lähevad kuludes üle eelarve. Aga see vaatab siis, et tuumajaamad, olümpiamängud ja muud sellised projektid lähevad kõik üle 100% või 70% üle eelarve. Järelikult on kehvad projektid. Aga taastuvenergia või nagu siis päikseenergia ainult 1% keskmiselt üle eelarve. Järelikult päikseenergia on nagu hea projekt. Aga see on tõsine üldistusviga. Juba eelne Fermi projekteeritud X10 eksperimentaalreaktor ja tal ei olnud mingit eeskuju ette võtta, aga väga kiirelt ehitatud ja edukas reaktor, sest ta oli omakorda eellane paljudel teistele reaktoritele ja Fermi 1 nimeline eksperimentaalreaktor, nende võrdlus juba tõendab see, et see üldistus on kindlasti ei ole õige. Aga vaatame veel näiteid. Üks näite, mida kõik teavad, et on suur projekt ja mis praegu käigus on olümpia. Et Pariisis toimus olümpia äsja ja majanduslikus mõttes ja ka sisulises mõttes oli väga edukas. 95% ulatuses nad kasutasid olemasolevaid hooneid, nagu siin Le Grand Palais, ja olümpia kulud kokku oli 4,8 miljardit eurot ja nad teenisid isegi 28 miljonit eurot kasumit. Ja samamoodi turismitulud Pariisis kasvasid. Soovitan kõigil Pariisi külastada, tegin seda isegi. Samas Sotši olümpia on siiani korruptsiooni ja raiskamise meistriteos. 50 miljardit, 10 korda suurem kulu ja pidi olema Venemaa suuruse ja rahvusvahelisuse tõestus, kuid lõppes teatavasti 2014 Venemaa rünnakuga Ukraina vastu, kohe vahetult peale olümpia lõppemist. Ja loomulikult, mis veel tuleb meelde, eks ole, oli tõendatud, sai läbi Rahvusvahelise olümpiakomitee põhjaliku uurimise, et tõepoolest FSB korraldas süsteemset dopingut, mille tulemusena Vene võistlejatele, mille tulemusel kõik nende medalid tühistati. Enamus Vene võistlejaid ka välistati suurvõistlustelt enne ka Ukraina ründamist. Nii et täielik ebaõnnestumine nii kulu kui ka eesmärgi suhtes. Nii et jällegi, et ütelda, et kõik olümpiad on kehvad, on kindlasti viga. Päiksepaneelid tehnoloogiana on kindlasti õnnestunud Hiina jaoks. Nad ekspordisid eelmisel aastal 25 miljardi USA dollari väärtuses neid päiksepaneele, kuid paraku täiesti ebaõnnestunud tehnoloogia Euroopa jaoks. Eelmisel aastal läksid pankrotti suurim senine veel Saksa päiksepaneelide tootja Meyer Burger, viimane Saksa päiksepaneelide klaaside tootja GmbH Glasmanufaktuur Brandenburg ja Norras on need siis sellised vahvlid, grafiitvahvlid, Norra Norsun. Sest Hiina lihtsalt toodab odavamalt. Hiina tööstuspoliitika, mis ei sea eesmärgiks investeeringu omatootlust, vaid toodangu mahte ning nende suur turg võimaldab nii päiksepaneelide tootmises, aga ka tuumaenergeetikas saavutada 3-4 korda madalamaid tootmiskulusid kui Ameerikas ja Euroopas. Seda on väga raske selgitada ainult madalama palgaga. Ja me peame läänes tõsiselt õppima, kuidas tootmist korraldada tõhusamalt, kiiremini, vähema vaidlemisega ja lõpuks aktsepteeritavale, ühiskonnale aktsepteeritavate hindadega. Loomulikult mitte nii madalalt kui Hiinas, aga aktsepteeritavate hindadega. Ja vastuvõetav vastus ei ole meie jaoks see, et see on võimalik ainult Hiinas. Eestile kõige olulisem suurprojekt, mis on töös, on Rail Baltic, mille ehitust on saatnud üksjagu kriitikat, osaliselt põhjendatult, arvestades, kui edukalt see toimub Lätis, aga kui vaadata, milliste kuludega, siis et meie kogu Rail Baltica trassi ehitushind tuleb kuskil $26 miljonit kilomeetri kohta, siis vaadates, et Euroopa parim ehituskulu on Hispaanias. Hispaanias on Euroopas kõige rohkem suure kiirusega siis raudteevõrgustikku, kokku 3800 kilomeetrit ja sealne kilomeetri ehituskulu on 17,7 miljonit eurot kilomeetri kohta. Rail Baltic oli 26. Aga nüüd lohutuseks, ehk et meil on võimalik ligilähedaselt kui Hiinale ehitada, kui me teeme seda hästi. Aga on võimalik ka kiirraudteed halvasti ehitada. Siin on pildil Suurbritannia HS2, kus ehituskulu on 220 miljonit eurot kilomeetri kohta. Peaaegu 10 korda suurem kui meil Rail Balticul. Või California kiirraudtee, mis on samasuguse hinnaga. Ehk et California ehitatav 200 kilomeetrine kiirraudtee lõik ei maksa, nagu Eestis maksab 3,2 miljardit eurot siit Iklani, aga Californias sama lõik maksab $36 miljardit. Ehk et täiesti vale on klassifitseerida kõiki kiirraudtee projekte üheks ja samaks. Suurprojektid on hädavajalikud iga riigi ja rahvuse, kuid ka inimkonna sisuliseks ja tegelikuks arenguks. Manhattani projekt, milles ka Fermi osales, ei arendanud ainult tuumarelva, vaid ta arendas ka tuumaenergeetika. Kõik võtmetehnoloogiad said seal Manhattani projektis testitud. USA kuule jõudmise programm ei jõudnud ainult kuule, vaid ta arendas ka GPS-eellassüsteemi, päiksepaneelid, mida oli vaja kosmosesüsteemidel elektri saamiseks rakendada, kütuseelemendid, mis on alus vesiniktehnoloogiale ja uuel tasemel mikroarvutid, mida olid hädavajalikud selleks, et väikse energiakuluga arvutusi teha. Euroopa tuumauuringute keskus pole ainult tuvastanud Higgsi bosonit, vaid tegelikult arendas ka interneti. Suurprojektid sunnivad meid eneseületusele ja koostööle, kuid neid tuleb teha targalt, realistlikult, selget eesmärke seades, eelarvet defineerides, planeerides ja järelevalvet tehes. Nad on ebamugavad. Nad on pagana nuhtlused, aga neid on vaja. Veel kord, meil demokraatlikes riikides ei tohi olla aktsepteeritav vastus, et mõistliku hinnaga toota saab ainult Hiinas. Kui me oleme iseennast demokraatlikes riikides üle reguleerinud, liiga palju ajame tagasi konsensust ja ei suuda otsustada, on tulemuseks pidevad hinnatõusud, vaidlemine, ühiskondlik rahusolematus ja pettumine meie oma ühiskonnas. Suuresti see on juba ka toimunud. Kuid me suudame vigadest õppida ja teha paremini. Alternatiiv on aktsepteerida, et me olemegi lollid. Me peame alluma mingile targale diktaatorile, kas see on oranž või mitte, peame olema tema sulased. See on Hiina ja Vene lähenemine, aga see ei ole Euroopa kultuur. Meie kultuur on see, et me teeme vigu ja õpime. Oleme pidevalt Euroopas ja Eestis ja Euroopas pidanud selgitama, miks Olkiluoto EPR läks nii tohutult üle eelarve ja aja. Samuti peame selgitama, miks Flammavilli EPR-reaktor ei saanud valmis 7 aastaga, vaid 17 aastaga. Miks Hinkley Point C reaktori ehitus on 50 miljardit, mitte planeeritud 22 miljardit. Üks väga hea podcast, Decouple, mida soovitan kuulata, avab detailselt, et kokku pannes väga head Saksa konvoi-reaktorid ja küllaltki head Prantsuse N4 reaktorid püüti saavutada kuidagi kokku panna Peugeot ja Mercedes-Benz. Ja tulemus oli reaktor, mis tegelikult kedagi ei rahulda. Ja tulemus on see, et Prantsusmaa disainib enda jaoks EPR2 reaktorit, mis oleks mõistlik reaktori tüüp ja mõistliku kuludega ehitatav. Samamoodi väikereaktorite puhul ei ole võimalik ette öelda, et iga tehnoloogia saab olema hea. Aga lootus on, et see sama PVRX 300, mida on juba tutvustatud ja mis on ehituses, et see võib olla just see lihtne, tõhus, eesmärgipärane, ohutu ja ka Eestile sobiv reaktoritehnoloogia. Kõnekas on Vattenfalli otsus suure tuumajaama asemel otsustada tõesti väikereaktori kasuks. Sama kõnekas on eelmise aasta detsembrist Ameerika suuruselt teise tuumajaamade operaatori Duke otsus kõrvale jätta Ameerikas suurt kõlapinda omav AP1000 reaktor ja keskenduda enda 2200 megavatise kivisöejaama asendamisel ainult väikereaktoritele, kusjuures peamine kandidaat on taas PVRX 300. Tõe kriteerium on praktika ja ainult PVRX 300 ehituslubade saamine, ehituslepingute jõudmise, ehituse lõpetamise ja nominaalse elektritootmise jõudmise edust saame lähiajal kinnitust, et tõesti PVRX 300 on lihtsate süsteemidega töökindel, tõhusalt ehitatav, ohutu ja hästi opereeritav väikereaktor. Ja sama on loomulikult huvitav on ka see Steady Energy LDR 50 suhtes. On palju tarku suurprojekti juhtimislahendusi. Corporate governance, kuidas on juhtimissüsteemid üles ehitatud, riski hindamine, avalikustamine, väga oluline. See on ka põhjus, miks me seda konverentsi korraldame, et me tahame, et tuumaenergia oleks inimestele tuttav ja avalik, mitte ei oleks ta müstika ja kuidagi suletud. Et ajakavaga seotud eelarvestamine ja lepingulised motivatsioonimehhanismid ja terve rida erinevaid meetodeid või tehnikaid, kuidas edukalt suurprojekte majandada. Sellele võivad kaasa aidata ka kultuurilised eripärad. Kanada viisakus, avatus kindlasti aitavad sellele oluliselt kaasa. Aga ka eestlaste otsekohane ausus, kokkuhoidlikkus ja innukas õppimine parimatest kogemustest, olemata liiga uhke või enesekeskne, et see võib ka olla päris hea eeldus. Kuid lõpuks on määrav üks Enrico Fermi ja paljude teiste suursaavutuste üks eduvõti. Et ma just äsja lugesin taas Enrico Fermi elulugu, soovitan teil ka. Ja kahjuks ta lahkus küllaltki noorelt, et ta sündis 1901. aastal ja ta tegi nii innukalt neid tuumaeksperimente, et tal tekkis kõhuvähk. Aga see tuvastati juba septembris, kui ta tegi loengute seeria Itaalias siis 1954. aastal. Aga veel enda viimaste elunädalateni ta pidas loenguid tuumafüüsika teemal ja konsulteeris erinevaid enda noori õpilasi, kes hiljem said Nobeli preemiat. Et ta oli ülimalt pühendunud ja kirglik ja uskus tuumafüüsikasse või füüsikasse kui sellisesse teadusse, mis õpib seda, kuidas loodus toimib. Et füüsika ei ole mingi müstika, vaid see ongi nagu õpetus sellest, kuidas meie maailm nagu päriselt toimib, kuidas meie oleme kokku ja kuidas energia ja mass on kokku omavahel seotud. Ta oli sellele ülimalt pühendunud. Ja samamoodi on siis see annab signaali ühiskonda, et seda tuumaenergiat on tegelikult ühiskonnale vaja. Ja samamoodi see põhjus, miks meil on külm ilm, ei ole mitte see, et kliimamuutus on ära kadunud, vaid see, et kliimamuutus põhjustabki selle jugavoo ebastabiilsust ja polaarpöörise jõudmist lõunalaiustele. Nii et selle teadusepõhine arusaamine, see nagu kohustab meid tegelikult selle probleemiga tegelema. Aga mis innustab ka, on sellised inimesed nagu Rainer Kelk, kes sai Fermi stipendiumi, õppis Šveitsis magistratuuri, aga täna on doktorantuuris. Ja me oleme loomulikult pühendanud ka loomulikult Eesti teenimisele, et see on üks väike eriline riik, mida on tore, et meie külalised välismaalt saavad kogeda, et vaatamata sellele, et me oleme väiksed, siis me oleme suutnud 100 aastat ja enam tõestada, et me saame oma riigiga hakkama ja me peame ka tõestama, et me saame oma energeetikaga hakkama. Aitäh kõigile! Soovin kõrge usku ja armastus kõigile Fermi Energia ja Fermi sõpradele Eestis ja üle maailma. Aitäh, head õhtut!
You're chilling in the rain. You're some kind of butterfly.